The story starts with an icy cold breeze. Snow hammers a lonely cabin deep in the pines, one warm window in all that darkness, and inside, a glass of wine tips, shatters, and spreads across the floor like blood. Because it isn't just wine. A silver-haired man is on his knees, clawing at his throat, blood on his lips, and standing over him, calm as still water. A young man in a flawless imperial uniform explains, almost gently, that the poison is already eating the mana in his veins. The paralysis lasts only minutes. For the drinker, he made sure of it. This was no crime of passion. This was prepared. The dying man forces out one broken word. Why? And the answer is almost insulting. His power. A power nobody in the Empire can stand beside. Maybe if there was still a war left to fight, things would be different. But the war is over. And in peacetime, a power like that doesn't protect a throne. It hangs over it. He had sworn he had no ambitions, that he'd fade away quietly. And the prince recites those promises back to him and lets them fall. Words, he says. Only words. The cruel part? Those words were true. This man really had walked away from everything, to wash even a little of the blood off his hands. Hands that had burned fields, homes, lives, whenever the Empire pointed them, killing a man, or destroying everything he lives for. Was there ever really a difference? That guilt is why he was here, alone, at the edge of the world. Then the prince says his name, Ian. These two are old friends, and by the firelight, the prince confesses the truth he's carried for years. He was afraid, so afraid, it nearly drove him mad. Because kneeling in front of him is the 8th class mage, the first and only human to ever climb that high. A man who could swallow the crown, the capital, the whole empire in a single breath. How does a king sleep while a monster like that is alive? Then his voice drops. My old friend, he says, don't ever forgive me. And he walks out. His boots pass the fallen wine glass. The door swings shut against the snow. And then, fire. Thrown torches catch the timber. Flame swallows the walls. And the little cabin that was Ian Page's whole retirement becomes his funeral pyre, with Ian burning inside it, along with every promise the Empire ever made him. One venomous word escapes him, and then, strangely, he almost laughs. He was careless. But Ragnar was not the only one who spent those quiet years preparing. His hand slips into his scorched robes, and his dead eyes come back to life. He draws a dagger, not a weapon, an instrument. Its blade is carved edge to edge, with flowing runes, and sealed inside them sleeps the one magic no mage in history ever tamed, time itself. The plan is simple and completely insane. The poison is crawling toward his heart. If this blade gets there first, the spell fires. Once. He turns it in the firelight, thinking of the quiet little life that was stolen from him tonight anyway. So he stops hesitating. A flash of steel, blood hissing into the fire. He drives it into his own chest, and the world changes color. Cold blue light pours from the runes, from the wound itself, drowning out the flames. Through bloody lips he chants words no living person could pronounce, and a vast wheel of glowing script unfolds beneath him, ring within ring, until the dying mage kneels at the center of a circle of blue fire. He spends the last coins of his life on a single command, turn it all back, and the light answers. It unravels the greatest mage in history into pure light. Then time lets go. His whole life tears past him backwards. The graveyard, the oath, the corpse fields of the war, where crows circled him like a god of death, faster and faster, until everything goes white. Somewhere else, a boy lurches forward, gagging. Small hands, smooth, unscarred hands. No dagger, no wound, not even a trace. He pats himself down, chest, ribs, stomach, heart hammering in a body that is suddenly, impossibly, 12 years old. And the impossible thought settles in. It worked. Then a voice calls his name, and it nearly stops his brand new heart. Golden hair, gentle blue eyes, a simple village dress. Mother, the woman he buried, the grave he stood over in another life, is standing in the sunlight, reaching for his hand. Her warm fingers close over his, and around them the truth takes shape, a village square out of his boyhood, the old windmill turning against a summer sky. This is real, this is the past, and he is standing in it. And the day he's landed on is no ordinary day. Under white canvas, the village children line up to be tested for the spark of magic, knights barking for the next name, and above the tents flies a banner Ian would know anywhere, the white flag of the ivory tower, the institution he once climbed to the very top of. He looks down at two small, empty, 12-year-old hands, hands that once held power no human being ever held. His mother is alive. His betrayer is still just a boy in a palace. Every mistake is still unmade, and 40 years of an archmage's knowledge burns behind those young eyes. The greatest mage in history is back at the very beginning, and this time he knows exactly how the story goes. In the Green River Empire, magic is state business. Every child at 12 takes the mana reaction assessment, a hand on the head, a pulse of power, a life decided in seconds. Two talents matter, the mana brain, which shapes spells, and the mana heart, which makes and refines their fuel. A child born with both walks straight into the magic academy and comes out ranked beside nobles. In one village queue stands a boy who already knows all of it. He lived it. Ian Page, 12 on the outside, has fallen 30 years into the past. Behind those eyes sit an old man's memories, the rune-carved dagger, the years of time magic built as repentance, the blood that never washed off. He killed in the name of loyalty, to his emperor, to Ragnar, his closest friend, and they used him, then poisoned his wine. He will not die that meaninglessly twice. This life will be different. Beside him waits the proof. Vanessa, his mother, alive, worried, hands clasped, the woman he once buried under a stone carved with a leaf. When the official bellows for the next child, Ian gives her a small smile and walks toward the tents. The academy isn't the goal. The goal is an 8th Act class mage's authority and whatever lies beyond it. A check in a stubbled soldier brightens at the name. Ah, Vanessa's boy, and waves him through. Inside, the examiner, Lord Aaron, slumps in his chair groaning. Half a day of children still ahead, while a silver-haired commander and 2 knights watch. The instant Ian's small voice apologizes for intruding, Aaron snaps on a sparkling business smile. The test is simple. Lower your head, a touch of mana to the brain, a moment of dizziness. Then Aaron's eyes pop open mid-smile. A mana brain. He turns the boy around, palm to his back, and finds a mana heart as well. Both talents. Your life, Aaron beams, is about to change for the better. He has no idea, because Ian, head bowed, isn't done. In his best village boy voice, he asks to show the magician something. He closes his eyes, breathes out, and the tent ignites. Fire circles over his open hand while water spirals around his boots. 2 opposing elements cast at once, held by a child standing dead calm between them. Aaron's shriek tears through the canvas, double casting. Ian closes his fists, and flame and water snuff out like candles. Then comes the real performance, wide innocent eyes, an apologetic shrug. He isn't sure why, but this just started happening. The commander and his knights spin around and stare. Aaron, pale and shaken, asks the only sane question. Did someone teach you that? Ian shakes his head. Nobody taught him. And Aaron's eyes flare an unearthly blue. Interrogation magic, a spell that reads the body, the heartbeat itself, and drags lies into the light. The warning is not gentle. A lie here makes the boy a traitor to the empire, stains his family, could cost even bystanders their heads. Ian's heart never breaks rhythm. He answers mildly that he could hardly lie right in front of the magician's eyes, and the spell finds nothing. Aaron deflates with a shaky laugh, wondering just who this kid is. Then a scream cuts through the canvas, a woman's, and Ian knows the voice before the thought finishes. Mother. He is through the tent flap in a heartbeat, fists clenched, eyes blown wide, the boy who once knelt at this woman's grave, sprinting because someone made her cry out. Outside, a bearded soldier has Vanessa by the wrist, and his words are uglier than his grip. 7 years a widow, he sneers. She must be lonely. Nobody would want her at her age. She should be thankful he's interested at all. Vanessa shakes, pulls back, demands to know what nonsense this is, and the hand clamps tighter. A voice cuts in. What's all the fuss? The commander, his knight and Aaron have stepped outside, and the soldier drops her arm as if it burned him. It's nothing, he stammers. Just a lowly kitchen maid loitering about, so he gave her a warning. Lowly, the word detonates in Ian, and he is already moving when Aaron's hand settles on his shoulder. This is not a fight for fists. In front of everyone, Aaron announces what he has just certified. This child carries both talents of manner, so he and his parents now hold authority equal to the Empire's nobles, and insulting them means challenging the imperial family and the ivory tower, a crime worth execution on the spot. The soldier's face runs through every color before he hits the ground begging. Ian looks down at the grovel with polar calm and asks why the apology is aimed at him. It belongs to someone else. A beat, a strangled R, and the man scrambles to Vanessa, wailing that he has committed a heinous crime, begging forgiveness from the kitchen maid of a minute ago. She can only stammer her son's name. But Ian isn't finished. He crouches to the kneeling man's level, close enough that only he can hear, and the village boy vanishes. He knows exactly what kind of bastard this man is, he says, and every disgusting thing the garrison has said in front of his mum. From now on, the man will report everything he sees, hears, or experiences, down to the last detail. He'll be watching pieces of trash like them, an archmage's stare set in a child's face. The soldier practically weeps his agreement, and Ian straightens and thanks the magician with perfect schoolboy politeness. The aftermath is quiet, heavy with future. Aaron waves off the thanks. Protecting magicians is the ivory tower's whole job. The commander gives his orders. Aaron will guard the child and his mother. Further word to come by crystal ball, and the family will move to the Night Orders Inn. Vanessa takes her son's hand and finally lets the question out. He's a magician? That's what they said, Ian answers, flat as weather. Behind them, Aaron folds his arms, marveling that no child should be this intelligent, this capable. He has a lot to report to the imperial family and the ivory tower. Word of the boy is about to travel toward a palace where a young prince once begged never to be forgiven. Night has fallen over the village of Mogrian, its winding streets empty under a sky full of stars. Empty, except for one man. A drunk staggers along a stone wall, spitting into the gutter and cursing the name of Ian Page, the kitchen servant's boy who humiliated him. Then his slurring turns truly vile. He swears that he will make the boy watch while he takes his revenge on Ian's mother. He never gets to finish the fantasy. Footsteps sound behind him, and a small hooded figure steps into the lamplight. The drunk sneers at the child, but the child answers with a single word. Paralyze. Magic crackles over him, and he freezes mid-motion, eyes bulging, while the boy calmly notes that he will find it hard to move for a while. That is the kind of spell it is. They stand alone on an arched stone bridge above the canal. The paralyzed man breaks into a cold sweat as the hood comes down, revealing the face of a 12-year-old. Ian quietly reminds him that he said he would be watching. It is the same warning he whispered on assessment day, when this man groveled after insulting Ian's mother. The man took it for a threat. It was a promise. In a flat, unhurried voice, Ian narrates the man's death before it happens. You were humiliated by a servant's son. You drank to soothe your anger. You wandered an empty street, tripped over your own feet, fell from a bridge, and died. Then Ian tips the frozen man over the railing, and the splash below swallows the story whole. An execution, staged as a drunken drowning. Ian stands alone on the bridge in the moonlight, and doubt finally catches up with him. Beneath the bridge, the drowned man drifts against the canal wall. Ian thinks of Ragnar, the friend who poisoned him while asking never to be forgiven, and admits that he now faintly understands how that man felt. Then he pulls up his hood and walks into the dark. At home, a small timber cottage at the edge of the village, Ian sags against the door and nearly collapses. One first-class spell has drained his mana completely. The man who once commanded 8th-class magic now hides it in a 12-year-old's hands, and tonight those hands are empty. He stares at his small palm and wishes bitterly that this body would hurry up and grow. In the bedroom, his mother Vanessa sleeps in the moonlight, and Ian's cold composure melts away. In his first life, he reached first class within a year of entering the academy, and while he was busy becoming great, the mother he left behind fell ill and died, never once tasting the comfort her son's power should have brought her. At her bedside, he promises that this life will be different. He will protect her. He will make her happy. She smiles faintly in her sleep. "So you must live a long, long life," he tells her softly. His first life cost him his family and his only friend, and he refuses to let this one end the same way. Then the story leaps far away, to sunlight, flower gardens, and red banners, to the White Palace of Grinrevadium, capital of the Grinrevada Empire. Inside that palace, the examiner's promised report has landed on the most powerful desk in the world. Emperor Terry Grinreaver looks up from it toward Herbert Leon, Tower Master of the Ivory Tower, 5th-class mage, the highest magical authority alive. Herbert chooses his words carefully. Mana is energy that runs through the blood, and a mage is simply someone who learns to control it, to stimulate the mana brain and manifest magic. Methods drilled into students at the academy, how he himself learned, how every mage alive learned. Yet this boy worked it all out on his own, and already commands first-class magic freely. There is only one comparison Herbert can reach for, and he clearly dislikes how it sounds: the first mage. The legend of the first being ever to use magic without being taught, so old that mages tell it the way common folk tell stories of dragons. The Emperor raises an eyebrow, and Herbert concedes that dragons are imaginary, but the first mage was real, because the present had to start somewhere. Still, he cannot sensibly believe the report. The examiner sent to Mogrian is no liar. Yet if it is the plain truth, the boy will truly be a dangerous existence, and Herbert intends to confirm it with his own eyes. The Emperor has heard enough. He calls toward the doors for the Crown Prince, and a young man answers at once. The doors swing open on Hayden Grinreaver, Crown Prince of the Empire, golden-eyed and immaculate, with a nervous stiffness under all that polish, as he asks why his father has summoned him. The mission is extraordinary. Hayden has not left the palace in 5 years, so he is to see the country, escorted by the Imperial Knights of the Second Order, 300 soldiers, and 3 third-class mages, and bring back from Mogrian a boy named Ian Page. Hayden stammers that he has never heard the name, which earns a weary sigh, and an offer to send a different prince instead. That threat works instantly. Hayden presses a hand to his chest, begs for the task, and swears to carry out the command in full. His father relents and orders him to prepare for the long journey north. When the prince has gone, Herbert excuses himself as well. The Emperor teases him, since Ivory Tower mages famously hate going outside, but that is exactly the point. Persuading 3 of them will take every day before the prince departs. Out in the corridor, when his young attendant asks whether they are returning to the Ivory Tower, the old man says no. There is a place he must visit first. And so, while a boy in Mogrian dreams only of a quiet life beside his mother, an army, a prince, and the most senior mage in the empire all begin moving toward him at once. Morning light spills over the Night Order's inn, and Ian Page is already awake, sitting on the edge of his bed like a man waiting for a verdict. And in a way, he is. 2 weeks ago, an examiner named Aaron watched a village boy reveal 2 kinds of magical talent at once, and Ian knows exactly what a man like that does with a discovery like this. He reports it straight up the chain, which means the answer is coming soon. While he waits, the old archmage inside the boy spreads out the political map of the empire in his head. The emperor will stack his best people behind the crown prince, Hayden. The tower master, Herbert, has already tied himself to the fifth prince, Ragnar. Yes, that Ragnar. The friend who will one day pour poison into Ian's wine already has the most powerful mage alive standing behind him. And when the palace and the tower finally turn on each other, Ian intends to be in neither camp and every crack between them. Last life, they used him. This life, never again. The answer arrives with boots and spears. A voice booms outside the inn, summoning the magician of the empire, Ian Page, to come out and receive the imperial order. Ian actually flinches. He expected a response, but not this fast, and not with half a garrison standing in formation behind Aaron, who is holding a glowing blue crystal ball and looking entirely too pleased with himself. First though, etiquette. Aaron explains that a boy about to hear the emperor's words must learn the manners of the imperial family and begins walking him through it. Kneel on the right knee, left hand over the heart. Ian drops into the pose in one smooth motion, flawless, like he has done it 1,000 times, because he has. Aaron stares at him with a bead of sweat on his cheek, quietly wondering how a village child nails court protocol on the first try. It's the lie detector all over again. This prodigy keeps forgetting to be a beginner. Then the crystal ball ignites, and the emperor's decree writes itself across the sky in burning runes. His Majesty holds Ian Page's abilities in the highest regard. His name will be recorded in the sacred registry of the Ivory Tower. He is invited to the imperial castle itself, and to escort him there, the emperor has sent his own eldest son, a crown prince, dispatched across the empire to fetch a 12-year-old from a farming village. The decree closes with warm wishes for a pleasant journey, and Ian keeps his face perfectly still while thinking that the emperor's intentions could not be more transparent if they were written in the sky, which, to be fair, they currently are. Flattery, honors, a royal escort, a leash braided from silk. Then a broad-shouldered knight steps forward and introduces himself as Arnold, captain of the Mogrian Knight Order, assigned to bring Ian safely to the Lord's castle, where he'll wait until the prince arrives. Meanwhile, in that very castle, Lord Marcus Mogrian is holding what can only be called an emergency family meeting. He warns his son Labby and his daughter Margaret to watch every word around their guest. The boy may be a child, but he is a magician of the empire, talented enough that the emperor himself is watching, and a family that insults him is a family that ends badly. So when the carriage rolls in and Ian steps down beside his mother Vanessa, the lord of the castle greets a peasant boy with open arms and his very best smile. 15 days pass, and the castle maids can talk about nothing else. The kid at the training grounds, the one conjuring fire with his bare hands, day after day, from morning to dark. And right now, out on those grounds, Ian exhales, raises one hand, and speaks the name of a spell. Frost Nova. The world turns white. Ice detonates across the yard, swallowing the braziers, climbing the walls in jagged crystalline teeth taller than a man. Any observer would call it a miracle. Ian looks at the frozen wreckage and calls it a disappointment. In his old body, this spell wouldn't have stopped at a courtyard. It would have sealed the entire castle in ice. This child's body simply cannot hold the mana an archmage needs, and clenching his fist, he admits the truth. He needs something to make up the difference. Some catalyst, something more. He doesn't get time to finish the thought. The old steward comes running, calling for the magician, nearly tripping over his own robes. The castle lord is missing. He rode out yesterday to hunt goblins and never came back. Young Master Larby is missing too, along with the entire knight escort. The castle has thrown every soldier it has into the search and found nothing but churned ground and the traces of a fight. And Ian goes very, very still, because he knows how Marcus Mogrian dies, and it is not here, and it is not now. In his first life, the Lord was assassinated years from today, on the eve of the First Unifying War. Laby lived long enough to abandon the territory and lose his head for it after the war ended. Whatever is happening in those woods, history never wrote it. Then comes the second wrong note. Ian asks why they need him when the castle has its own stationed magician, and the steward explains that Marco was called away on other duties, out of the territory entirely. Dispatched mages almost never leave their posts. Ian's skin prickles. Perhaps the man is quietly reporting to the Tower Master at this very moment. The pieces click into a cold conclusion. This is his doing. His return has nudged the river of time off its course, and now the current is drifting. The strongest weapon Ian Page carries is not fire or frost. It is knowing what happens next. For a heartbeat he stands in the shadow of who he used to be, the silver-haired archmage with his staff, and understands that every unplanned death erodes that weapon a little more. So when the steward begs, saying they have nowhere else to turn, Ian is already asking where the Lord was last seen. He will join the search himself, not out of kindness. Not only that, the timeline is his to protect now, and he intends to drag it back on course with his own two small hands. Ian is barely done fastening his travel cloak when his mother catches him in the castle hall. Vanessa has already heard everything, that her 12-year-old son has volunteered to march into the mountains with the search party, and she lays out every reason it is madness. It is dangerous. He is a child. He has been a mage for all of 2 weeks. Ian just looks up with that unsettling calm of his and reminds her that he is a magician now and that he will absolutely come back. She takes his small hands in hers, and the moment lands heavy because we know what she does not. In his first life, this woman died sick and alone while her son chased power far away. He is not letting that history repeat. Before he reaches the door, a shaky voice stops him. It is Margaret, Lord Marcus's daughter, and her noble composure has completely collapsed. She begs him to find her missing father and brother, promising anything in return: money, land, servants. But Ian is not looking at her tears. His eyes have locked onto her clasped hands, onto a plain gold band on her finger, and something sharp flashes across his face. He tells her, simply and without drama, that he will bring them back. Then he names his price, and it is none of the things she offered. The ring she is wearing. He can feel mana humming inside it, he says, and it will help him find them. Margaret blinks, flustered, and drops the band into his palm, blurting that this is strictly a loan of a family treasure. Ian slides it onto his finger, and the instant it settles, light prickles up around him like a night sky waking. Because Ian knows exactly what he is holding. He saw it in his previous life. The Mogrian ring, a low-grade artifact that amplifies the wearer's mana, apparently handed down to the daughter instead of the heir. Think back 2 weeks, to Ian freezing an entire courtyard and still walking away disappointed, cursing this child body's shallow reserves and wishing for a catalyst. That catalyst just fell into his hands from a crying girl. It will not make him an archmage again, but it will stretch what little mana he has, and today, that could be the difference between finding 2 nobles alive or finding their bodies. So he walks out through the banner-hung hall, armored knights falling in behind a boy half their height, and gives the order to move. The Mogrian mountains swallow the search party in green mist, and the trail dead ends at a clearing that tells an ugly story. Trampled earth, dark bloodstains, and gobbling corpses, but only a few dozen of them. When Ian asks whether the injured were already carried home, the answer chills the clearing. There were never any injured, not a single human body, alive or dead. The knights mutter about a monster dragging them off, but Ian reads the scene like a general. A few dozen dead goblins and no fallen soldiers means Marcus's party fought a retreating battle, and that means hundreds of goblins ambushed them. Wherever they are, time is running out. So Ian raises his ringed hand and does something nobody in this era has words for. Summoning magic. A wolf spirit. A rune circle wheels open across the ground, and a pillar of light sends the knights staggering back, shielding their eyes and stammering. Did the child just say wolf? Did he just say spirit? And out of all that terrifying radiance trots a puppy, a round, fluffy, white wolf cub with a wagging tail and a tiny howl. The knights stare in silence. Ian's face goes carefully blank, because in his previous life, this spell produced a genuinely large wolf, and this one would pass for somebody's dog. But there is no helping it. The spirit's size matches his current mana capacity, borrowed ring or not. Dignity aside, the little spirit earns its keep instantly. Ian sets it on the bloodstains and asks it to follow where the smells lead. It sniffs twice, barks once, and shoots off like a loosed arrow, leaving the knights gawking until Ian, already moving, points out that they simply have to follow it. The Empire's finest goes sprinting after a ball of fluff. Deeper in the mountains, in a rocky ravine full of shrieking, Marcus Mogrian is still alive. Barely. Blood sheets down his face as he cuts another goblin out of the air, and his last soldiers press in around him while red eyes multiply in the trees on every side. The horde is closing in from all directions, and every man there can do the arithmetic. Marcus does it out loud. If this continues, they will be annihilated. So he grabs his terrified son and gives the order that only a man who has accepted his own death gives. The soldiers will distract the goblins while Labby runs for the castle, carrying word that a goblin squadron has occupied the Mogrian mountains. Go, quickly. And while the boy trembles with his sword rattling in his grip, a goblin rises silently out of the brush behind him, with its club raised. What follows takes only heartbeats. Labby screams. Marcus spins toward his son, and in that instant, the darkness behind Marcus himself fills with muscle and claws, the trap closing on father and son at once. The killing blow rips forward, and then a young voice, almost bored, speaks two words. Frost Nova. The ravine detonates in blue-white. Ice erupts in a forest of spears. Goblins shatter mid-lunge, and shriek after shriek cuts off until there is nothing left but crackling silence and a valley of frozen statues. This is the same spell Ian used on a practice yard 2 weeks ago, but fed through the Mogrian ring, it has just erased a battlefield. Into that silence, a small boot steps onto the ice. Through the glittering spikes walks a slight, cloaked figure with wind-tossed sandy hair, the kitchen maid's son, wearing Marcus's own family ring. The Lord stares through the blood in his eyes, thoughts grinding that this young man is, and then his battered body finally surrenders and he crumples as his men scream for their lord. Ian made it in time. The deaths that history never scheduled have been cancelled, the timeline dragged back onto its rails. But to do it, the boy just unveiled impossible magic in front of dozens of witnesses, and stories like that always travel toward thrones. 2 days after a 12-year-old boy froze an entire goblin horde into a field of ice, the lord of the Mogrian family snaps awake in his own bed. Light bursts behind his eyes. His daughter Margaret is sobbing his name at the bedside, and the man who should have died in that ravine is suddenly sitting upright in his lavish red-walled bedroom, clutching his head and asking what on earth happened. The answer comes back to him in pieces, a servant's voice telling him that it was Sir Ian who saved him. Margaret, wiping her tears, explaining that he and her brother have been lying unconscious for 2 whole days while she worried herself sick. Then the old steward Hogar bursts through the door, overjoyed his master is awake, and delivers the bill for that survival. 12 soldiers never came home. Neither did Sir Lawton. The room goes very quiet under the weight of the men who bought this morning with their lives. The Lord's first act as a living man is an order. Find the mage. He needs to see him with his own eyes. Hogar tracks Ian down in the courtyard, where the castle walls are still wrapped in scaffolding from the goblin crisis, and the boy politely deflects every word of thanks as if freezing a canyon were a group effort. It does not matter. The Lord is waiting in the parlor, and everyone can feel this is no casual thank you. In that gilded hall, the Lord stands dressed and steady again, his son beside him, with a bandage on his cheek and a smile on his face, both of them alive because a child arrived at the exact moment the blades came down. The Lord lays a hand on his chest and says it plainly. This boy protected the present of his family, its future, and its very foundation, and swept the goblins out of the Mogrian mountains besides. A great lord of the empire cannot pretend not to owe such a debt. Then he gestures to a small wooden box on the side table and asks Ian to open it. The lid clicks up, and for once the reincarnated archmage actually freezes. Inside sits the gold ring, the heirloom he borrowed from little Margaret as his price for joining the search, the catalyst that turned a child's shallow manor into a storm of ice. The lord admits his family never knew it was anything but an old keepsake, and asks what it truly is, and Ian tells him the truth. It amplifies mana. Without it, the canyon would have ended very differently. So the lord gives it away. Not as payment, he says, but as a token. From this day forward, the Mogrian family will serve the mage Ian Page as their eternal honored guest, a pledge that nobles of the empire are bound to keep for 1,000 years. Ian slides the ring onto his small finger, and the artifact he only borrowed in his first life becomes his. Then comes the part no one in the empire would believe. The lord swears that his house, as the most northern stream of the Emerald River, will stand by Ian's side always, and will hand this vow down to its successors and to their successors after them. And a ruling lord and his heir bow deeply, from the waist to a 12-year-old commoner boy standing in their parlor. In his first life, Ian earned fear. In this one, he is quietly collecting something far more durable: loyalty. Soon after, the boy is back on the road. A hooded travel cloak, a mountain trail, wind rolling through the pines, and beside him, the night captain and a trio of spearmen. Ian asks how far it is to a place called Lloyd Village, and the captain smiles and says they are almost there, just over the next hill. Why Lloyd? Because before leaving, Ian had asked the Lord a very specific question. Is there an alchemist anywhere skilled enough to brew an elixir? There is, the Lord said, a man named Redio in the northern village of Lloyd, capital born, who moved to the frontier chasing some rare herb. And that name set off a quiet alarm in Ian's head, because in his entire first life, he never once heard of an alchemist called Redio. History is drifting again, but he needs that elixir anyway, because it is the one thing that can shore up the pitiful mana pool of this child's body, the weakness that has hobbled him since the day he froze his own courtyard. Then a soldier's shout rips the calm apart. He is pointing over the ridge, voice cracking. That is Lloyd Village over there, and above the tree line, the valley is bleeding black smoke. The village they came to visit is dotted with fires. Ian's eyes fly wide, the captain's hand snaps to his sword, and the whole party breaks into a charge downhill. Inside the village, it is already a nightmare. A blood-soaked axe drips onto the dirt. Rough men in furs are herding villagers like cattle, shouting to grab the children and gather everyone up. Hurry it along so they can leave for a place called Coldwood. Slavers. Their leader strolls through it all with an eye patch and an easy grin, an axe resting on his shoulder. And in the square, a father named Douglas is being beaten into the ground while his young son is pinned by laughing men, screaming for his dad until his voice breaks. The leader looks down at the broken man coughing blood at his feet and asks, almost gently, what the point of struggling is when he is already dying. Then he glances at the shrieking boy and wonders aloud if the kid will finally shut up once his father is dead. He raises his blade over Douglas, promises to take special care selling the boy somewhere good, and smiles. Sweet dreams. The boy screams no, with everything left in his lungs, tearing against the arms that hold him. And the killing stroke never lands. A streak of icy blue-white light rips across the square. Blood sprays from the slaver as he is hurled into a blur, and the boy can only stare through his tears at the impossible flash of cold light. The same cold light that buried a goblin army 2 days ago has just arrived in Lloyd Village, and the chapter cuts to black with the slaver's bill about to come due. The chapter opens on the eye of a terrified boy, violet and swimming with tears, blood freckled across his cheek. The slaver, who was mid-swing over his father a heartbeat ago, topples sideways, his neck opened by a blade of ice, his hand thudding dead into the dust. The rest of the gang breaks, screaming about ice falling from an empty sky and runs for the trees. It does not save them. Spear after spear of blue ice punches through the fleeing men until the only thing moving on the mountain is smoke. When the wind settles, a small cloaked figure stands calm on a rocky outcrop above the village. Ian flexes his hand and studies the gold ring on his thumb, the mana-amplifying heirloom the Mogrians swore to him. His verdict is clinical. With the ring's help, this child body now fights like a third-class mage. Effective. Not nearly enough. The rescue still has a bill. Down in Lloyd Village there are fresh graves, charred timber where homes stood, and mourners kneeling over shrouded bodies. Ian's first question to the knight captain is whether any soldiers were hurt. None were, thanks to him, and the veteran says so with the uneasy gratitude soldiers reserve for things they do not understand. Ian barely hears it. A darker question is circling. Is the man he came all this way to find even still alive? The answer comes as a commotion. Villagers cluster around a man collapsed in the square, while a brown-haired boy screams for his father. It is Radio, the alchemist Ian trekked north to recruit. Ian kneels beside him, and what he reads makes his eyes go wide, a face drained of colour, brown hair turning white in streaks, a hand clawed against his own chest. Ian knows this disease, and the knowing is ugly. Mana addiction, the ailment people call God's curse. When someone with a mana brain, but no mana heart, has raw mana forced into them, the residue can never be expelled, and it grinds against the mind in pain that lasts a lifetime. Since no man can inject himself, the conclusion is cold. Some mage did this deliberately. Ian presses 2 glowing fingers to Radio's forehead and floods him with pure mana, driving the residue out until the man gasps like a swimmer breaking the surface. Colour crawls back into Radio's face. Ian rises to leave, and a small fist closes on his cloak. Radio's son looks up wet-eyed and begs to know if his father will be okay now. Ian gives the only honest answer he has, for the time being. Inside, he finishes the sentence. The injection is a patch, not a cure. There is no cure. The boy pushes, sensing an adult holding something back. Will it hurt again later? Ian lays the truth out plain. The injected mana will itself turn to residue one day, and in the end Radio must choose between living longer through endless injections or dying. Probably it will hurt again. The boy sweats and cries, then plants his feet and resolves to find the Rangia's flower, the herb that can be made into his father's cure. Then he simply bolts for the forest, and his father shouts his name after him, Douglas. The name goes through Ian like a struck bell. In that instant he remembers the greatest alchemist in the history of the Empire, Imperial alchemist Douglas Harmon, a genius who rose from slavery to stand at Emperor Ragnar's elbow. Ian is looking at him right now, 10 years old and sprinting into bandit country. The memories turn colder. In Ian's first life, that man famously hated mages, and now Ian knows why, because a mage cursed his father, and the flower the boy is chasing works by neutralizing the mana inside a body. Ian's thoughts stop dead on that word. His mind fills with 2 tipped wine glasses by a fireplace on a snowy night, the murder that started all of this. The poison Ragnar fed him worked exactly the same way. Ian moves before the thought finishes. A haste spell blurs him through the trees, and he lands squarely in the boy's path, catching his shoulder. There are still bandits out here, he warns. The forest is no place for a child. Douglas's eyes flood. There is no more time, he sobs. Without the flower his dad will die. Ian answers with a single soft word of magic. Sleep. The spell settles like snowfall. The boy sways, still mumbling about finding the flower, and folds into Ian's arms. Ian exhales and lays him on his folded cloak in the grass. Watching the small face slacken, he notices something chilling. Erase the spite and desperation, and it is exactly the face of the Imperial alchemist he knew. So Ian sits against a tree and opens the ledger. Had he never come to Lloyd Village, Radio would have died, and this boy would have been dragged off to slavery, precisely the origin the Empire's histories record for Douglas Harmon. And the poison Ian drank on the last night of his first life was almost certainly brewed by this same child grown up, on Ragnar's orders, fully knowing what it was for. The thought that follows is flat and terrible. Should he kill him now? Ian stares at the sleeping child, then drags a hand down his face and lets it go. Hasty decisions are how futures get ruined, because the ledger has another side. This boy could become the greatest alchemist who ever lived, and such a man could be won to Ian's side instead of Ragnar's. Ian has already rewritten his fate once today, but the old scar aches, and Ian admits there is no guarantee the child will not someday betray him too. If that is the case, he thinks, staring at his own ringed hand, and leaves the sentence deliberately unfinished. Running footsteps end the vigil. The night captain bursts through the trees, panting, and pulls up short at the strange child sleeping at Ian's feet. Ian explains smoothly that the boy was about to do something reckless, so he put him to sleep, and asks the captain to carry him home. Will the young mage not be returning with them? Ian half turns toward the deep woods, wind stirring the leaves, and says only that there is somewhere he needs to visit, briefly. The chapter closes on the empty green road as the archmage walks into the forest alone, telling no one what he intends to do about the boy who will one day mix his poison. Remember how chapter 7 ended? Ian handed the sleeping boy back to the knights and walked into the dark alone, saying only that there was somewhere he needed to visit. This is that somewhere. Night has settled over Lloyd Village, and in one timber house a single window still glows. Inside, Redio, the alchemist marked for death by an incurable mana curse, eases down onto the edge of his son's bed and gently asks if he's asleep. Douglas, facing the wall, admits that he isn't. The talk that follows is the kind every father dreads. Word travels fast in a small village, and a neighbor named Barton has already told Redio everything. A mysterious magician saved them all today, and his own boy nearly threw his life away on something reckless. Douglas doesn't apologize. He only says he wanted to find the flower. Redio's voice tightens as he reminds him that the bandits are still out there, prowling those same woods. And that's when the boy breaks. Douglas bolts upright, fists clenched, shouting that the magician himself said his father will never recover without it. Redio keeps insisting he's fine, and points out that Douglas has already spent more than a year searching. Tears well up as the boy finally asks the question that has been eating him alive. Does this flower even exist? And out of the darkness, a calm voice answers. It does. Father and son go rigid. Redio moves to the door, calling out, demanding to know who's there. On the doorstep, under the stars, stands a small figure in a hooded travel cloak, who explains that he heard someone in this house is looking for Ranjur's flower. The old door creaks open, and the visitor lowers his hood. A sandy-haired child, with pale blue eyes, apologizing with perfect manners for disturbing them at this hour. The series title flashes, and then Douglas is stammering. It's him, the magician from the square, the one who froze an entire slaver gang mid-swing. Redio can barely get a word out before the boy introduces himself, simply and clearly. His name is Ian Page, and he has not come empty-handed. Ian sets something on the wooden table with a crackle of frost, a fist-sized lump of glowing blue ice, and sealed inside it, perfectly preserved, a flower with 12 deep purple petals. Redio's eyes snap wide. That is Ranjur's flower, the impossible cure his family's oldest book describes, sitting in his own home like a jewel under glass. But there's a price. Ian will hand over the flower in exchange for one honest answer, and his question is razor sharp. How does a village alchemist know about a plant whose effects are unknown to everyone else in the world? Redio hesitates, caught off guard, then brings out the truth. A book. It's a thick, worn tome passed down from his father, stuffed with generations of notes on medicinal herbs. On its pages, the flower is drawn in careful detail, and the entries spell out everything. It neutralizes mana. It grows only in the far northern lands. Its 12 petals are deep purple. Its blue leaves and stem are violently poisonous, and if you pull it up by the roots, it withers on the spot. Gathering it, or cultivating it, is written off as flatly impossible. When Ian asks, Radio confirms what the book implies. Alchemy is the family trade, and this volume is the family treasure. Then Ian slides the real blade in. If Radio knows the book that well, he must also know that Ranjur's flower is not just a cure. It is a deadly poison to one rare kind of magician, the kind born with both a mana heart and a mana brain. And we know exactly who that describes, and exactly which glass of wine it once flavored. Radio flinches, reading the implication instantly, and swears on the honor of the Harmon family that his line would never brew an elixir meant to harm people. Ian watches him in silence and quietly accepts the answer. What happens next stuns the room. Ian thanks the alchemist, rests his fingers on the frozen flower, and apologizes. Light surges, the ice bursts apart, and the flower inside crumbles into black flakes that scatter from his palm. It was never a living cure. The flower was already dead when he found it, and freezing it was the only way even Ian could hold its shape together. Radio goes pale and asks if he's been deceived, and Ian's answer is cold pragmatism. This was a demonstration. He wanted proof, right before their eyes, that he can find Ranjur's flower whenever he pleases. Then comes the offer. Ian will keep injecting mana to hold the curse at bay, and he will hunt down a way to turn the flower into real medicine. Privately, he already knows such records exist, because in his previous life it was Ragnar and Douglas who found them. In exchange, Radio must come with him to the capital. The alchemist is bewildered. What would a man like him even do there? So Ian lays it out. He needs custom elixirs to offset his child body's crippling lack of mana, the same weakness the Mogrian ring can only patch over. And he needs medicine for his sickly mother, the woman who, in Ian's first life, died ill and alone while her son rose to glory far away. Radio protests that he's nothing special, that any renowned alchemist would serve better. But Ian doesn't want a famous stranger. He wants one man at his side, brewing for him alone. Then he plays the final card, softly. Your son ran into a bandit-infested forest without a second of hesitation, just for the chance to cure you. Make the right decision for his sake as well. Radio stares at the small figure before him, sweat on his brow, wondering just who this child really is, and asks for time to think. Ian grants him all the time he needs, and as the father reaches out to ruffle his son's hair, and Douglas finally smiles, Ian makes a silent vow over them both. In this life, Douglas Harmon will not lose his father. He will never be sold as a slave, and his once-in-a-generation talent will never again fall into Ragnar's hands, because the boy who once brewed the poison that killed an archmage now has every reason to stand beside him instead. Morning breaks over Lloyd Village, and Ian Page is standing beneath a great tree on the rise above it, hood up, wind tugging at his cloak, watching the rooftops he pulled out of the fire only days ago. Behind him, Knight Captain Arnold reports that everything is ready for the ride back to the Lord's castle. Ian barely answers. His eyes stay locked on one small house by the square, because everything he built last night depends on the man inside it. The alchemist Radio was given time to decide, and Ian is starting to wonder if the man simply cannot. Then the door creaks open. Radio steps out with little Douglas at his side, and Ian walks down to meet them and asks the only question that matters. Has he decided? The alchemist spreads his hands with a tired sort of smile. What choice does a dying man really have? He says. They will take the gamble. He asks just one thing in return, that the young magician keep every word of the promise he made. The injections, the research, a real cure someday. Ian gives it without blinking. It's Douglas who can't hold back. The boy edges forward, stammering, and asks whether Ian can truly heal his father. Ian gives him his word. Douglas asks again, wide-eyed, needing to hear it twice, and Ian repeats it, and the child's whole face bursts into sunshine. Then, fists clenched with excitement, Douglas asks if he can call Ian boss from now on. The archmage in a 12-year-old body, the man who froze armies, is briefly speechless, then allows it. Boss it is. And for one cold heartbeat, another Douglas flickers behind Ian's eyes, the grown man from his first life, the Empire's greatest alchemist, snarling at people to get out of his sight. Bitter and mage-hating, and Ragnar's creature, the man who almost certainly brewed the poison that stopped Ian's heart. So that is who this sunny child would have become. Ian is still turning that over when hoofbeats come hammering up the village road, and a rider hauls his lathered horse to a stop in front of them. The news lands like a stone. The magician is wanted back at the Lord's castle immediately because the Crown Prince has already crossed the Garmus River. Ian goes still. That river should have been weeks away, and no one bothered to tell them until this morning. For a man whose greatest weapon is knowing what happens next, speed like this is a warning bell. He announces he's taking the messenger's horse, and the knight just stares at the small boy, asking to borrow a warhorse. What happens next wipes the doubt off every face. Ian lays a hand on the animal's muzzle and tells it, quite politely, that they're strangers now, but they're going to be friends. A soft oval of light passes from his fingers, taming magic, and the horse's eye glows a deep magical blue. Ian asks it to carry him to the Lord's castle, and the beast stamps once, then folds its legs and kneels in the road, lowering itself so a child can climb into the saddle. From its back, Ian hands out orders like the commander he used to be. Sir Arnold is to follow later and bring radio with him, because the alchemist is part of Ian's plans now, and he is not leaving him behind. Then the boy snaps the reins and is gone, cloak cracking like a flag, leaving a knight captain, a messenger, and a brand new apprentice blinking in the dust. Far to the south, the reason for all this hurry rolls through the forest in white and gold. A royal carriage sways behind its escort, banners up, hooves drumming, and inside it lounges Crown Prince Hayden Grinraver, chin on his hand, bored and beautiful in his blue imperial uniform. As the miles pass, his mind drifts back to the day he left, to a private audience where his father, the Emperor, asked him for a favor before the journey. In that memory, the Emperor stands at the window with his hands clasped behind his back, and what he shares is not small talk, it is a warning. Tower Master Herbert, the strongest mage alive, has been visiting the fifth prince rather often. The whole court watches whom the ivory tower favors, and right now, it looks like the tower has quietly picked Ragnar. Worse, the Emperor says, Ragnar is a clever child, clever enough to be using Herbert to reach for the most gifted people in the Empire before the throne can claim them. And then the Emperor says the name that has traveled 1,000 miles north, Ian Page. Hayden's task is simple and enormous. Win the boy over, lay whatever groundwork it takes to bind that talent to the crown, and do it before the ivory tower gets there first. Anyone who remembers the snowy cabin will feel the chill, because these are the two camps of Ian's first life, and both are now racing toward a boy who already died once in the middle of their game. Alone in the carriage, Hayden's polished manners peel back. He sighs that he can't see how one magician could be worth all this. He seethes that the ivory tower holds countless mages, and not a single one has sided with him, the Crown Prince, while they bow toward his little brother. And in the black of his own thoughts he makes a quiet vow, that on the day he takes the throne, every one of those eyesores will be swept away. A voice at the window pulls him back. The dark-haired rider pacing the carriage is Oliver Raywood, captain of the 2nd Imperial Knight Order, and he suggests, carefully, that it's time to send word ahead to the Mogrian territory, since hosts need time to prepare for a royal guest. Hayden toys with him, then remembers something useful, that Oliver himself was born to a vassal family of the Northern Lord. How far out are they? About 2 days, Oliver reckons. Hayden smiles, and it is not a kind smile. 2 days should be plenty, he says. Send the message now. Let's see how the famous Guardian of the North, the Empire's shield, manages to receive royalty on 2 days' notice. It's a trap dressed as courtesy, aimed at the very lord who has just sworn his house to Ian for 1,000 years. Oliver swallows whatever he thinks of it, bows in the saddle, and answers that it will be done. And so the carriage rolls north, carrying a prince with a grudge toward a boy with a future the prince cannot imagine. The Mogrian estate has never moved this fast. Servants sprint through marble halls, tapestries go up and come down again, and Lord Mogrian barks that not one speck of dust may survive the morning, because the crown prince of the empire will sleep under this roof. Between orders he corners his old butler. Every noble family has arrived except two, and those are on the road. But of the boy mage this entire royal visit revolves around. No word at all. Then a guard at the gate bellows that His Highness is coming. A white and gold carriage rolls through, flanked by mounted knights, banners snapping, hooves hammering the stone. It is the kind of procession the North sees once in a generation. Crown Prince Hayden Grinreaver steps down, blonde and gold-eyed and elegant, every inch the heir. But beneath the pageantry the crowd is whispering a single question. Where is the mage? Lord Mogrian sweats through his fur mantle, picturing the insult of an incomplete receiving line, when a shout of halt cracks across the plaza. A lone horse clatters through the gate at full speed, a small hooded figure clinging to its neck, and dumps its rider in front of the entire northern aristocracy. Ian Page picks himself up, wind-blown and breathless. He tamed this horse with a spell and rode through the night to beat the prince here. But no magic teaches a 12-year-old body horsemanship. The bystanders snicker. This child is the rumoured mage? Lord Mogrian is simply relieved, and the law is the law. The boy carries an imperial order, so the boy stands at the head of the line. The plaza falls quiet as boy and prince meet by the fountain. Are you Ian Page? Hayden asks. Ian answers politely, and behind that calm young face a far older man takes stock, because he has seen this prince before, in another life, and he knows exactly what he is worth. Then Ian's gaze slides past Hayden to three hooded attendants in grey and stops on a smiling woman with short black hair. His blood goes cold. He knows her too. She is a spy for the Coldwood Empire. That evening the great hall glitters with chandeliers and wine. Hayden, who begged his father for this errand, now sulks through it, muttering to his stone-faced knight captain that the wine is the only thing worth consuming, that he hates mingling with these tedious nobles, and that he does not much like that little kid either. The captain answers with silence, and across the murmuring ballroom, composed and pleasant with a glass in her hand, stands the woman Ian marked. Her name is Cecilia, and behind her smile she is turning over two orders recently handed down from Coldwood. First, personally investigate the rumours surrounding Ian Page. Second, if those rumours prove true, kidnap the boy and his mother and deliver them to the Empire. Around her, oblivious nobles gossip about who this child could be and when to start currying his favour. Late that night the answer walks out to the empty training grounds alone. Breezes crackle over the deserted yard as Ian stands in the dark, and from the shadows a voice notes, "There he is." Cecilia decides to check this rumoured ability for herself, starting with something easy. Something to knock him down, maybe. A star of blue light gathers in her palm, and then a volley of magic missiles rips across the yard, splintering the ground where the boy stands. The dust clears, and her eyes go wide. Ian has not moved a step. A translucent dome of light shimmers around him, her bolts scattered off it like rain. One hand raised as if shielding a candle from the wind. "A shield," she breathes. Ian turns his head and asks, flat and cold, "Who are you?" She slips back into character, hand on hip, all warmth. Can he not tell by her magic? She is his distant senior from the ivory tower, and that little barrage was just a friendly greeting. "Is this how you greet others?" Ian asks dryly. She laughs at how a boy so young can talk like that. "Seniors are allowed to tease their juniors," she says. "Don't embarrass." "Cecilia," he says. The word stops her mid-sentence. Then, out of the dark, he finishes it. "Cecilia Calderwalker." Her face shatters, the smile gone, the pupils shrunk. "Who are you?" she stammers. "How do you know that name?" Ian answers that he knows it very well indeed, because in his first life, he was the one who hunted down and cleared out every last Calderwalker. He leans in. He can tell her other names too, if she likes. She snaps at him to stop, but he walks toward her and recites her life's work, alias by alias. Yol, the stable keep for the Molten family. Robin, the imperial secretary. Elio of the 9th National Border Guard. Isabel, head maid of the imperial villa, though he supposes she has not been promoted to head maid quite yet. Then he asks, almost gently, does she know what all those people have in common? She does. Her voice comes out low and stripped of honorifics. Kid. In her eyes, firelight begins to gather. She does not know how he learned those names, she says, but it would have been better for him to pretend he had not. Her hand births a roaring sphere of flame, and she hurls it point blank. The explosion swallows the training ground. Fire climbs the night sky in spirals. Embers rain down, and Cecilia stands silhouetted against the blaze, watching the spot where a 12-year-old boy just stood. The smoke thins. Her breath catches. Ian is standing in the scorched haze, completely untouched, not a thread of his tunic singed. I knew you were a colder walker, he says simply. She forces one last crooked smile. If he knew, then why come out here alone? Inside she is unraveling. Did he really evade that blast? What is this child? Ian answers by raising one arm overhead, unhurried as a conductor lifting his baton. The fact that you would come looking for me here, he says, and she glances up and freezes. The sky above her is full of ice. Dozens upon dozens of frozen lances hang glittering in the dark, every point aimed down at her, conjured while she was busy gloating. Was something I expected, he finishes. The spy came to test a rumor. The trap was waiting before she ever threw the first spell. The night sky over Mogrian splits open with light. 12-year-old Ian Page stands calm on the training grounds, one hand outstretched, and a single spoken spell sends a whole constellation of ice spears screaming across the dark. On the other end of that storm is Cecilia, the Coldwood spy who ended last chapter staring up at a sky already full of his precast lances. She spins, shrieks out a mana barrier, and the world becomes a hammering of ice on glass. Cracks spider across the glowing wall as she braces it with both hands, teeth gritted, and the barrage just keeps coming. Then it gets worse. Through the frost mist, Ian raises his other arm, and above him a ball of fire swells until it lights half the courtyard. Pyroblast. And here is the trap in its full cruelty. A mana barrier demands stillness. She cannot move while she holds it, and she cannot survive what is falling if she does not. The grown mage understands, far too late, that the child has not been attacking her at all. He has been arranging her death like furniture. So she gambles. The barrier drops, she hurls herself sideways in a flash of blue, and the price is paid instantly. Ice slices through her escape, blood spatters her white shirt, and then the fireball lands, a wall of flame that swats her forward through a rain of embers. When the light fades, she is on her knees, scorched, bleeding, and, to her own amazement, alive. And being alive, she starts scheming, because that is what her family trains for. The boy must be drained after a blast like that. There is no evidence she is a spy. Nobody alive takes a child's word over a member of an imperial escort. She will be healed. She will make new plans. She may even walk out of this with her value raised. Somewhere in the smoke, boots are approaching. That is when the boy walks up and finishes her thought out loud. Someone's value is about to go up. He agrees pleasantly. His own. When he sells her. She smiles through the blood and asks if he really believes that is possible. And Ian answers with a name, Coldy Walker, and a promise that lands like a knife between the ribs. There is evidence on her that even her own people do not know about. For the first time all night, the spy's face truly freezes. Then the world arrives. Townsfolk and royal knights in silver and blue pour through the brick archway and stop dead at the scorched, bloody scene. Someone cries her name. Hands lift the wounded woman, and into the rising storm of questions Ian says, flat and clear, that he did it. The knights close in around the small boy. The dark-haired captain demands a full account, and Ian only echoes the question back, unafraid. His testimony is short and devastating. He happened to see this woman speaking with someone in a mask. Because she was seen, she tried to kill him the moment she noticed him. Asked why she is in that ruined state, he offers the simplest defense in the world. He had to live. Asked whether he can prove any of it, the boy shares what he noticed. The two of them kept checking something with their hands, as if searching for a mark on the body. That word, mark, strikes the captain, Oliver Raywood of the 2nd Imperial Night Order, like a bell. Search her body, he orders, and the courtyard erupts. The ivory tower mages traveling with the escort shove forward, shouting that the insult is too much, demanding to know if he has forgotten what they are. The answer they get is the long silver hiss of a knight's sword leaving its scabbard. Raywood does not even raise his voice. This is where the Crown Prince is residing, he says, and a shameful incident has happened in it. Whether it touches the ivory tower or not, dragging the truth into the light is a knight's job. The mages beg to at least treat her wounds first. Treatment, he rules, comes after the search, and it is done. And the search finds nothing. Nothing on her skin, nothing in her clothes, nothing anywhere. The mages practically crow, telling the captain he should be suspecting someone else and demanding her treatment begin at once. Raywood turns to the boy and asks the question that could end a family. Were you lying? Of course not, says Ian, with a small, patient shake of the head. Then he murmurs, excuse me, walks past the knights to the flinching prisoner and lays his hand against the back of her neck. Blue light sinks into skin, and where there was nothing a heartbeat ago, a circle of burning runes rises to the surface, like something floating up through deep water. The crowd gasps as one. A mana seal, someone breathes. Cecilia twists around, demanding to know what he did to her, and Ian smiles and answers sideways. He was only wondering what her hands had been searching for earlier. So this was it. What no one in that courtyard can know, the story knows. Coldie Walker children are branded at their training school, sealed before they are old enough to remember, a mark disclosed to their supervisors, and hidden even from the spies themselves. In his first life, the archmage who hunted that family to extinction spent a full year interrogating a captured supervisor before the secret finally cracked. Tonight, knowledge that once cost a year in a dungeon cost him one gentle touch. Does anyone know what this mark means? Raywood asks. The sweating mages admit they have never seen it. And you, Sir Ian? It is my first time as well, says the boy, lying with the same flawless heartbeat that once sailed through Lord Arran's interrogation magic. The captain lets it stand. Whatever the mark means, under these circumstances it is evidence, so treat her now, inspect the mark after, and prepare a mana prison for both duelists. Then he adds that the incident will be reported to His Majesty, and once the truth is revealed, he does not finish the sentence. He does not need to. The boy who once died of a friend's poison with no proof and no witnesses stands serene in the night, having manufactured proof, witnesses, and a courier straight to the throne, and the woman sent to steal him away is the price of the lesson. Late at night in a lamplit drawing room, Crown Prince Hayden Grinreaver struggled to believe his own briefing. That little kid from a northern village had beaten a third-class mage in open combat. Captain Oliver Raywood confirmed every word, chuckling that the boy had turned out far stronger than anyone guessed, and went further. The first report on Ian Page had been accurate all along. The way that child spoke and held his nerve belonged to no ordinary boy. Hayden turned it over in silence, then decided he would not judge this from a chair. He would take the boy's measure face to face. He ordered the captain to lead him to Ian's quarters, where Ian greeted the Crown Prince with a flawless bow and the mild, harmless face of a humble village child, a mask the old archmage underneath wore without a single crack. By the dark window, Hayden laid out what the palace now knew. One of the mages the ivory tower had sent north was a gifted spy for the Coldwood Empire. Only because Ian fought her in that training yard had her secret been dragged into the light and the woman put in chains. The prince closed his eyes and thanked the boy sincerely. Then came the real move. As a reward, Ian could ask for anything he wished. Behind politely lowered eyes, Ian read the game in an instant. This was no generosity. What a person asks for reveals what kind of person he is, and the prince wanted to know exactly what Ian Page was. Fine, Ian thought. Since the door stood open, he would walk through it. He raised his head and asked, if His Highness allowed, to stop and see the site of the old ivory tower on the road to the imperial palace. The prince actually blinked. Those ruins. There was nothing there worth seeing. Ian clasped his hands and squirmed like a nervous child, saying he knew the place only from stories and had always dreamed of visiting it once. Quietly amused that a boy handed a royal blank check would spend it on sightseeing. Hayden decided the child was simply too young to know better, and granted it. Ian bowed low and hid the sharp little curl of a smile. Under that lowered head, the truth was singing. Deep in the basement of those ruins slept the Book of the Draconic Tongue, the grimoire recording the principle from which time magic itself was built. The same power once carved into the dagger Ian drove through his own heart to undo his murder. In his first life, he found that book only a few years before his death, and even history's greatest mage deciphered no more than its opening. Now he would reach it decades early, and despite himself, his heart began to pound. So the road north gained a detour. A royal carriage rolled through the night forest, and inside it, Vanessa pressed to the window like a girl, marveling that she and Ian had never traveled so far from home. Across from her, the alchemist Redio laid a courtly hand on his chest and promised to personally show Madame Page around the capital, while his son sulked beside him, and Ian watched the old man's gallantry with a long, unamused stare. Then Knuckles rapped on the carriage door. A grey-haired knight with an easy smile, Vice Captain Paul of the Second Imperial Order, announced their arrival. Beyond him, under a crescent moon, the site of the old ivory tower spread out like the dream of a dead age. Pale white arches and broken colonnades, ivy-wrapped towers and silent fountain plazas glowing faintly against the hills. Paul relayed the prince's arrangements. The procession would rest here 2 days, and by His Highness's own order, Sir Ian was free to wander the ruins as he pleased, his companions welcome beside him. Then the vice-captain led the family down to a small stone village near the site, where lanterns burned outside a timbered lodge. In the village square, the elder bowed nearly to the ground, overwhelmed that the crown prince would sleep in their humble corner of the empire, and blessed him for eternity. Hayden just laughed, warm and easy, waving off the flattery. Ian watched from the lantern light's edge, noting with cool interest. So the prince behaves like a decent man in front of ordinary citizens. The memory this stirred was far colder. In Ian's first life, Hayden's face had held nothing for him but gloom and open hostility, because in that life, Ian stood at the side of Ragnar, the fifth prince, this man's rival and eventual destroyer. The hatred had never truly been about Ian at all. Watching the smiling prince now, Ian thought he finally understood why the Emperor fought so hard to protect this son. Then ordinary life tugged at his sleeve. Douglas sidled up, asked his boss when he planned to visit the old tower, and blushingly admitted he wanted to see it too. Ian, who intended to slip into that basement alone in the dead of night, sighed, kept that part to himself, and said they would go together tomorrow. The boy lit up like a festival, sparkling, fists clenched, thanking him over and over, while Ian managed an awkward yes. A little way off, Vanessa and Redio watched the boys walk ahead. Redio observed that his son adored following Sir Ian around, then hesitated and asked the question every adult around this child eventually reaches. Had Sir Ian always been so mature? He hardly seemed 12 at all. Vanessa's smile turned wistful. Ian grew up too quickly, she said. He thinks deeply, just like his father, and though he never says it aloud, she can feel him trying to fill that empty seat in their family, and it makes her sad. Redio mused that the boy takes after his father, then asked carefully whether that father had also been a mage. No, Vanessa said softly. Fran was an ordinary man. Before Ian was ever born, he left for work one day like any other, and never came home. 5 years later, only his keepsakes returned. Her gaze drifted far away, and she began to say that somehow Ian was just like him, then caught herself, smiled, and said it was nothing. The wind moved over the thatched roofs, and the night closed around a father's name spoken for the first time, and a mother's fear she refused to finish out loud. Long before the poison and the fire, back in the life that was stolen from him, Ian Page wandered the world alone. The Great War was over. He had walked away from the ivory tower and the Emperor's side, and he drifted wherever the wind and the stars carried him. One of those aimless roads led him to a ruined hall at the site of the old ivory tower, and he never could decide whether he found it by chance or whether something buried beneath it had been calling him. Now, in his second life, the 12-year-old Ian stands before those same ruins, and they look exactly the way he remembers them. 300 years ago, this ground was a battlefield, where the magicians of the ivory tower fought the Dragonians, black magic-wielding descendants of dragons. The old legend plays through his mind like a storybook. The Dragonians' gargoyle squads were strong enough to bring the empire to its knees, until a prince named Mitchell Greenriver, himself a gifted magician, led the tower's highest mages against them. He crushed the Dragonians, wiped the gargoyles from the sky, then refused the throne he had earned, becoming the ivory tower's master and raising a new tower in the capital. The old one was left to rot. But Ian is not here for history. He picks his way through the broken columns, hunting for one particular patch of floor, and when his hand passes over a certain stone slab, it answers with a pale blue glow. Stone grinds against stone, the slab drags itself aside, and a hidden stairway exhales cold, ancient air into the night. He was right. He descends without a moment's hesitation. One whispered spell sends an orb of light floating up into the black, and a vast underground hall blooms out of the shadows, rows of pillars marching into the distance. And there, crouched on its pedestal, waits the thing he came knowing he would find. A stone gargoyle, wings folded, one eye glinting a deep, unnatural purple. Even expecting it, his skin prickles. The first time he saw it, in his first life, it nearly stopped his heart. Then the stone cracks. Shards flake away from the fanged jaws, and the statue tears itself to life, a living gargoyle screeching from its perch before launching straight at him, a species believed extinct for 3 centuries, and one has been hiding under the dead tower all along. Its first strike blasts a crater into the floor where Ian stood a heartbeat earlier, and then it dives again from above, with its claws spread wide. Ian answers with water. An aqua ball condenses in his palm, a swirling blue sphere trailing ribbons of current, and he hurls it into the beast's face. The explosion fills the hall, spray and shattered stone crashing between the pillars. In his old body he could have erased this creature with a single breath. In this one, he notes grimly, he actually has to spend power. And sure enough, through the settling mist, the gargoyle comes for him again. The fight turns close and ugly. The monster growls low, wheeling between the pillars, and for one cold instant, Ian sees himself reflected in that huge violet eye. A small boy in a travel cloak, facing down a nightmare. Claws rake the stone, shock waves slap dust into the air, and he keeps slipping clear by inches. Then a magic circle flares beneath his boots. He crouches, lets the beast commit, and calls Ice Spear. The air fills with frozen lances, and the volley rips across the hall and shreds the gargoyle in mid-flight. Its scream tears through the dark. Ian is already finishing it. Golden lightning crawls up his arm and rings his fist, sparks lighting his face from below. And with a single word, lightning, he pulls the sky down indoors. The bolt splits the darkness and hammers the gargoyle into a blazing pillar of fire, the purple of its eyes guttering out inside the flames. Ian stands before the inferno, cloak whipping, utterly calm. A heavy thud rolls through the dark as the carcass drops, and that, Ian knows, is the key turning in the lock. Right on schedule, the chamber floor begins to shake. A square seam ignites in the paving, and a hidden hatch grinds open onto a pit of pure blackness. He allows himself a small smile, exactly the same as his previous life. He casts Featherfall and steps off the edge, drifting down into the deep like a falling leaf. He lands soft as snowfall in a second, deeper vault, and there it is. On a raised altar, under a pale shaft of light, lies a single book, its cover worked in golden diamonds, the Dragon Tongue book. The true reason he asked Prince Hayden for these ruins as his reward found a full night ahead of plan. He wonders who hid it down here behind a living guardian, the dragons themselves, or the first magician, the legend the Tower Master once compared Ian to, without knowing how right he was. Dragon Tongue is the language Ian never fully deciphered even at the height of his first life. And it is the root of time magic itself, the power inside the dagger that carried him back. If he can master it now, everything changes. He opens the cover, and his thoughts stop dead. The page is blank. He flips faster, page after page, every one of them empty. Then the truth closes over him like ice water. The book is empty because its power has already been spent by him. The night he drove that dagger through his own heart on a glowing blue circle, the words themselves were consumed. So he tries the other door. He still remembers fragments of Dragon Tongue from his first life, and he tries to recite them, and his voice simply does not come out. His throat moves, and nothing is born, because Dragon Tongue was never a language of the voice. It is rooted in magic, spoken through magic, and words that have vanished from the world can never be spoken again. The conclusion is clean and final. Without Dragon Tongue there is no time magic, and without time magic there is no going back. Ian closes his eyes and almost laughs. He had wondered whether he could return to the past again and again until he got everything right. Better to learn the answer now. There are no more resets. This second life is the only one he gets, and it has just become far more significant. The shout comes down the column at last. They are arriving. Grin Rivadium, the imperial capital, opens up beneath the mountains like a city carved from white stone, crowned by a palace complex that looks more cathedral than castle. Its walls hung with crimson lion banners. The escort rolls through the great gate, hooves clattering on paved streets, and from the carriage window, a 12-year-old boy watches the crowds with eyes far too old for his face. Ian Page has finally reached the heart of the Empire, and he reminds himself of one thing. From this moment on, he must be on his guard. His mind goes first to the prisoner. Somewhere behind him, in a barred wagon, sits Cecilia Coldowalker, the spy he unmasked and defeated, still silent, still staring at the floor. Ian runs the cold arithmetic. If she ever escapes and carries word home, the Coldwood Empire will learn that he knows their hidden bloodline exists, and from that day they will watch him, hem him in, complicate everything. Annoying in more ways than he can count. Then the column stops dead. A voice cracks across the inner gate like a whip, ordering the procession to halt, and when the dust settles, an old man stands in the road with a gnarled staff and rows of grey-hooded mages at his back. Herbert Leon, master of the Ivory Tower, the most powerful mage alive, the same man who once called Ian a dangerous existence from the safety of the Emperor's council chamber. Now he is here in person, hand raised against the Crown Prince's own escort. The Knight Captain dismounts hard and demands to know what authority lets anyone stop His Highness's column. Herbert answers with a single weapon, and it is the only one he needs. An imperial edict. He produces the sealed scroll almost lazily, explaining that the Emperor has delegated everything concerning the captured spy to the Ivory Tower, the investigation, the observation, all of it. The captain's eyes narrow, an edict issued before the escort even reached the gates. Someone was in a very great hurry, and everyone standing in that road knows it. Herbert pats the man's shoulder like a grandfather sending a boy to bed, tells him to go rest after the long journey, and orders the criminal handed over. The captain snaps back through clenched teeth that Cecilia is not yet a criminal, that until the facts are out she is still a mage of the Ivory Tower, and Herbert should watch his words. It changes nothing. The old man simply turns and walks away with his staff, and the prisoner belongs to the tower. Behind him the knights boil over, cursing that they did the bleeding, and the mages get the prize, while their captain's fist shakes at his side. From the carriage, chin resting on his hand, Ian watches it all with perfect calm. He can see exactly what this is. The tower is not protecting a comrade, it is protecting its pride, because letting knights interrogate an ivory tower mage would be an unbearable humiliation. So Cecilia will vanish into the deepest dungeon the tower owns, while old men decide how to bury the embarrassment. And even a Coldwood spy will not find it easy to crawl out of that place. When his mother Vanessa asks nervously what all the fuss is about, Ian tells her it is nothing to worry about. Privately, he means it. His enemies have just locked away his problem for him. The prince's detour, though, catches even Ian off balance. The carriages roll up to a chateau estate with gardens and a tiered fountain, and the boy steps out and simply stops breathing for a moment. He knows this place. In his first life, this exact estate was his reward for reaching 5th class, bestowed years from now by the man who would one day poison his wine. Crown Prince Hayden strolls up beside him, golden-eyed and pleased, and announces that His Majesty has specially granted this estate to Ian. Ian bows and says it is truly an honor, while history quietly repeats itself around him. Inwardly, he almost laughs. He was 26 when he first earned these grounds. He is receiving them again 14 years early, in a body that still trips over its own feet. Hayden proposes that the family settle here, while he and Ian continue on to greet the Emperor. And Ian, hesitating like any nervous child, asks for one small favor first. May he look around the estate with his mother, just for a moment? The prince laughs and waves him off to do exactly that, and Ian's face lights up like the boy he is pretending to be. Inside, under chandeliers and sweeping staircases, Vanessa turns in a slow circle and asks if people actually live in places like this, grander than the Territory Lord's castle. Ian tells her the words he has been waiting 2 lifetimes to say. This is our home, and beneath the joke of her stunned face sits the truth he carries alone. When he first won this estate, his mother was already in the ground. No matter how amazing a mage he became, her death was the one thing all his magic could never change. She died ill and alone while he collected honors, and the manor of the imperial family stood empty of the only guest he wanted. But it is different now. Everything he wanted to do for her, everything he wanted to do beside her, all of it can finally be fulfilled. So he asks, heart actually pounding, what she thinks of the place. Vanessa considers the marble hall solemnly and delivers her verdict. It is very spacious and beautiful, and because it is so spacious, how on earth is she supposed to clean it all? Ian stands there, the 8th class archmage, utterly defeated. Then he makes a new vow, as serious as any oath he has ever sworn. From now on, his mother will never have to dirty her hands again. The imperial palace swallows him next, red banners and gold gates, and for once Ian admits to himself that he is a little nervous. He never met the current emperor in his past life. By the time Ian graduated from the academy and began to understand the world, the old man was already bedridden at death's door. History remembers Emperor Terry Grinreaver for his judgment and his wisdom, and Ian, walking the long corridor, decides it would be good to learn from such a man while he still can. Then, through a window, he sees it, the prince's palace, and the thought he has been holding down all day surfaces at last. Somewhere in those walls lives the 5th prince, a concubine's son, the child said to be most like the emperor, except cold where his father is merciful. Ragnar, the friend of a lifetime and the worst enemy of it, the man who feared Ian enough to poison his wine and burn his home. Ian's fist tightens until it trembles. If they meet in this life, what exactly should he do to him? The question has no answer yet, and now there are no second chances left to find one in. He closes his eyes, breathes, and lets his face go smooth again. An attendant bows him forward, through gilded doors taller than trees, saying simply, "This way, Sir Ian. His Majesty is waiting for you." And the boy who once ruled battlefields folds his hands, squares his small shoulders, and steps toward the throne room of the Empire. The gilded doors of the imperial throne room swing open, and 12-year-old Ian Page walks alone down a red carpet, long enough to humble kings. Stained glass towers over him, courtiers whisper along the walls, and on the raised throne sits Emperor Terry Grinreaver, golden-eyed and mustached in blue military splendor. Ian, in his formal cream court coat, sinks to one knee in flawless obeisance, and the Emperor, faintly amused, bids the boy lift his head. The praise that follows comes wrapped in a test. The Emperor genially remarks that a village child needn't strain at manners no one ever taught him, and Ian goes still inside, word for word. That is what Ragnar said to him at their first meeting, a lifetime ago. Kneeling before the father of his future murderer, Ian studies the resemblance between them and keeps his face perfectly, carefully young. The small talk stays pleasant and pointed. Was the journey tiring? Does he like the mansion that once belonged to the imperial family? Ian pictures the cheerful Crown Prince Hayden, who escorted him here, waving from a sunny window, and answers honestly for once. It is a luxury beyond anything he could have imagined, and his mother is happy there. The courtiers murmur at a commoner chatting with the Emperor. The Emperor simply watches. Then the pleasantries drop away. Does Ian understand why he was summoned? Why a crown prince was sent to fetch him? Why a mansion was waiting the day he arrived? Ian weighs being direct. Ragnar always prized straightforward people, and this man cut from the same cloth probably does too. But no, he decides, it is far too early to show his true face. Until he has taken everything he wants from this court, he will be exactly what he appears, a 12-year-old boy. So he blinks up at the throne and offers, in a child's guileless voice, that perhaps it's because people say his magic is a little special. The Emperor repeats the answer back, unconvinced, and asks if the boy truly thinks that is all. Silence stretches over the carpet, and it is Hayden who cracks first, stepping in to protest that a young child can hardly be expected to understand politics. Privately, the prince is astonished. His father is actually taking someone seriously, which means backing this boy is the smartest move at court. The Emperor folds his arms and lets it go. At last, the real agenda arrives. The Emperor confirms he thinks highly of Ian's talents, praised by knights and magicians alike, and reminds the hall that catching the Coldwood spy Cecilia was a genuine service to the Empire, one that deserves a reward no matter the hero's age. So name it, he says. Anything. Ian stands small and alone on that vast red carpet, having rehearsed this exact moment for days, keeps his hands demurely clasped like a nervous schoolboy, and asks to go sightseeing. The Emperor's golden eye narrows on the word. Ian, blushing precisely on cue, explains that he'd like to tour the Imperial Palace so he can tell his mother how beautiful it is. Hayden leaps in again, adding that the boy also hoped to see the site of the old ivory tower, natural curiosity, surely, for a child, and urges his father to grant something so harmless. Behind lowered lashes, Ian allows himself the ghost of a smile, because the trap has just closed exactly as designed. The Emperor agrees and orders the imperial seal brought out. An attendant places the ornate golden plate in Ian's small hands and explains its weight. With this seal, most of the palace stands open to him, and any royal guard shown it will act as his personal guide. The Emperor asks if that is honestly all the reward he wants. Ian answers that he couldn't possibly ask for more. Very well, says the Emperor with a smile. Then he will choose the rest himself. What follows is calculated generosity. A chest heaped with gold is carried glittering into the hall, and behind it file ranks of imperial maids, the very women who tend the imperial family's private residences, bowing in perfect unison. They will be sent to Ian's mansion to keep his household comfortable. Ian's inner voice goes dry. It seems his mother won't need to worry about cleaning anymore, the exact promise he made Vanessa in that echoing chateau only days ago. He gives his formal thanks, and the audience ends with one small figure walking back out through doors built for giants. Alone in the corridor, Ian turns the seal over in his hand and reads the man he just left. That emperor does not like him. That emperor suspects him, and probably suspects everyone, because suspicion is the foundation of ruling, and Ragnar positively enjoyed it. Like father, like son, down to the bone. He shakes the thought off. There is work to do tonight, and not much time to do it. The seal works like magic of its own. In the sunlit palace gardens, a royal guard challenges the wandering young magician, then snaps to eager attention the moment the golden plate catches the light, His Majesty's own instruction. Ian sweetly asks the way to the garden and lets himself be led, planning to look around only briefly before slipping away to his real destination. And soon he stands alone on a quiet lawn, facing a colonnaded sanctuary of white stone. The imperial family's safe haven. He is finally here. Memory drifts in, faded to sepia. In his first life, he stood on this very spot beside a young prince named Ragnar, who confessed how much he loved this place, sacred ground where generations served the emperor and empress, forbidden to everyone without imperial blood. A mere prince couldn't enter yet, Ragnar said, smiling, but in the future he would. That future came with a crown, and with poisoned wine in a snowbound cabin. Night settles, and the braziers crackle. Ian slides along the wall and peers around the corner. One guard is already snoring in his chair, and just to be safe, Ian breathes a soft sleep spell over the other, dropping him where he stands. Inside, the vaults swallow every sound. He conjures a floating light and hunts through the pillared dark among the stone coffins, reasoning that what he seeks should rest near the first emperor's own. Then the light catches something, and Ian freezes, one wide blue eye reflecting the glow. After all the bowing, the blushing, the perfect little boy theatre, he has found it. Deep beneath the imperial palace, in the dead of night, the safe haven holds its breath. In the sanctuary where emperors sleep in stone coffins, the one place only royal blood may enter, a 12-year-old guest in banquet finery is quietly robbing the imperial family. Ian Page has found what he came for. In a dark corner, lit by his floating mage light, a cluster of stone heart mushrooms glows against the stone. A blade of ice flashes once, shears the stalks clean, and the archmage tucks his poisonous harvest into a cloth pouch, like a man crossing off the first item on a very dangerous list. He never gets to finish congratulating himself. A voice echoes in from the entrance, someone protesting, someone else giving in, and Ian's blood runs cold. He snuffs his light with a whisper, and the vault drops into blackness. Footsteps click closer across the checkered floor. The boy who once leveled armies presses himself behind a pillar among the coffins, sweating because nobody should be here at this hour, himself included. Two figures step into the hall, a young mage in a grey hooded cape, nervous as a cat, escorting a blonde girl he addresses by a title that makes Ian sag against his pillar in relief. A princess, not a guard, not an assassin, not the one name he actually fears. The girl argues her case like she has rehearsed it. Hardly anyone visits the sanctuary. No sound escapes its walls, and since managing the place is her duty, her escort has a perfect excuse to be inside checking its spells. Ian puts a name to the face. Hayley Grinriver, Crown Prince Hayden's little sister. And under the relief runs a darker note. Whoever this is, at least it is not Ragnar. Her companion, Sir Kevin, keeps circling the obvious question. Why not simply inform the ivory tower? She rounds on him. He knows exactly how dangerous the tower is. Then she clasps her hands, turns the royal charm up to full, and declares her ancestors will surely forgive a little trespassing done for the sake of her father the emperor and her brother the crown prince. Kevin sighs the sigh of a man who lost this argument long ago. And then the secret lesson begins. Kevin asks whether she remembers the basics from last time. She does. On his word she concentrates, feels for the mana, and a small orb of light blooms above her palm. Behind his pillar, Ian nearly gives himself away. The princess of the Grinreaver Empire is casting magic, even as she pouts that her light came out embarrassingly small. Ian's mind reels back through his first life. Hayley Grinreaver lived like a bird in a cage. When Ragnar seized the throne and had the crown prince executed, she followed her brother quietly into death. A woman in mourning dress fading by a window, that was all history ever gave her. Yet this Hayley hides a mage's talent, and concealing talent from the ivory tower is a serious crime, just like learning magic outside the tower and the academy. Kevin, a mage himself, knows exactly what law he breaks every time he teaches her. The lesson winds down in comedy. Hayley asks for something more destructive next time, a volcano perhaps, and enjoys watching poor Kevin nearly faint before admitting she was joking. Then she stiffens and spins around. She thought she heard something. She frets that a witness would be dangerous, then soothes her rattled tutor with the fact that settles everything. Only the imperial family can enter this place. Somewhere behind a pillar, the most dangerous human being alive keeps very, very still. By the time Ian walks out past the temple columns, dawn has gilded the sky. He learned many truths in there. Hayley Grinreaver is a mage, and if she would rather commit a crime than let the ivory tower know it, the reason writes itself. She is guarding against the tower master, the man backing the fifth prince, Ragnar. Even the princess who lived like a caged bird can see which way the knives are pointing. In the palace gardens, his royal escort asks politely whether the young mage enjoyed his sightseeing. Ian answers with a boy's easy smile that he enjoyed it very much. Privately, he tallies it differently. He lingered longer than planned, but with mushrooms in his pouch and a royal secret in his head, the trip has paid for itself. Home is the chateau the crown handed him, the estate he earned at 26 in his first life, delivered 14 years early. Redio greets him at the door. His mother is off managing the servants the emperor sent, and Douglas is loose in the halls, loudly discovering how enormous the place is. Perfect, Ian decides. Everyone is busy. He steers his alchemist into a side room and shuts the door. The request is simple, the ingredient is not. Ian sets down the pouch and asks Redio to brew a potion from stoneheart mushrooms, a poison that numbs the heart and, in quantity, stops it outright. The alchemist stares at the child calmly, handing him heart-stopping toxin, and what unsettles him most is the shape of the order. Not a poison, a potion. Ian answers the unspoken question with a question. Does Redio know of interrogation magic? He does. Then he understands the job. Ian needs a potion that lets him slip that spell, the magic that reads truth from a beating heart. He walked through Lord Aaron's version back in his village on pure archmage nerve, but the ivory tower holds stronger casters and sharper suspicions, and nerve is not a plan. Redio cannot promise anything until he experiments and asks if it is urgent. The faster the better, Ian tells him. The answer to how fast arrives on cue. A maid knocks with a letter from the ivory tower, all flowery script and dripping courtesy. The tower, like the imperial family, is eager to meet the famous young mage, and though such greetings should wait until a student enters the academy, surely a boy this outstanding counts as one already. In exactly 1 week they will hold a modest gathering, and he is asked to accept. 1 week. Redio nearly chokes, then rallies. Not impossible, provided he gives up sleeping. Ian apologizes and leaves it to him. The organization that snatched Cecilia from imperial justice, the power behind Ragnar's future throne, has just set a date, and the countdown on that little potion has already begun. A royal carriage rattles down a country road, and inside sits a 12-year-old boy, carrying the most dangerous secret in the empire. Ian Page turns a small bottle of dark liquid over in his fingers, the potion Redio brewed from the stoneheart mushrooms smuggled out of the imperial family's forbidden sanctuary. 1 swallow, and for exactly 2 hours his heartbeat cannot be read. 2 hours to sit before the empire's finest mages, be tested by magic that smells out every lie, and lie to their faces anyway. That vial is the entire margin between him and ruin. Then the window fills with white. The ivory tower rises out of the horizon, an immense pale spire over a domed fortress, and something in Ian's chest tightens that no potion can steady. This is where his first life happened, where he rose, became the monster kings feared, and left everything behind. Now, in a child's body, with his murderer's backer waiting at the top, he thinks the quiet thought of every returning ghost. He is back. The carriage halts before the grand arched entrance, where a cheerful attendant with round glasses and twin braids welcomes him like an honored guest and offers to lead him to the tower master herself. Ian follows, composed outside, cataloguing everything inside. The entrance hall is all marble columns, chandeliers and carpeted stairs, and Ian almost smiles, because not one stone has changed from the tower he knew in a future only he remembers. The guide brings him to a railed platform where a golden disc glows in the floor, a manor elevator that runs straight to the top floor, reserved for the highest ranks alone. Ian steps onto the disc. The attendant bows herself away, and a golden circle ignites under his boots. He rises alone through the tower's vaulted heart in a column of light, and there, where no eyes can reach him, he drinks the vial down in one motion. 2 hours, starting the moment before he steps into the trap. When the light sets him down at the top floor, the boy who steps off wears a perfectly steady face. A huge grey double door creaks open on its own, spilling white light, and a voice calls him in by name. Tower Master Herbert Leon. Long grey hair, goatee, the strongest mage alive in this era, greets him warmly from a gilded chair. But as Ian's eyes adjust, the room shows its teeth. Rows of high-ranking magicians seated along both walls, arms crossed, every gaze fixed on the boy. Herbert chuckles that he shouldn't be intimidated. This is simply the tradition for anyone accepted as an ivory tower magician. Ian settles into the lone chair at the center and reads the theater instantly. The staging, the silent rows, the elevated master, all designed to press obedience into a newcomer from the first minute. Herbert spreads his hands almost apologetically. The boy is so capable, he says, that it has crossed the line into suspicious. But mages are brothers of manner, bound tighter than blood, so why not clear away every doubt and start fresh? Ian asks dryly whether that means torture, and Herbert bursts out laughing. Nothing so barbaric, just questions to answer. Then his eyes ignite with cold blue light, and interrogation magic settles over the room like a drawn blade. Ian agrees pleasantly, while under his ribs a doctored heart beats out a perfect, unreadable rhythm. It is the same lie-detecting art an examiner once aimed at him on assessment day, and he has been beating it ever since. A glowing script panel unfurls in the air, and the gauntlet begins. His file is read back to him. Born in the Empire in year 488, Father Pran Page, a wandering adventurer. Mother Vanessa, a servant in the Lord's castle, and asked if any of it is false. Ian answers evenly that all of it is true. An elder probes his ties to the alchemist Ledio, and Ian gives the cover story he built weeks ago, a frail mother, a need for constant medicine, a Lord's introduction. Every word slides through the truth magic, without a ripple. Then come the sharp questions. Why did he really visit the old ivory tower ruins? He read about the place in books, he says, and always wanted to see it. And Cecilia, the spy who has stayed silent since her capture. Does he stand by his statement that she met a masked stranger and tried to kill him for witnessing it? Ian lets his voice tremble just enough and says he's certain. He thought he was going to die. The manufactured testimony he invented over her beaten body, and the tower's own magic now stamps it as gospel. The last question should be the killing one. Has he truly never learned magic from anyone? This child uses fireball, spirit summoning, even frost nova, and they warn him not to claim it simply happened. So Ian, wide-eyed and innocent, explains that spells just appear in his mind. He imagined fire floating above his palm, for instance, and as he says it, flame blooms alive over his open hand, chantless, effortless. One day, he says, Imagining simply became reality. The room detonates. Elders shout over each other that it's impossible, absurd, while Herbert sits very still behind his laced fingers, because the tower's strongest interrogation magic keeps returning the same verdict. Every word is true. His mind goes where it went once before in the Emperor's Hall, to the legendary first magician, who used magic with no teacher at all. Either this child is that legend reborn, or he can bypass a master's truth spell, and no small boy could hold that much mana. Herbert stares at the calm child, with a flame dancing on his fingertips, reaches the edge of the impossible, and deliberately steps back from it. And that is when a chair scrapes back hard. A red-haired mage is on her feet, eyes burning, demanding to know why everyone keeps wasting time on trivialities. The room gasps. Helene, show respect, but she talks straight over them. Aren't they all gathered here to find the truth? Then she levels her gaze at the boy in the center chair and asks the only question that matters, the one Ian drank a stolen mushroom potion to survive. Who, exactly, is he? The chamber goes dark and silent around the question, and there the chapter leaves it hanging. The red-haired mage is still on her feet, and she is not backing down. Forget the polite questions, she snaps. Let the boy say out loud, with his own mouth, exactly who he is. Ian looks at her, and his first life supplies the name. Helene, the youngest fourth-class high mage the Ivory Tower ever produced before him. Brilliant, hot-blooded, and so quick to ignite that the whole tower called her the Woman of Fire. And the archmage in a 12-year-old body answers like a bored schoolboy. Doesn't she already know? Everything about him is hanging right there in the air, written in glowing blue script by the tower's own truth magic. Name, Ian Page. Born in the Empire in the year 488, under the sign of the Red Capricorn. Then he tilts his head and adds the little knife twist. Or is it that she never learned to read? Her knuckles crack white, her eyes go ember red, and she is one breath from setting the chamber alight when Tower Master Herbert's voice slams down like a gavel and cuts her off mid-snarl. The hall goes still, and the temperature of the room changes. Ian Page, he says. One final question, and then Herbert reaches all the way back to assessment day in the north. There was a commotion that day, was there not? A garrison soldier named Jonathan, the drunk who insulted the boy and his mother in front of the whole village. That soldier was found dead the very next morning, and, Herbert adds almost gently, the body carried a faint trace of mana. So, was Ian involved in that man's death? The chamber holds its breath, and we already know the truth. Ian paralyzed that man in the dark and tipped him off a bridge himself. Inside, Ian almost smiles. This is why the man runs the Ivory Tower, and he sees both jaws of the trap at once. An innocent country boy accused of murder should tremble, stammer, panic, but Ian's heart is currently locked behind Radio's mushroom potion, flat and unreadable, and that is the second jaw. If his heartbeat stays perfectly serene while he is being accused of killing a man, that calm itself becomes the confession. So he makes a decision no one in the room can see. This was declared the final question, which means the potion has done its job. Quietly, invisibly, Ian dispels the potion's effect right there in the chair, unlocking his own living heart for the tower's magic to hear. Then he lifts his eyes and tells them he will give them the answer they all want. He had nothing to do with it. The words drop, and his heart hammers, loud and quick and human, the racing pulse of a frightened child, which is exactly what innocence is supposed to sound like. The seated mages flinch. Somewhere in the room hangs the unspoken question. Is that a lie? Herbert leans in and presses once more. Nothing to do with it at all. Yes, the boy says, plain as bread, while the biggest lie of the hearing thumps away in his chest. And the Tower Master eases back. Of course, there is no way this child could have killed a soldier. Then Herbert opens his hand and shows the hook. That detail about mana traces on the corpse? He invented it. There was never any such evidence. The man simply stumbled off a bridge dead drunk and drowned. An accident in every record, exactly as Ian staged it. The boy says nothing at all. Herbert thanks him for tolerating such a rude question, promises a shared meal afterward, and apologizes because one procedure still remains. Here is the procedure. The ivory tower has never in its history seen an ability like this boy's. Spells that simply appear in his mind, a power they have no book for. Guesswork will not do, so they need a real measurement of his actual capacity and how far he might still grow. Herbert names the pale crystal orb standing before Ian. The mana accumulator, the engine that drives most of the tower's workings. Empty, it sits colorless and dull. The more mana poured into it, the deeper its azure burns. Inject your mana, Herbert says, all of it. They are hunting for his limit. Walking toward the orb, Ian runs the numbers the way he always does. The accumulator tops out around the mana of a third-class master. The safe play is obvious. Charge it to a second-class master's level. Impressive but explainable, just enough to shrink their suspicion and buy him a comfortable seat in the tower. But, out of the darkness of his first life, an older voice asks, why should he? He was never a sage, never a statesman remembered by history. He was merely an 8th-class magician, a man who watched, calculated the best move, and took it. Behind the boy at the glowing orb rises the ghost of who he was, the silver-haired archmage with his ancient staff on a blood-dark field. Power, wealth, fame, he could hand all of it over without blinking. Everything except his magic. Anything but magic. In both lives, Ian Page has never once allowed another living soul to stand above him in the one thing that is his. And that terrible pride, the very pride that once drove a frightened prince to poison his oldest friend, comes roaring up through a child's arms. He pours. The orb ignites from pale to burning azure. Wind screams in rings around the chamber, and thin white cracks go spidering across the crystal, until, with a sound like the sky splitting, the mana accumulator bursts apart. The shockwave staggers the hall. Robed masters throw their arms across their faces as shards and gale scour the room. And when the wind dies, a small boy stands panting over a split, grey, dead husk of stone. Herbert stares without a word. Helene has gone pale. The Empire's finest mages can only ask each other how any of this is possible. Then someone lifts a broken shard and says the thing nobody wants to say. The accumulator's ceiling was a third-class master's mana, and this 12-year-old just blew straight through it. Not second class, not the careful, modest lie he planned at the foot of the orb. Ian stands with his fist over his pounding heart, sweat on his jaw, and something like defiance in his eyes. Helene asked who he really is. The shattered stone on the floor is his answer. The shards of the mana accumulator have barely been swept up, and the ivory tower is already in an uproar. In a sunset council chamber, the tower's high-ranking magicians sit around one table, and every argument circles the same 12-year-old. The rumors were all true, one of them says, and a fist comes down on the wood. The boy has to be at least a 4th-class master. Strip away the tower master himself, another insists, and Ian Page stands level with everyone seated in this room. The most powerful mages in the Empire are talking about a child the way generals talk about an approaching army. Then the knives come out. One mage brings up the dead soldier Jonathan. The question Herbert sprang at the hearing, and claims the boy's frightened reaction was not fear at all, but a lie. Before that accusation can catch fire, others push a different plan. The tower must learn to control Ian before he grows into something dangerous. Skip the academy entirely, waive admission, graduation, even the 5-year territory service, and pour everything into making him loyal to the ivory tower as fast as possible. Herbert Leon, listening from the head seat, calls the idea harsh and correct. And when the murder suspicion comes up again, the tower master flatly cuts it off. That is not what matters now, he says, eyes cold. His reasoning is pure ivory tower. As long as they hold interrogation magic, the boy can never lie to them, or so Herbert believes, unaware that Ian has already beaten that magic twice. And the tower's true purpose has never been justice. It is status. The stronger its magicians, The higher the ivory tower stands against every foreign empire. A monster in the making is not a threat to be buried, it is an asset to be owned. So the verdict lands. Ian Page is officially recognized as the 12th high-ranking magician of the Ivory Tower, and Herbert proposes announcing the birth of a new 4th-class mage to the world. Someone suggests personal training under the high mages themselves, given his age, and the table hums with approval. Then Herbert asks the question that will shape everything. Who will take charge of the boys' training? A single hand rises. A voice says they will do it, and the chapter keeps that volunteer's face hidden. Days later, Ian stands outside the gleaming white tower, quietly amused at his own speed. He expected recognition eventually, just not this fast. A nervous voice calls his name, and a girl in a hood hurries up, braids, freckles, round glasses, the young mage he met on his first visit. A 4th-class high-ranking magician at 12, she breathes. The crazy rumor was actually true, and Ian wonders exactly what version of him is circulating out there. She introduces herself with the letter he already received. For the next year, she will be his assistant magician. Then Ian politely tells her to speak comfortably, since she is technically his senior, and the word detonates her on the spot. She short-circuits, glasses flashing, then rallies and declares that, as his senior, she will personally guide him around the Ivory Tower. The Archmage, who once commanded battlefields, thanks her and follows. The tour brings them to a columned complex, like a marble temple, the tower's academy. Today was supposed to be his enrollment day, she explains, but instead he will be trained one-on-one by high-ranking magicians. Ian smiles and translates the honor in his head. Personal training is the official excuse. The real goal is to raise him into the tower's obedient dog, and he can smell Herbert's hand all over it. Then something catches him off guard. Across the courtyard, an instructor is teaching a cluster of robed students, and Ian recognizes them, his own academy batch from the first life. Once, he stood exactly where they stand, and every one of them died in the first unifying war. The memory drops into a sunset graveyard, the adult Ian alone among rows of headstones, a man who believed he would never see those faces again. Now they are alive, laughing in the sun. They can never be close the way they were, he admits, but if they cross paths, he will still greet them. The last stop is his own door. His personal research lab, she announces, freshly tidied with cleaning magic, and when the doors swing open, Ian goes still. It is the exact room he worked in during his previous life, handed to him 7 years early. Her chatter fills in the history. 300 years ago, the tower held 24 high-ranking magicians. Fewer than half remain, so the rooms sit empty. The tower is a shrinking elite, and it just invited a wolf inside. She leaves to fetch the magician in charge of his training, and alone in the quiet, Ian runs his hand along the old desk and lays out his real plan. Now that he holds a high-ranking magician's authority, there is exactly one thing left to do: build a new faction inside the Ivory Tower itself. Because he knows the calendar. Within 6 years, Ragnar begins moving on the tower, and the pro-Ragnar bloc that will one day hand his killer this institution is led by Tower Master Herbert, the same man who just fast-tracked Ian's rank. Ian means to raise a group that can oppose it before it ever forms. The problem is loyalty. The tower's mages follow Herbert because of his overwhelming power and class, which means matching the Tower Master is not enough. Ian must surpass him. The ambition swells into a vision of giant hands closing over the white spire. One day, he will rule the entire Ivory Tower. Until then, patience, play the obedient child, because in this small body, even 5th class is out of reach for now. He is mid-sigh when the lab door slams open hard enough to make the future ruler of the tower flinch like an actual 12-year-old. Boots stride in with a lazy greeting, and Ian turns, and his heart sinks. Of all the mages in this tower, it had to be her, Helene, the red-haired woman of fire, the prodigy he mocked in front of the entire hearing, the mage who watched him shatter the accumulator and her records with it. That hidden raised hand at the council was hers. She shuts the door, smiles like a lit fuse, and greets her new student, the arrogant brat. His teacher holds a grudge, and the lesson is about to begin. She doesn't knock, she just appears in his doorway with that fox smile, and the first thing out of Helene's mouth is a taunt, "Long time no see, arrogant brat." Of every high mage in the ivory tower, they handed him to her. The woman of fire, the one he humiliated twice at the hearing, her grudge on full display. And she goes straight for the wound, needling him about the mana accumulator he shattered into glittering pieces in front of the entire council. When the boy dares to object, she simply upgrades her verdict. Arrogant doesn't cover it anymore. Then she gets down to business, boots clicking across his floor, and lays out what his education is supposed to look like. Etiquette, tower history, magic theory, academy material, all of it. But the tower master has ordered Ian taught inside the tower itself, because if this 12-year-old ever sat in an academy classroom, every student in the building would quietly give up on magic. Ian says nothing. He knows a leash when someone describes one to him. And then Helene snaps her fingers. Every book on the shelves tears itself into the air at once, a whole library spiraling around her like startled birds. And she asks the only question she actually cares about. What good is any of this paper? She lets them crash to the floor. Dull lessons, she declares, are not her craft. The old men can drill him on manners. What interests her is a name, Cecilia. She leans down until she's level with the boy's face. He beat her, didn't he? Because Helene had been watching Cecilia for years. A real name in combat magic. Maybe the only one who might someday have closed the gap on Helene herself, wasted on being a foreign spy of all things. And this child took her down in a night duel behind a training ground. Just as quickly, the storm becomes sunshine. "Well then," says the teacher, "time to teach." She plants a hand on his head like he's a puppy and delivers her first lecture. Magicians come in kinds. The ones forged for combat, fire blooming in a hooded fist. The supporters, leaning on their staves, holding others up. The researchers, buried alive in their books by choice, and everyone who fits nowhere at all. Those, in her personal taxonomy, are garbage. So, she asks, sparkling, "Which kind is she?" Ian answers in the flattest voice a 12-year-old body can produce. The first, obviously. She beams like he's passed an exam. In combat, she figures, no one alive compares to her, and unlike the greybeards forever lecturing about the dignity of a high-ranking magician, she has no intention of teaching from a lectern. She'll do this her way. And with that she turns on her heel and tells him to follow. He follows. She reminds him, sweetly, that objecting isn't a right he possesses. Ian walks in silence, out of the tower halls and into open sky, white columns and arches against the pines, the ivory tower's outdoor training grounds spread wide under the morning light. She spreads her arms in the middle of it and makes the rules simple. He already knows why they're here. He is to come at her with everything, as if his life is the stake, and only when he does will she actually teach him anything. For a heartbeat, Ian just stares, and something cold slides through him. She's exactly the same. In his first life, it was the same voice, the same fire-haired menace hounding the archmage for a real bout, over and over, decade after decade. He remembers those battles. He remembers what they cost. Standing here in the sun, the boy makes a quiet, iron decision. This time, that history doesn't get to begin. He'll end the habit right here, in round 1. By now, robed mages are drifting in from every direction, whispering. A duel? Out of nowhere? Isn't that the famous Ian? Isn't a match against Helene outright dangerous for a child? Helene surveys the growing crowd and decides the audience is exactly the right size. And because she's the teacher, she'll even be generous. The first move belongs to him. Ian's answer is to calmly unclasp his cloak. Is she sure about that? The cloak hits the grass. She laughs at him. Is the little boy worried about her feelings now? His palm drifts up, breath steadying, and pale blue light begins to gather around his small body, like frost forming in fast motion. Helene reads the glow instantly, and her grin sharpens. A barrier, heat floods the field as fire ignites around her, whole suns of flame massing over her shoulders, and she promises the brat that whatever wall he raises, she'll smash it in a single blow. Ian's eyes flick open, ice bright. 2 words, ice block. The ice doesn't rise in front of him, it rises around him. Crystal erupts from the ground and swallows the boy whole, sealing him, coat, ribbon, folded hands, inside a glacier taller than a man. The fires around Helene gutter out as she stands there, jaw loose, staring at a 12-year-old frozen like an ornament in glass. He cannot be serious. She circles the thing, caught between fury and laughter. This is his answer? Entombing himself? Does he plan to nap in there until his mana bleeds dry? She actually raps her knuckles on the ice and coos at him like a goldfish. But she knows the spell. Ice block is the ultimate defensive magic, an absolute shield with an absolute price. Inside it, a magician sinks into half-sleep, unable to cast anything else. It echoes the trap that beat Cecilia. A barrier is a prison for its own caster. Helene sighs and turns away, bored, which is when the sound starts. A crack, then another. The crowd goes rigid. The glacier is splitting from the inside. Helene spins back, disbelief written all over her face, insisting to no one that this is impossible, and through the fractured blue, Ian's eyes slide open, wide awake. A murmur rips through the spectators. He's moving, inside the ice. Then a booted foot steps forward, the whole frozen mass moving with him like armor, and a storm of freezing wind tears across the training ground. Helene stands braced in the gale, teeth gritted, sweat on her temple, and admits the only thing left to admit: this is insane. And the chapter cuts to black. The training grounds of the Ivory Tower have stopped being a lesson and become a war. Helene, the woman of fire, the tower's proudest combat mage, is throwing everything she has at a glacier that simply keeps walking toward her. Flame after flame bursts against the ice and dies. The ground cracks under her feet while a crowd of mages watches a duel that was supposed to humble a 12-year-old boy. She leaps through her own firestorm, teeth clenched, and admits the unthinkable to herself. There is no end to this ice, no matter how much she burns. If this keeps going, she is the one who loses. And there is the impossible heart of it, gliding calmly across the grounds. Ian Page, sealed inside his own ice block, strolling like a boy on a Sunday walk. Helene's mind races. First she has to crack that brat out of his frozen shell. But how is he even doing this? A caster inside an ice barrier should be half asleep, helpless, unable to lift a finger, and this child is casting spells from inside it without so much as moving. She never gets her answer. The ground answers instead. Thick green vines erupt from the earth mid-stride, whipping toward her faster than she can pivot. Her scream cuts across the training grounds as the coils snake around her wrists, her waist, her throat. When the dust settles, the glacier is gone. Ian stands in the open air, untouched, snow dust drifting off his shoulders, while the tower's famous fire mage hangs trussed against a gnarled old tree like a gift left out for winter. Bound and sweating, Helene does the only thing left to her. She laughs. So the rumors were true after all, she says. The ones claiming this boy carries the same gift as the first magician. She tips her head back and concedes the match. Her loss, fair and clear. Then she asks him, almost politely, to peel these disgusting vines off her. And Ian says no. Not yet. It would be such a shame, he says mildly, for their battle to end just like that. The color drains out of her face. She already surrendered, so what exactly is he planning to do? What he does is raise one arm to the sky. His fingers snap, and gold sparks crawl up into the clouds. The afternoon sky curdles dark, thunder rolling over the colonnades in long, grinding waves. Helene starts shouting, panic cracking her voice. Hold on. This was sparring. just sparring. Ian, she is screaming at him to stop, as static skitters across the heavens like a net being drawn tight. The boy looks down at her along his outstretched arm, blue eyes lit pale by the storm, and says two calm words. He is summoning lightning. The sky splits. A pillar of white fire comes down with a crack that must have been heard in every floor of the ivory tower, and the training grounds vanish in light. When the glare fades, the crowd of robed mages stands frozen, not one of them breathing. The bolt did not strike Helene. It struck beside her, close enough to singe her hair, and burned the binding vines to smoking char. She crouches in the wreckage, soot-dusted, hands shaking, whispering to herself that she is somehow still alive. This was the precision of it, the part that will haunt every witness. A 12-year-old dropped lightning next to a bound woman like a craftsman placing a nail. Footsteps crunch toward her through the smoke, and she flinches backward, actually telling him to stay away. Ian crouches down to her eye level instead, and addresses her with perfect courtesy as his senior. Then, with their faces inches apart, he asks the question the whole tower can hear in the silence. Does she still have anything left she would like to teach him? Helene's head drops. Her red hair hides her eyes, and she trembles without a word. In his first life, this woman pestered the archmage for jewels for decades. In this life, Ian just killed the habit in a single round, exactly as he promised himself he would. He rises, announces that he will be taking his leave, and walks away from her without a backward glance. The stunned onlookers stammer apologies as he approaches, and the boy, carrying his little coat over one arm, only asks them to clear a path because he is feeling a bit tired. A sea of grown mages parts around a child. Every open mouth in that crowd is another crack in Tower Master Herbert's grand design. And Herbert knows it. That evening, as sunset gilds the ivory tower's spire, the Tower Master walks a marble corridor with his aide and asks how Helene is doing. Badly, comes the answer. She has barely left her state of shock and has not eaten in days. Herbert hums, unsurprised, and his private verdict is merciless. She challenged a 12-year-old and got humiliated for it, and that is simply pathetic. But behind the scorn, the old man is quietly redrawing his entire map. The plan had been to tame Ian Page, to intimidate him into loyalty with a harsh trainer, and instead, the trainer came back broken. Herbert finally names the truth to himself. From the very beginning, this was never a matter of taming. The boy is not a dog you can put on a leash. In his mind's eye rises a wolf with pale blue eyes, chains snapping in its jaws, the same beast Ian once summoned as a harmless pup. Turning that into a usable tool, Herbert admits, is going to take a very long time. His walk ends at a set of towering doors that groan open onto lamplit marble. Inside, a young man in an imperial uniform of black and crimson and gold lowers the book he was reading and greets his visitor. Herbert, the most powerful mage alive, the master of the ivory tower, bows and apologizes for arriving late, addressing the youth as His Highness. This is the Prince Herbert's faction serves, and everything about him, the laurel collar, the gilded epaulettes, that easy smile, matches the man who will one day pour poison into Ian's wine. The prince waves the apology off, snaps his book shut, and asks for a report on the current situation. Not about the tower, not about the court, about the magician, he says pleasantly, the one called Ian Page. And on the sound of that name in that mouth, the chapter goes dark. Morning light spills over a grand white and blue mansion, the chateau the crown handed Ian 14 years ahead of schedule. Polished shoes tap the marble as Douglas Harmon bursts into view in a crisp black and gold academy uniform, beaming that he's ready to leave. In Ian's first life, this boy grew up a slave and became the Empire's greatest alchemist in Ragnar's service. In this one, he's just a kid off to school. His father Radio, alive and well, bows to Ian in the parlor and promises to return once he's dropped his son at the academy. Douglas waves a cheerful goodbye to his boss, and the great doors thud shut behind them. Ian stays behind in the armchair, a green book open in his lap, and lets the quiet settle. So it's already Douglas's first day, and the boy walked into the Imperial Alchemist Academy as its top-ranked entrant. Exactly the talent Ian gambled on when he chose not to kill a sleeping child in Lloyd Village. Ian's own schooling is a solved problem. Even private lessons from the Ivory Tower's high mages teach him nothing new. He snaps the book shut, tosses it on the table, and slumps back with a long sigh. For the first time since his regression, nothing needs doing. But idleness sits badly on a man who once ended wars. Stretching at the window, Ian turns the problem over. Since the moment he turned back time, he hasn't rested once. And even if Ragnar has made no visible move, that silence buys nothing. The task in front of him hasn't changed. Rebuild this 12-year-old body until his old strength fits inside it. He flexes his small hands and wonders whether lounging in a parlor is really the way to get there. As if in answer, a knock sounds at the door. A maid enters bearing a golden tray, and on it a single wax-sealed envelope, an invitation from the Imperial Palace. Ian takes it, puzzled. He can think of no reason the palace should summon him now. Then his eyes catch the deep red seal and go wide. That stamp belongs to the Crown Prince. Ian stares at the letter, sweat beading, because whatever Hayden Grinrever wants, it isn't nothing. By evening, the answer stands lit against the night sky. The Imperial Palace, carriages rolling up to its Gothic towers. Ian steps down in a beige capelet coat and cravat, dressed like the little lord he isn't. And that's the problem. There is an unwritten law in this empire. A mage not born noble does not get invited into high society. Walking the petal-strewn approach, Ian wonders uneasily whether the Crown Prince knows what he's doing. Because this is doubly strange. In Ian's first life, Hayden never hosted anything. The memory unspools in sepia. A Crown Prince who kept to his palace, so passive he missed his moment to enter politics entirely, until the Empire's nobles quietly turned their backs on him. And into that vacuum stepped Ragnar, the fifth prince, a golden silhouette working every salon, charming the great houses one by one. That was how Ragnar stole the authority that was the Crown Prince's by birth, until the Emperor was the only ally Hayden had left, and the lazy prince let even his father's advice go in one ear and out the other. Ian, arms crossed outside the party, files the difference away. He doesn't know what wind has changed this timeline's Hayden, but a Crown Prince who fights for his own position is good news for the man planning to stand against Ragnar. Fine. Attend quietly and go home. At the gilded doors, an attendant bows and announces Sir Ian Page, and the great panels creak open on a flood of light. Crystal chandeliers, marble staircases, strings of pearls overhead, and a murmuring sea of nobles in gowns and dress coats. Heads turn at once, a stern old lord, a lady in pink, a young noble, all staring at the 12-year-old commoner, alone in their glittering world. Ian holds a strained smile. This is exactly as uncomfortable as he expected. Then a herald's voice rings out. His Highness the Crown Prince is entering. The whole room folds into bows as polished boots stride the red carpet. Hayden Grinrever appears on the high balcony above the staircase, golden-haired and amber-eyed in pale blue regalia, framed in roses like his own portrait. He thanks his honored guests, notes that he hosts tonight in place of his father, the Emperor, then tosses protocol aside. Instead of an opening speech, he says, he'd like to use this occasion to introduce someone. The crowd stirs below. The prince's smile sharpens into something sly. Ian's face drains as the realization lands a half-second before the words. The special guest of the evening, Hayden proclaims, hands sweeping out over the ballroom, is the Ivory Tower's youngest ever fourth-class high mage, come from Mogrian of the North, Ian Page. Every eye in the palace lands on the rigid boy with clenched fists and a desperately polite smile, while the prince beams down at him, arm extended, and welcomes him like an old friend. Hayden cheerfully confirms the worst. The entire party was planned to introduce Ian to the nobility. Ian bows, murmurs that he deserves no such honor, and inwardly swears like a dock worker before the calculation kicks in. This is a public branding. Show every noble house that Ian Page stands on the Crown Prince's side, a move that smells less like Hayden than like the Emperor's hand. Meanwhile, the prince is gushing about the fancy show Ian put on at the Ivory Tower, the shattered mana accumulator, the scandalized old masters, laughing hard enough to draw stares. Then Hayden softens. When he first rode north to fetch a scruffy little brat, he admits, he resented every mile of it. The memory flickers back to that garden in Mogrian, where a cloaked child first stood before him. It began as his father's order. But now, he says with a bright, genuine smile, he's glad he was the one who went. Ian studies him in silence, recalibrating everything he thought he knew about this prince. And Hayden isn't finished. There's someone he wants Ian to meet, he says, gesturing grandly and leading the way as the crowd parts around them. Ian follows and then stops dead, eyes flying wide at whoever stands ahead. On that frozen look of pure alarm, the chapter cuts. The crowd parts, and the mystery that froze Ian Page mid-step finally gets a face. "This way, please," says Crown Prince Hayden, steering the boy to a flower-wreathed corner of the ballroom, and there he presents, with real warmth, his little sister, Princess Hari, and the archmage, who shattered the Ivory Tower's great accumulator, suddenly cannot find one word, because he has seen this girl before, in a place neither of them is ever supposed to mention. She is radiant in a way that stops the room. Golden eyes, golden hair, a sky-blue gown frothing with ribbons, and she greets the 12-year-old commoner like an honored guest. She already knows who he is, she says. His name travels the halls of the imperial palace. Ian stammers that he is honored, wearing the shy child's mask he has perfected, while the old mind behind it recalculates everything. The princess presses on, graceful and disarmingly sincere. It is a shame they can only meet briefly tonight, so would he come to her next luncheon and tell her everything he did in the Mogrian territory? Ian tries the humble dodge, claiming his only stories are of monsters and magic, hardly fit for royalty. She turns it aside with a smile. Magic interests her. So do the affairs of the world. That is exactly why she wants to talk more, and a letter will follow. They trade farewells, and the crowd swallows her again, while Ian stands very still, because the girl sparkling before these nobles is nothing like the one he watched from the shadows of the imperial family's safe haven, sneaking into a sacred vault at midnight to practice forbidden magic with her secret tutor. In his first life, she lived like a caged bird and died forgotten. This version glows, and she has no idea the boy she just invited to lunch is the one person alive who knows her most dangerous secret. Across the hall, Hayden is sweating through his duties, visibly nervous, yet still playing host. A small miracle from a prince who never used to host anything. Ian has been introduced, displayed, and branded the Crown Prince's man in front of half the aristocracy. Best to disappear before this party finds a way to become troublesome. He slips down the red carpet and out of the light. A door creaks, and Ian steps onto a night terrace under a sky drowning in stars, expecting solitude. Instead, a tall figure stands at the balustrade in a black dress uniform trimmed with blue and silver laurel. Sir Oliver Raywood, captain of the Second Imperial Night Order, whose drawn sword once settled the argument over searching a Coldwood spy. Ian tells the knight he looks fantastic in formal wear, and the stone-faced captain actually flushes as he admits the outfit was an order from the Crown Prince. An excruciating silence follows, and Ian is regretting his exit route when Oliver finally speaks. He has heard the rumors. Helene, the woman of fire, beaten by this child. Ian deflects on reflex, wondering how such stories escape a tower that keeps everything confidential, and Oliver's answer carries an edge of self-mockery. If a knight cannot even gather information, what is left for him to do? In this era, those last words open into something colder. In this age, the Green River Empire is steered by a handful of high-ranking magicians atop its military. Knights, outmuscled by spellfire, have slid from honored protectors to mere accessories. Swords stacked and forgotten like props. It is the quiet grief of every man who gave his life to a blade. Then Oliver turns, and the small talk is over. Youngest fourth-class high mage in history, conqueror of the Woman of Fire, trusted enough that the reclusive crown prince threw him a banquet. Because of all that, there is something he must ask, and the decorated captain goes down on one knee before a 12-year-old, eye to eye. Ian, whose side will you be on? He does not care who Ian really is, how young he is, or how he reached this impossible level. What he cares about is that the Ivory Tower's magicians openly back the Fifth Prince. Is Ian planning to stand with the tower? Ian calls it a meaningless question no one could answer honestly. But as the Crown Prince's sworn knight, Oliver must hear it from Ian's own mouth to judge whether the boy is an enemy or an ally. And Ian knows something about this man. In his first life, Oliver Raywood stayed at the Crown Prince's side until his very last breath. So Ian gives him something worth more than a vow. He is not sure yet, he admits. However, he will never take the Fifth Prince's side. Oliver's eyes go wide. Such a declaration is dangerous if the wrong ears catch it. But Ian has already woven magic around them, so only Sir Oliver can hear. The knight cannot know what we know, that the Fifth Prince is Ragnar, the friend who poisoned Ian in another lifetime. Some sides were chosen long before this banquet. The kneeling knight breaks into a helpless smile, calls it good enough for now, then pushes his luck. A favor, until Ian can give a proper answer, be his sparring partner, because he needs to get stronger. Ian is incredulous. Teach a swordsman to fight magicians, when that sword could one day point at a magician like him? Oliver admits he cannot completely deny it, and Ian laughs that the honest captain has a shameless streak. He would refuse, obviously. There is nothing in it for him. Then comes the click of a clasp. Oliver lifts a golden chain from his own neck and holds it out in cupped hands, a teardrop of deep blue set in gold, the necklace the Empress herself gave him the day he became the Crown Prince's bodyguard, enchanted to keep the wearer's mind clear. Ian goes rigid, because he knows this piece, an imperial treasure he could never secure in his previous life, a relic of the late Empress. Giving it away to grow strong enough to protect her son, Oliver says, is something she would understand. Against that devotion, refusal feels petty. All right, Ian says, and the priceless heirloom drops into a child's palm. Oliver has one heartbeat to look relieved. Then the night rips open with a roar. A pillar of fire erupts somewhere in the palace grounds, and boy and knight spin toward the blaze as the chapter cuts. The night the necklace changed hands, the sky answered with fire. One heartbeat after the first blast tears through the palace grounds. A second explosion rips down the corridor behind Ian and Oliver, and the terrace where an archmage and a knight commander were quietly trading treasures becomes a balcony seat to catastrophe. Oliver cracks first. His wide eyes lock on the burning wing, and one terrified thought tears out of him. The Emperor might be in there. He runs, Ian at his heels, through corridors filling with smoke, bellowing for his sovereign. Then voices call for their commander from the grand hall of the Sun Palace. The ballroom that glittered an hour ago is now shaken nobles and falling dust, and in the middle of it stand Crown Prince Hayden and Princess Hayley, unharmed, the prince holding the room together with sheer composure while knights pour in around the royal pair like a closing fist. The report comes fast and ugly. Explosions all across the imperial palace, cause unknown. And the empire has already done what it was built to do. Trigger the emergency network that links the Templars, the Ivory Tower, and every barracks in the capital, pulling every armed man toward the palace at once. To everyone else that sounds like safety. To the 12-year-old in the crowd, it sounds like a hand moving pieces off the board. Ian has fought wars these people haven't lived yet, and he knows what a diversion smells like. If the blasts are bait, their entire purpose is this: every sword in the capital converging here, leaving somewhere else naked. His fist tightens as another explosion rolls through the walls. Then he acts. A spell rises through a child's hands, and a dome of pale blue hexagons blooms over the whole staircase hall. an 8th class shield cast as casually as breathing. What he does next is stranger. He steps beside Princess Haley and quietly asks whether she can sustain a mana barrier, and the princess, who believes her secret magic lessons are the best-kept secret in the Empire, nearly jumps out of her skin. She stammers that she learned once. That's enough. He hands the shield to the girl, like passing her a lantern, says he has something to ask elsewhere, and walks toward the thing everyone else is running from. The trembling maids confirm it. A woman called Isabella attended tonight's banquet, one of the aliases Ian recited when he unmasked a spy in Mogrian. As he expected. The fires, the panic, the stampede of troops, all of it is a curtain. The real target is Cecilia, the Coldwood agent Ian exposed and let the ivory tower bury in its deepest dungeon. Her organization hasn't come to save her. It's come to deal with what she knows, including everything she knows about Ian Page. That is the one leak he will not allow. Down in the tower dungeon, the curtain's real business is underway. Boots descend past torchlit cells to Cecilia, chained in prison whites, and a hooded man greets her by name. The hood comes back on silver hair and a pleasant, empty smile. Daniel, a colleague, a friendly face. She throws herself against the bars begging to be freed, and he agrees so smoothly it should have frightened her. First, there's just something he needs to check. What follows is an interrogation wearing a rescue's mask. Desperate to prove her loyalty, Cecilia spills everything. The boy Ian Page knew of the Coldwalkers from the start, knew their membership, even knew about the mana imprint on her own neck, a brand so secret she had never heard of it herself. Daniel confirms the worst. Most Coldwalkers never learn the imprints exist. The cell door creaks open. She lifts her face in relief, and his blade opens her throat mid-sentence. He explains while she bleeds out, the way a clerk reads a filing. The organization debated at length what to do with a captured third-class asset. Rescue was genuinely considered. But this, the dagger, the blood, was their final decision. He wishes her good night, then corrects himself with a smile. He means goodbye. A calm voice from the darkness answers, "You too." Daniel whirls, his dagger already flying, and it never arrives. Conjured ice swats it from the air in a spray of sparks, and the deflected blade grazes a boy's cheek before burying itself in the brick beside his head. The boy does not flinch. Ian Page stands at the cell gate, a thin red line under one eye, and looks past the demanding, rattled assassin at Cecilia's body. His answer to "Who are you?" is worse than any name. A quiet thank you. Daniel has just silenced the last living threat to Ian's secrets and saved him the trouble. Then the floor answers Ian. Ice erupts around the assassin's boots and climbs. How lucky, Ian tells him, to meet here. In his first life he wanted to kill this man with his own hands, and now he can finally avenge his classmates. Daniel, freezing to the waist, splutters that he's never killed any classmates. Ian's reply is the purest sentence a regressor can speak. Clearly, you haven't yet. Give it a decade. The war that buried Ian's academy friends hasn't happened in this timeline, and one of the men who will make it happen is screaming as the ice seals over his face. But killing him isn't the plan. Ian made his decision on the way back through time, put everything back where it belongs. He taps the ice once, and the whole pillar shatters, leaving Daniel alive, unconscious, dropping to the stones with a soft thump. Ian drags the limp assassin across the dungeon floor, pulls back his collar, and finds exactly what he was betting on. A mana imprint glowing on the nape of Daniel's neck, the same secret brand that condemned Cecilia. Proof no one can argue with. That, Ian judges, will be sufficient. Which is when torchlight and running feet arrive, grey-robed ivory tower mages skidding in to find their impossible child prodigy standing calm beside an open cell, a murdered prisoner, and an unconscious stranger. Their leader can barely form the words. Ian Page. How did this happen? Ian doesn't answer yet. The chapter leaves us pushed in close on the back of a sleeping killer's neck, where a blue sigil burns in the dark, a gift-wrapped culprit, evidence included, delivered by the boy who arranged the entire scene. The imperial throne room of Green River shakes with the crack of the emperor's fist against his armrest. People keep vanishing from inside the palace itself, maids and secretaries gone without a trace, while the ivory tower, which demanded full authority over the spy hunt and swore to tear out the rotten roots, has nothing to show for it. Before rows of whispering nobles, the emperor revokes that authority on the spot and orders Tower Master Herbert Leon to hand every scrap of intelligence to the crown, the knights, and the army. The old mage can only bow, sweating, and withdraw in humiliation. The bill for the assassin Ian, gift-wrapped in the tower's own dungeon, has just come due. Then a herald's voice rings out, and the mood flips like a coin. Magician Ian Page is called forward, and the boy walks the long red carpet in formal court dress, bowing before the throne, with the calm of a man who has done this 1,000 times, because he has. The emperor smiles down at his esteemed guest of the north. The empire's security held because of this child, he declares to the whole court. Without him, crucial intelligence would have slipped to an enemy still unnamed and uncaught, and the imperial family would have become the world's laughingstock. Such service will not be overlooked. While the towers stand in craters, Ian's is soaring, and that is exactly the arithmetic he engineered. Then comes the reward. An officer opens a wooden case, and even Ian flinches. Inside lies a deep blue robe chased with silver, the only relic left behind by Mitchell Greenriver, the imperial family's first and last magician, the hero who saved the empire 300 years ago. Strictly speaking, the emperor explains, such a treasure cannot pass outside imperial blood, so it is merely being lent until the end of Ian's life, a gift in everything but name. What rattles Ian is not the honor. In his entire past life, decades at the summit of magic, he never once saw this robe. His regression keeps unearthing things history never showed him. Told to try it on, he drapes it over his shoulders, and the great robe promptly swallows the 12-year-old whole, sliding off him like a collapsing tent. The emperor bursts out laughing, wondering aloud when the boy will ever grow into it. But Ian's eye catches what the court cannot see. A spell technique is engraved into the cloth itself. Smiling, he answers that he will make it fit right now, pours mana through the weave, and the relic blazes with light and shrinks perfectly to his frame, settling over him like falling water. The hall erupts, nobles gaping and chattering, asking how such a thing is possible. The emperor, chin on fist, only remarks how astounding the blue looks on him, and the image seals itself into court memory. A small boy in an archmage's robe, standing alone before the throne, wearing the legacy of the empire's greatest magician. The audience ends, and Ian steps out into the daylight of the palace gardens. There a girl in a cream dress heads him off, maids in tow. Princess Haley, who watched him take command on the night of the explosions, stammers that she wanted to tell him something and cannot get it out. Ian reads her and bows first. That night he had no time to think, he says, and treated a princess of the blood without ceremony, and he begs her forgiveness. She waves it off, flustered. That is not it at all. So what she cannot say, Ian says for her, leaning in with a finger to his lips. The thing she is worried about will never happen. Her secret, the forbidden magic lessons he once witnessed from the shadows of the imperial sanctuary, is safe with him. Relief blooms across her face like the petals drifting between them. And then footsteps click across the stone, and a warm voice cuts in, praising Ian for a job well done. Ian turns. A young man in a black uniform trimmed in crimson and gold, laurel leaves at the collar, is walking toward them with a courtier's smile. Thanks to Ian, he says, the peace of the imperial family and the whole empire was protected. Then, laying a hand over his heart, he begs pardon for the late introduction. You may already know me, he says, but allow me to do this formally. I am the great emperor's fifth bloodline, Ragnar Greenriver. The name detonates inside Ian's chest. His heart slams as the past crashes over him, a wineglass tipping over in firelight, poison eating the mana from his blood, an old friend standing over him in a burning cabin begging never to be forgiven. The man who murdered the world's only 8th-class mage out of pure fear is standing 3 steps away, wearing a boy's face and a perfect smile. Ragnar congratulates him. Belatedly, he admits, on becoming one of the Ivory Tower's high-ranking magicians. He offers his sincere respect for everything from the Mogrian territory to the capture of the Empire's spies, and invites Ian to his luncheon that very day. Ian's mind races. This is wrong. 2 years too early. He was not supposed to meet this man yet. His fist clenches white as he starts to answer, and Haley steps in front of the moment, announcing that Ian has already made an appointment with her today. Ragnar does not so much as blink. Then tomorrow, he hopes? Ian, recovered behind his child's mask, apologizes. He does not think he will be available. Your Highness. The prince's eyes narrow for a heartbeat. Then the smile returns. A pity, he says. They will make arrangements another time. He is glad to have met him. And with a bow and unhurried steps, the 5th prince walks away, while Ian's pulse hammers in the silence he leaves behind. Haley sheepishly apologizes for butting in without thinking. Ian tells her it is fine, and means it more than she knows. His eyes follow the retreating figure, 2 years earlier than his first life, and still nothing but a brat hiding an ambitious heart. So be it. He will bury his plans where Ragnar can never see them, and quietly gather a force too great to fight, until his old friend and murderer can do nothing at all, nothing but fall into ruin and meet his tragic end. Last time, Ragnar feared him. This time, Ian vows, standing wrapped in the first magician's robe, he will be Ragnar's enemy. 5 years later, the story leaps forward in a single gilded frame, and when it opens again, the white imperial palace is bathed in peace, banners drifting under a bright blue sky. But in the palace study, the Empire's future is suffering. Crown Prince Hayden, a teenager now, sits hunched over a book written by the first Green River Emperor himself, unable to make sense of a single line, wondering why the founder of an empire could not have written something easier to read. His tutor has no mercy. Stack after stack of books slams down around the sweating prince. Imperial history, philosophy, economics, politics, etiquette, everything a future emperor must master. Hayden throws his head back and surrenders. There is no way he is reading all of that today. The tutor pleads, because if the prince skips his lessons again, it is the tutor who answers to the emperor. Hayden is already looking for the exit, and he finds one. He asks the young vice captain escorting him whether today is the final day of training for the captain and Ian. It is. The two of them are probably mid-battle right now. That is all Hayden needs. He bolts from the study, leaving his tutor in despair, and the story follows him to the Second Imperial Night Order's headquarters, where dust is whipping across a torn-up training ground. There, a young dark-haired knight in sparring gear catches his breath, plants his feet in the sand, and grips his sword. This is the last day, and he has one goal. Before it ends, he will finally land a single hit. Then his eyes snap upward. The sky is full of ice. A storm of frozen spears shrieks down across the field, and he leaps clear as they hammer into the earth behind him, then weaves forward between the glittering spikes. The ground itself turns against him next. The arena rumbles and jagged stone erupts around his feet, but the knight does not stop. Startled and sweating, he keeps his footing and sprints on, vaulting across the ruined field in long, relentless strides, landing in a crouch, snapping his head around to track the next spell. His opponent is layering magic on magic and never lets him rest. Then comes the fire. A massive blast detonates across the training ground, and for a moment the knight is nothing but a silhouette charging into a wall of flame. He raises his sword inside the inferno, screaming, telling himself he can land this hit, and at the heart of the firestorm stands his opponent, a robed figure, utterly calm in the blaze, long hair drifting in the heat. It is Ian, 5 years older, stonewalling an Imperial Knight captain with ice, earth, and fire all at once, without moving a step. The knight makes his final gamble. He leaps through the flames, howling, and drives his blade straight at Ian's heart. A flash, a whiteout of dust, and when it clears, the captain is bent double, spent, his sword planted in the sand. Ian stands beside him without a scratch and gently taps his shoulder. He did well, Ian tells him. After 5 years, that is how the last day of training ends. With a sweep of his hand, Ian unravels the leftover magic, and the mists peel away to reveal what 5 years have made of him. He is 17 now, tall and long-haired, wrapped in the deep blue robe of Mitchell Green River. The knight looking up at him is Oliver Raywood, captain of the Second Order, and he admits it with a rueful smile. In all this time, he never landed so much as a scratch. Ian's answer is disarmingly honest. Oliver's blade always aims for his heart, and a magician's heart is his life. Allow even a graze, and he could die. 0 was the only score Ian could afford. Then the two clasp hands beneath the fortress walls. Oliver thanks him for the training, the sparring lessons he begged for on a palace terrace 5 years ago and paid for with the late Empress's necklace. Ian says he received far more than the necklace was worth, because Oliver has grown enough to slash clean through Ian's pyroblast with nothing but a steel sword. Then Oliver asks one more question. What class is Ian at now? Ian shrugs, claims he is not as strong as people think, and then the truth lands in a silver frame. 5th class master, 17 years old, and he already stands at the rank of Tower Master Herbert, the strongest magician alive, a rank his first life did not reach until 26. Yet Ian is privately disappointed. He was aiming for 6th class by now, but his growing body and unfinished mana heart cannot keep up. 5th is his ceiling until his body is fully grown. Ian cups the Empress's necklace in his hands like something precious, and Oliver's fists clench with quiet resolve. Then applause shatters the moment. Crown Prince Hayden, fresh from his great escape, comes clapping across the training ground, delighted with the finest magician and the finest knight in the Empire, his right hand and his left, and declares he will have the greatest breakfast in the palace prepared to celebrate them. Ian has to turn him down. He apologizes. His ivory tower lessons and high mage duties are waiting, and he needs to see the Tower Master right away. Hayden deflates, then waves him off. Next time then. Ian bows, promises to make time soon, and as he straightens, the wind begins to coil around his boots. What happens next steals the scene. With a burst that craters the dust, Ian launches into the open sky and soars over the fortress, its towers and tiny watching figures shrinking beneath his blue robe. He calls a goodbye and rockets away, leaving a spiral of white across the sky. Hayden watches with open envy. The robe his father lent Ian, the imperial treasure from the throne room, had a flight spell woven into it all along. The chapter closes on solid ground. Hayden turns to Oliver with a serious question. The fight looked even, so can Oliver fight magicians now? Oliver gives exactly 2 answers. First, landing a scratch on Ian is impossible, and the gap between them will only keep growing. But against any other magician, he is certain he could win. Hayden smiles, and the final image is Oliver himself, calm and sure. 5 years ago he knelt on a terrace and begged to become a knight who could fight mages. Today he is one. 5 years of training end today. The ivory tower stands white against a flawless sky, and at its top a door creaks open into the Tower Master's study. Herbert Leon looks up from his desk and greets his visitor with an old man's warmth. And Ian Page, 17 now, long-haired and wrapped in the deep blue robe of Mitchell Green River, answers with a polite bow. Behind that calm face, Ian admits the truth to himself. This is strange, trading pleasantries, warm as family, with the very man he has sworn to surpass and someday replace. Herbert leans back and remembers. It feels like only yesterday, he says. That word first reached the capital about a special boy in the north. Now that boy stands before him grown, which can only mean Herbert himself has grown old. Ian, ever smooth, assures him he has decades left, and the old mage laughs. Then Herbert lifts a stack of papers crowded with glowing script, reports about Ian, everyone filled with praise, a blessing to the Empire and the Ivory Tower, admired even by the youngest students, the magician everyone dreams of becoming. Ian brushes it off as flattery, and Herbert's smile sharpens. Flattery, is it? They will find out soon, because today is the last day. A normal academy student would have been shipped to some estate the moment graduation ended. But Ian's case has never been normal. The old man teases him for spending his final day with a relic. Ian calls it an honor. Herbert thanks him for the kindness, even if the words are empty. Then his seal comes down, and the matter is official. The Tower Master offers formal congratulations. Ian has completed his duties, and as of today he is a full-fledged magician of the Ivory Tower. Into his hands goes an engraved silver plaque, and its meaning is heavier than its metal. With this, Ian may mobilize soldiers and move local residents in any territory he pleases. Herbert trusts he will use it well. Then the warmth drains into business. Does Ian know how many places are crying out for high-class magicians? More than he can imagine. The tower has lost many people, and with Helene gone, they are more desperate than ever. The name lands quietly. The fiery senior who once dragged Ian into a public duel, and Herbert never explains what gone means. He only says the tower truly needs Ian's help. Ian accepts without flinching, and Herbert chuckles that the tower's most skilled magician will naturally carry the most responsibility. But since this is his first dispatch, the choice will be his. Herbert raises a hand and the study fills with light. Lines of blue script unfurl across the windows, and columns like a living notice board, humming with manna. 3 postings burn brightest. Lordmire Estate, home to the Empire's largest port city. Benson Estate, its greatest source of iron. And a third name that stops Ian's breath for half a second. Pyrrhic Estate. Ian knows it the way a man knows an old scar. In his previous life, that was exactly where the tower sent him, because the mage posted there died in an accident, and someone had to fill the hole. History has circled back and laid the same road at his feet. Aloud, Ian only says Pyrrhic interests him. Herbert nods gravely. Of the 3, that estate is the most desperate. 3 full classes of magicians and the Imperial Army came nowhere close, because the monsters of the savannah are raging as if something has stirred them. The details are in the file, and Herbert asks for a final answer by day's end. If Ian changes his mind, Herbert begins. He will have to find someone else to. He never finishes. I will go, Ian says, steady as stone, to the Pyrrhic Estate. The posting fate once forced on him, now chosen with open eyes. The sky melts from blue to gold, and the scene glides down to Ian's chateau at sunset, to a long dinner table crowded with food and family. Douglas, no longer the ragged boy from Lloyd Village, but a young man fresh from the Alchemist Academy, nearly chokes on his fork. The first dispatch is Pyrrhic, the place crawling with monsters. One glare from Vanessa cuts him off mid-word. Then she sets down her knife, turns to her son, and asks the only question a mother has, is it a very dangerous place? Ian lies the way only he can, gently and completely. Not that dangerous, just a temporary dispatch, home in a few months. Vanessa sighs that the big mansion will feel empty without him, and Ian promises to finish quickly, and the word mother lands soft in the sunset light. Douglas bounces back instantly, begging his boss to inspect the elixir he brewed before leaving, plus a batch of items he swears will be useful in battle. The boy who hated mages in one lifetime is arming one in this life. That word, boss, lights the fuse. Radio clears his throat and tells his grown son it is high time he stopped calling Ian that. Douglas argues the title is perfectly accurate, then glances sideways at Ian, thinks hard, and tries a new one. Brother. Radio sprays his drink across the table and freezes like a man struck by lightning. Ian only smirks, and that is all the permission Douglas needs. He beams and belts out Brother Ian, with flowers practically blooming around his head, while inside, The old soul quietly panics. Is this really the same Douglas from his previous life? The cold mage-hating genius who served his enemy? Vanessa clasps her hands, blushing, and declares she now has another son, at which poor Redio nearly faints and insists the boy at least say Ian Nim. Douglas whines that one roof makes formality silly, and father and son fall to bickering across the table. Redio reminds his son how deeply their family is indebted to Ian, and Douglas, shameless, answers that the household is simply lucky to have a helpful genius like him. Vanessa bursts out laughing behind her hand, conceding that yes, he is a genius. Ian watches her laugh, watches this loud, warm, impossible table that no version of his first life ever held, and thinks that this is not so bad either. Then, with perfect deadpan timing, he delivers his one ruling. He will answer to anything except brother. And as Douglas dissolves into theatrical tears, the chapter closes on a family Ian would burn down an empire to keep, 1 week before he marches alone into the raging savannah. Departure day comes fast. Under a bright morning sky, the whole Page household lines up in the courtyard, and Ian, 17 now, wrapped in the deep blue robe of Mitchell Greenriver, gives his last instructions before leaving for the monster-overrun Fyric territory. First a stop at the Ivory Tower to bid the Towermaster farewell, then the long road east. Old Redio waves off the briefing about the estate's secret defences, because Ian already drilled him on it yesterday, and swears on his own life that nothing will touch Lady Vanessa while her son is away. Then a familiar voice ruins the solemn mood by shouting "Big Bro" across the courtyard, hastily corrected to "Boss" when Ian's glare lands. Douglas Harmon, the alchemist boy Ian pulled out of a slaver's blade all those years ago, comes bounding up with a little gold-banded vial. It is his own take on his father's famous half-elixir, and he leans in to whisper, with all the modesty of a teenage genius, that his version is probably better than Dad's. Ian pockets it with a dry thanks and a small smile he cannot quite suppress. Douglas still has 3 years left at the Imperial Alchemist Academy, yet a seat among the Empire's alchemists is already being held open for him. A future bright enough that Redio bonks him on the head just to keep his feet on the ground. And no, Ian will not be flying to Fyric. He will take a carriage to the capital's outskirts, because the last thing the Empire's youngest High Mage wants is more eyes on him. The farewell that matters comes hurrying out of the mansion with maids trailing behind her. Vanessa presses a cloth-wrapped bundle into her son's arms, food for the first day of travel, then jerky and dried fruit that will keep for the road, and tucked in with it, the pot pie he has loved since he was small. She fusses, he promises to eat every bite, and the grand blue and gold carriage waits behind them like a thing neither of them wants to look at. Then she simply pulls him into her arms and holds on. "Be careful," she tells him, "and do not skip meals." For a heartbeat, Ian goes completely still, because this is the mother he buried in his first life. The woman who died sick and alone while he was off collecting titles. And she is here, warm, squeezing him like any mother sending a boy away. His eyes soften and he returns the embrace, and when he finally steps back, he keeps her hands in his a moment longer and promises to come home quickly. The carriage door shuts, the wheels clatter, and the whole household stands watching until the white mansion slips out of sight. Alone in the red upholstered cabin, Ian lets the smile fade. He tells himself to have faith. The estate sits under the imperial family's protection. The capital's streets are the safest in the empire, and his mother will be there when he returns. He has to believe that, because for the first time in this second life, he is putting himself somewhere beyond reach. And there is one more safeguard, the thing he spent his last days installing. A mana trap, keyed to only 3 people. His mother, Redio, and Douglas, sleeps beneath the estate, and when Ian pictures it, a vast teal magic circle blazes across his mind's eye, raining light. With something like that armed under the floorboards, most dangers simply stop being dangers. His fist tightens on his knee anyway. Then his thoughts turn to the road ahead, to Fyric, and he wonders whether it has really been 25 years since he last saw that land. Because Fyric is not waiting politely. The sky over the eastern ridges hangs low and grey, and beneath it, a timber fortress is screaming. Watchtowers bristle with archers, arrows streak over the palisade in sheets, and across the churned brown plain, a tide of green-skinned monsters comes on at a run, wave after wave, breaking against the stakes, while soldiers brace and stab and hold. Holding the center of it is a red-haired commander with a scar down his cheek and a green cape over his plate. The kind of man who rallies a wall by bellowing that he wants 100 of those filthy heads brought to him, and that no one has permission to die before delivering them. Then a lone rider comes pounding up from the rear, screaming for his great lord, and the news he gasps out cuts the raw dead. The rear supply battalion is under attack, hit by orcs that came over the mountain. The commander's face goes white, and the curse that follows is short and honest. Orcs are supposed to be on the battlefront, trading blows with his veterans, not circling behind the lines to fall on the supply train. He is shouting orders before the shock even settles. The mages and 2 battalions stay to hold the fort. The 1st battalion rides with him. They are going to deal with the orcs in the rear themselves, and the gates barely open fast enough to let the cavalry out. He rides like a man trying to outrun arithmetic. These monsters may be dumb, he thinks, but they move systematically, and that is exactly what makes this a slaughter in the making, because the rear supply battalion is where the army parks its newest, greenest soldiers, boys who have never held a line against anything, let alone orcs. He grits his teeth and begs whatever is listening to let him not be too late. Then something small and white drifts past his face. He blinks. Snow. His pace falters, because snow does not fall in the east, and yet the flakes keep thickening until the forest ahead dissolves into a silent blizzard. The cavalry breaks out of the trees and rains up hard. Erupting through the pines stands a forest of another kind. Colossal blades of blue-white ice rammed up out of the earth, glittering rank after glittering rank, tall as siege towers, and inside the crystal, the orcs. Frozen mid-stride, mid-roar, fangs bared, weapons still raised, an entire warband flash-frozen into glass statues between one heartbeat and the next. The commander can only whisper his disbelief, and then his eyes climb. Atop the tallest pinnacle, half lost in the swirling snow, a lone cloaked figure stands looking down. The reinforcement request went out for 3 classes of mages and an army. What arrived, ahead of his own carriage, was one 17-year-old. The blizzard over Firik is dying down, and what it leaves behind silences an entire fortress. The orc warband that crossed the mountains to slaughter a supply column now stands sealed inside a mountain of ice, tusks bared mid-charge, weapons still raised in frozen fists. Goblins lie scattered beneath spears of frost. And from the very top of the tallest spike, the cloaked figure who did all of this in a single breath steps off the edge and drifts gently down to the frozen earth. The fort commander is not a man who scares easily. He rides out with his soldiers, rings the stranger in steel, and demands that he show himself. But what the spear points surround is no monster. It is a slender figure in a deep blue hooded cloak, standing perfectly relaxed inside a forest of blades, as if the army around him were a welcoming party. Then the hood comes down. He heard this place needed help, the young man says mildly, and he gives his name. Ian Page, high-ranking magician, dispatched from the ivory tower. He lifts the engraved silver plaque the tower master pressed into his hands at graduation, the token that lets him command soldiers in any territory of the empire. The commander's eyes go wide. That name has traveled even to this frozen border, the prodigy of the north, the honored guest of House Mogrian. Recognition changes everything. The commander barks his men down and laughs out loud, admitting he never dreamed the legend would be this young. He knows the stories, the boy who wiped out an entire goblin brigade in the Mogrian Mountains. Ian, who did exactly that at 12 with a borrowed ring, accepts the praise without blinking. The big warrior then offers his hand along with his name. Kalian Pierik, lord of this land, called the greatest warrior of the East. They shake, an archmage's pale hand disappearing into a soldier's worn glove, and Pierik abandons the pleasantries halfway through. Could the magician spare him a few moments, because there is far too much to talk about? Behind them, Ian's ice mountain glitters between the grey peaks, like a monument to what one man can do. In the fortress war room, among spear racks, barrels, and a great map table, Pierrick lays the truth out flat. He has fought the creatures of the Great Plains for years, but nothing prepared him for these numbers. They are not raiding anymore, he admits. They fight like an army that intends to win. And his conclusion is the same one already forming in Ian's mind. Something is happening out on the Great Plains, because nothing else can explain this. The fort had begged the capital for two things, the commander explains. Troops and equipment enough to fight, and a high-ranking magician who could actually resolve the situation. The ice wall that obliterated a whole monster brigade now plugs the canyon like a cork in a bottle, and for the first time in months his men can breathe. But he is soldier enough to say the hard part out loud. It is a brilliant patch, not a cure. Because war is coming. Years of constant fighting have ground his troops down, and the rations are running out. With supplies and reinforcements they could hold the line, but the Empire, in the way of empires, is still considering the request. So he pivots to what he does have, one high-ranking magician, and asks Ian to build a real plan with him. Ian agrees and gives his read. The ice wall buys them roughly 10 more days, and with watchers on the mountain paths, the fort is safe for the moment. Then he says the thing that makes the veteran break into a sweat. Within those 10 days, Ian will walk into the Great Plains himself, find the cause of all this, and if possible, end it. Alone, Pierrick asks. The commander appreciates the confidence, but he has earned his pessimism. He has poured troops into those plains for months and come back with nothing but casualties and one terrifying fact. The monsters out there, goblins, orcs, creatures of every kind that have torn at each other's throats since the beginning of time, have stopped fighting one another. They have teamed up. Every fang on the Great Plains now bears itself at humans alone. He spreads the map and traces the scale of it. This is not just the Green River Empire's problem. The Horde is simultaneously hammering the Coldwood Empire to the north and the Principality of Ro to the west. 3 fronts at once, and the great highway for all of it is the Grand Snake Canyon that empties straight into Pierrick land. And then the strange part, the detail that snags in Ian's mind like a hook. The south of the Great Plains, where the native tribes live, is untouched. As if something down there is holding the monsters back. The fort suspected the south long ago, but with the canyon vomiting monsters, no expedition could ever reach it. Ian barely hears the rest. He lived through these years once already, and none of this ever happened. Monster raids from the plains were routine. Background noise on a frontier, never a coordinated war on 3 nations. So his path is obvious, and he says it aloud. He will visit the southern tribes first. Pierrick nods, because the natives are led by a figure called the Shaman King, and if anyone knows what changed out there, it is him. Would Ian meet him and find out? Ian's answer is immediate, definitely. That night, alone on the snowy ramparts under a river of stars, Ian lets himself smile at an old memory. The Shaman King carries an artifact, the Staff of the Great Plains, and the Archmage genuinely liked that staff, rare birch wood and all. But the memory has teeth. In his first life, 3 years from now, Green River, Coldwood and Ro answered the monster problem by forming a grand alliance, sweeping the plains clean and carving up its riches among themselves. And in that process the Shaman King vanished, and every native of the Great Plains was made a slave. His fist closes on the cold stone. That history he remembers. This war he does not. And standing in the dark, the boy who once tore time open faces an ugly possibility. This change may exist because he came back, a ripple from his own regression grown into a storm. Beyond the dark horizon, the Great Plains are waiting, and only Ian Page knows something is wrong inside them. 10 days. That is the promise Ian Page leaves behind at Ferrick's battered fort. His wall of ice corking the Grand Snake Canyon will hold for 10 days, and before it melts, he intends to find both the cause of this monster war and its cure. Lord Callion can only trust him, and his farewell hangs in the cold air as the boy who froze an orc warband walks out of the gates alone. The Great Plains swallow him whole. For days, Ian is a speck of blue crossing dead canyons, and a wind that never stops talking. Then he crosses an invisible line into native tribal territory, and even the wind seems to hold its breath. Too quiet, he thinks. On the entire march south, he has not seen a single monster, while the north is drowning in them. If a cause exists, as the Lord of Firik believes, it is hiding somewhere out here. It finds him first. 3 tattooed warriors burst from the dead brush and ring him with spears, screaming at the intruder. Ian simply raises both empty hands and answers in their own tongue that he is a mage of the Green River Empire and no enemy of theirs. The spears waver, because no Imperial should speak their language. Then he says the words that turn shock into fury. He has come to see the Shaman King. Understand what that name weighs. The Shaman King is to the tribes what the Tower Master is to the Empire, the mightiest of the shamans, born with mana heart and mana brain, just like any archmage, and he bows to no outsider. Ian tries to explain himself, the monster crisis in the north, matters the Shaman King surely already knows. He never finishes the sentence. A spear point jabs at his face and cuts the diplomacy dead. The lead warrior spits his contempt. Does this arrogant Imperial think their king meets anyone who demands it? Leave now, or be offered up as a sacrifice to the spirit of the great grasslands. The circle of spears tightens, and Ian's eyes go quiet in the way his enemies have learned to fear. He asks, very softly, whether he looks like someone who leaves because he was threatened, and light begins to gather on his fingertips. The warrior charges, bellowing that the boy will only learn in death. Ian does not move. He speaks a single spell, and a spear of ice crystallizes above his open palm, a cross of frozen light in the desert wind. The tribesman swings. Ian ducks low under the shaft, and his blade of ice flashes exactly once. The steel spearhead spins away and thuds into the dirt, sheared clean off, red tassel and all. Standing over the ruined weapon, Ian offers a simple forecast. Next time it will be a head, not a spearhead. Frost coils off the ice in his hand, while the disarmed warrior sweats, and nobody dares to breathe. Lead me to the Shaman King, Ian repeats. And then a new voice cuts across the standoff, asking why an Imperial is looking for him. Every head snaps around at once. The warriors gape at the twisted staff before they even register the man carrying it. An ancient figure with a braided white beard, red ritual tattoos, and a poncho fringed with fangs walks up between 2 guards, holding the birch staff of the Great Plains, the rare artifact Ian already covets. The Shaman King has come out to meet the intruder himself. Ian asks if he truly is the king, and the old man allows that this is what people call him, while his own warriors stare in disbelief. Ian gets straight to business. Monsters from these grasslands are invading 3 nations at once, yet on his whole journey south, he met none at all. He wants to know why every fang in the plains points north. The old king answers smoothly that monsters rarely trouble the borders, and that his people know nothing of it. The air around Ian begins to glitter like a starfield, and he answers with one word. Lies, lies, he tells the king. Do not work on him. And the Shaman King flinches. Barely, but he flinches. Tell me the truth, Ian presses. What have you done? The bodyguards explode at the insolence, spears leveled, and the old man stops them with a single raised hand. He has heard the Empire's mages built a magic that smells out falsehood. Seeing it is another thing entirely. Very well, deceiving this boy is pointless. Long ago there was a prophecy. The golden grasslands would become a sea of fire, the land stained red with blood, and the tribes who had lived there for thousands of years would be scattered and enslaved. Ian's breath catches because he has lived that prophecy. In his first life, the 3 nations burned the plains. The Shaman King vanished, and every native was dragged off in chains. The old man continues. The tribes could do nothing, for war would only destroy them faster, so they simply prayed that the prophecy would pass them by. And then one day a woman came, a hooded stranger out of the dark, who poured a terrible power into this very staff and quietly disappeared. A woman, Ian repeats, and his eyes narrow. She left one instruction behind. If another outsider ever reached this place, he must never be allowed to leave it alive. The firelight bends, and burnt, eyeless corpses begin clawing their way upright out of the ground, dozens becoming a horde, red sparks burning where their eyes should be, while the staff in the old king's grip glows like a brand. Almost apologetically, the shaman king tells the young mage that he will have to die here. Ian looks at the rising dead and finally understands. Black magic, the forbidden art he believed had vanished from the continent 300 years ago, the same poison once buried under the old ivory tower, now warping his second life further off its rails. Surrounded by fire and corpses, he smiles. They are looking down on him, and he has no intention of dying quietly. Instead, he will simply take that black-infused staff for himself, by force if he must. The king dares him to try. Then Ian lifts one open hand. A storm of white and blue mana rises until the inferno itself turns pale, and he warns the old man not to take those words back. The Great Plains are about to learn what an 8th-class mage looks like. 10 days was all Ian's wall of ice would hold, and at the mouth of the canyon outside Ferric Fort, the last of it was melting away. Snow drifted over the rock walls, while Lord Callion, the red-haired, scar-cheeked warlord of the East, stood before his ramparts and sweated in the cold, watching the blue barrier shrink. When it broke, the united monsters of the Great Plains would come pouring through again. He called his aide Adolor to his side and gave the order to pull every soldier and every catapult to the canyon, all the way back to the mountains. The Lord had already made his peace with what was coming. The enemy only had to be stopped, so he and his men would become the toughest shield the Empire had ever raised. He drove his sword point down into the earth and swore to protect his land and its people, and the war camp came alive around him. Soldiers wheeling catapults into position beneath the green and red banners, while the snow swallowed the sound of their labor. Then, in the middle of an order, his head snapped up. Something was moving in the blizzard between the canyon walls. Not a horde, but a single figure, pale-haired and blue-cloaked, leaning on a tall gnarled staff like an old man on a cane. The soldiers tensed. Then the mist thinned and Lord Callion recognized him with a jolt of shock. It was Ian. The high mage staggered forward a step at a time, panting, hair hanging over his face, one hand pressed to his chest, dragging the shaman king's black staff along behind him. Ian's legs buckled beneath him. The staff's twisted head still smoldered red, dark smoke hissing off the corrupted wood, and in his last dazed breaths he warned the men never, never to lay a hand on it. Then he pitched over. The staff clattered to the stone, its rune glowing a sickly green over a spray of his own blood, and the soldiers' cries of his name went dark. He had walked out of the Great Plains and come back barely alive. He woke to sunlight, a warm stone room, a rose window throwing beams across the floor. His chest wrapped tight in bandages, the Lord's castle. Ian sat up slowly, rubbing his head, relieved to have made it back in one piece, and his very first thought went straight to the staff. Before he could finish the thought, a bright voice cut in, telling him he was finally awake, and he turned toward the door. Lord Callion came in with Adelaide, and Ian learned he had been unconscious 4 full days. When they warned him the physician had ordered bed rest, he brushed it aside and pushed himself upright to ask where they had put the staff he carried in. The other mages, they told him, had sealed it inside a chest built like a manna cage, and sure enough a blue containment circle glowed across an ornate cabinet in the corner. Ian studied it and gave a small nod. It had been handled properly. For a long moment the Lord said nothing, watching the young mage cross to the sealed chest. Then he asked the question that had been gnawing at him. The physician had judged Ian so drained of mana and stamina that another hour on the road would have killed him. What could possibly reduce the man who froze an entire orc warband to such a state? Just what, Kellyan asked, had happened out there in the great grasslands? Ian answered plainly. This staff was the whole cause of the disturbance. It carried black magic, the taboo art that was supposed to have died out 300 years ago, and the shaman king had used it to bend the monsters of the plains to his will. When the Lord recoiled at the words, Ian added the part that unsettled even him. The king had not invented the art. He had learned it from someone else, a mastermind Ian never managed to identify. The hooded figure behind the whole war was still out there somewhere. He lifted the staff from the chest and poured his own mana into it, the tip flaring clean blue as he spoke. When the Shaman King died, he explained, the black magic bound inside it had come loose, and every monster in the grasslands had turned on the staff's new owner, on him. It was almost certainly a curse meant to erase all evidence, and thanks to it, dragging himself home to Firik had very nearly finished the job. So why not simply throw the cursed thing away, or destroy it on the spot? The Lord pressed. Ian's mouth curved. He had taken a liking to it, he admitted. This staff, and Kellyan could only stare, dumbfounded that a man had crawled to death's door over an object he happened to fancy. Ian kept feeding power into the wood until the last of the darkness lifted away. It was done, he said, smiling faintly. He had wiped out every trace of the black magic embedded in it. He never finished the sentence. A red and black rune tore into being in the air above him, and the whole room drowned in blood-red light. Something lashed back through the staff and into his body. Ian's eyes blew wide, one pupil ringed like a target, and his breath caught on a single word, his heart. He staggered barefoot across the floor, teeth bared, the curse mark burning green and black beside him, while Lord Kellyan and Adelaide started forward in alarm. Ian doubled over his own chest, and for the first time in either of his lives, a look of dread crossed his face. Don't tell me, he choked out, and then the truth detonated. His mana heart, cursed red lightning cracked through the dark, corruption sprayed like blood, and a black stain bloomed across the bandages over his chest, spreading out from the very core of his power. Lord Kellyan was shouting his name now, lunging to catch him before he fell. Ian lifted his head, both eyes blown wide and empty, a thin line of blood at his lip. The archmage who had endured betrayal, poison, and a burning cabin without flinching. The man who once swore he would give up wealth and fame and anything else before his magic, sat frozen in silent horror. The staff's dying curse had struck the one thing he could never afford to lose. And there the chapter cuts, on a shock too big for words. Blood on the marble, a gasp torn from a young man's chest. Ian Page, the reborn archmage, is down on one knee, bandages wound tight over the wound the Shaman King's dying curse left in him. The Lord of Firik rushes in shouting for a physician, and his aide bolts for the door. But Ian lifts a hand and stops them both. It's nothing, he says, just a small mistake. The bearded lord stares at the ruin of the boy's torso and cannot believe a word of it. What Ian doesn't say aloud is that this agony is a doorway. He waves it off as the ordinary shock of forcing a breakthrough with a mana heart that isn't fully grown. Nothing to fear. Unseen beside him, that heart pulses inside a ring of blue light, and privately, he grasps the truth. The curse's backlash didn't break him, it shoved him upward. Where he once stood at 5th class, he now feels a tide of mana beyond anything he had before. A slow, satisfied smile crosses his face. Finally. Once the panic settles, the Lord has things to pass along. 4 days after Ian marched off into the grasslands, a message arrived from the ivory tower, and he'd sworn to hand it over the instant Ian came back. A glowing blue communication orb waits in a wooden box. Then, adjusting his black gloves, he sets down something stranger, a letter sealed in red wax, carried in by horseback that very day, under the Emperor's own order that it reach Ian and no one else. Ian turns the choice over. The crown never trusts paper and horses when the tower keeps a magical relay that never fails, unless the sender wants something kept off the tower's records. Whatever this letter holds, the Emperor meant to hide it from Herbert. So Ian opens the tower's message first. He wakes the orb, a circle of light spinning up with a low hum, and a script of glowing blue unfurls in the air before him. The tower's words are gentle, and that is exactly what puts him on guard. They apologize for the delay, then report a small disturbance at home. An unidentified intruder breached his estate, but the guards held, and his family is safe under the full protection of the imperial house and the tower. No need for concern, they promise. Ian's fist clenches. A message that insists he shouldn't worry is a message built to make him worry, and he feels Herbert's hand behind every soothing line. He breathes out, long and cold, and breaks the Emperor's seal. The letter opens warmly, almost like a friend thanking fortune it arrived at all. Then the news lands. The three nations bleeding against the grassland monsters are about to sign a joint subjugation pact in the free city of Demidress, and it may already be underway. Ian goes rigid. In the life he remembers, that alliance didn't form for another 3 years. History has lurched forward again, dragging the whole board with it. The letter names the delegation: Crown Prince Hayden, the 5th Prince Ragnar, Tower Master Herbert, and an Imperial General, all riding to the table together. Then comes the real request. The Emperor's heir has no one at his side to be his eyes and ears in that room. So, calling Ian the prince's dearest friend, the Emperor asks a favor. Go to Demidress and be Hayden's strength. In exchange, he swears to move Ian's family inside the palace, guarded by the Empire's finest, and we glimpse the Grey Emperor signing it by his own hand. The wax cools. Ian says nothing for a long moment, rereads the letter, shuts his eyes, and memory rises to meet the name of that city. The Demidress negotiations. In his first life, this was the stage where Ragnar stepped into the open and declared himself a contender for the throne. It was the hinge on which the Crown Prince began to fall. Ragnar worked the hall with dazzling diplomacy, bending the entire agreement toward the Empire's gain. Ian remembers how it ended. Nobles and commoners alike walked away marveling at Ragnar's talent, while Hayden was left looking ignorant and useless before the whole court. He can still picture the Crown Prince stranded in a sea of faceless, staring figures, quietly losing. That single evening began the long landslide that ended with Ragnar crowned, and, in time, with a poisoned cup in a snowbound cabin. All of it, only memory now. Back inside his bandaged body, Ian lines the pieces up. Was every part of this staged by the Tower Master? The monster war that never happened before? The shaman king who learned forbidden black magic from a hooded woman no one can name? The undead he raised in a wall of fire, and now a treaty racing years ahead of schedule, in the very hall he once watched decide an empire's fate? Far too many threads, all pulling one way. And the break-in at his estate is the piece that bites hardest. If someone wanted to tear Ian off this mission, nothing would work better than a threat to his mother. It would make him abandon Demidress and ride straight for the capital. He presses a hand to his mouth. It's still only a guess, he admits. But whoever laid this snare understands him completely, well enough to aim it at the one thing he would never gamble with. Yet there is one thing the trap setter could never have counted on. Something no one expected has happened. There are mages the Tower Master cannot even picture, powers written in no record, heights a person can only reach by climbing them alone. Ian's fist tightens, gold mana coiling around him, a white sigil blooming beneath his feet. 6th class magic is a country only 6th class mages have ever walked, and he is standing in it now, a variable his enemies don't know exists. So Ian turns to the red-haired Lord of Fyric, the warrior who dragged him out of the blizzard 4 days ago. Speak, the great lord tells him, and the archmage, still bound in bandages, lets a small, certain smile touch his lips and asks the man for a favor. Its shape left hanging in the air as the chapter cuts away. Whatever move Ian is about to make, it has already begun. The free city of Demidera glitters. Neutral ground, famous for its harbor and its trade, and today the crowds pour in. Three nations are about to sign a monster subjugation treaty that, in Ian Page's first life, did not exist for another 3 years. He knows this stage. Here, once, the fifth prince dazzled the continent, and the crown prince began his slow fall toward a poisoned cup. This time, Ian means to break that story before it starts. On a palace terrace, Crown Prince Hayden waits with folded arms and a bead of sweat, demanding to know why his mage cannot simply be summoned. His attendant counsels patience. Ian is already on his way as the prince's own representative, and not even royalty can hurry him now. But Hayden is uneasy, and with good reason. Across the city, at the old ivory tower, the envoys who back that snake of a fifth prince have gathered like weather about to turn. Among them, an old silver-haired mage and a golden-eyed noble in black and gold speak with quiet certainty. This is the design they have labored over, the same hand that pulled the treaty forward, seeded the monster war, and sent a killer into Ian's home to make him drop everything and run. The day they prepared for has finally come. The old man believes he has mapped every one of Ian's movements, and one thing above all, his weakness. This is a man who places his family over the whole world, who would throw everything away to keep them safe, so let him choose. By the time the negotiation ends, they promise each other. The crown prince will be finished. Then the crowd looks up. Something is flying. A bird, a shape, a streak of blue riding the wind. Hayden turns just as a cloaked figure with long pale hair drops out of the sky on a current of magic and lands before him, apologizing lightly for being late. It is Ian, arrived not at his family's door, but here, at the prince's side. Hayden lights up with open joy, but out in the crowd, the schemers go still. The old mage frowns, thrown badly off his script. Ian came to the prince. Did he truly leave his own family to the danger they had so carefully arranged? Nothing about this was supposed to happen. At that very hour, far away in the heart of the Green River Empire, the answer is quietly unfolding. Ian's mother, Vanessa, sits in a guarded palace chamber, sheltered under the emperor's own roof, exactly as he had promised. A bearded captain reassures her. The intruder who broke into their estate was caught by the guards, and they were lucky it happened before Ian's deadly mana trap could freeze the man where he stood. Still, worry will not leave her face. The captain tries to lift the mood. A letter has already gone out from the ivory tower, he tells her. The news will reach Ian in no time, and once it does, he will be here faster than anyone can say ta-da. Vanessa only blinks, unconvinced. And then he is there. A voice apologizes for being so very late. The whole room freezes, and then it breaks open. Vanessa cries his name and reaches for him. Ian, in the flesh, home. This is the mother who, in his first life, died sick and alone while he climbed the tower, and now she is here to seize his hand. He gathers his family close and tells them gently that they must have been terrified, that they can rest easy now, that he will keep them safe. In 2 cities at once, on the same night, Ian Page has walked through the door. The night before explains how. In Lord Kalyan Pieric's estate, the great warrior of the East who fought the Plains War at his side, Ian had made a strange request. The magic he was about to attempt might drop him into a trance he could not break on his own. If that happened, Kalyan was to fetch the wizard Pagean and have mana forced into his head to wake him. So few mages ever officially pass the 6th class that the continent keeps almost no record of them. Even in his first life, everything Ian used beyond that rank he had either invented himself or scraped from ancient books. This was uncharted country. He told the Lord to begin. Light gathered at his feet. A great ruined circle bloomed across the floor, blue fire spilling from its heart, and out of it stepped a second Ian, identical down to the pale, tired eyes. Kalyan stared, the color draining from his face, barely able to voice the impossible thing in front of him. Magic like this. Then Ian's own body swayed and began to fall, and the warrior lunged to catch him. This was the shape of Ian's new power. Puppet play. With magic raised above the 6th class, his true body becomes the controller and sinks into sleep, while duplicates walk free, each one wielding force equal to a fifth-class master. Cradled safe in Callion's arms, the sleeping Ian entrusted his life to the man with a few quiet words. The rest of him would go out into the world. Two identical figures stood before the Lord, calm-faced, and the trap the enemy had spent so long building collapsed before it ever closed. They had counted on forcing Ian to choose the prince or his mother, the mission or his blood. He simply refused the choice. One self flew to Demadira to stand as the crown prince's strength. Another went home to guard his family, and his real body slept, watched over, in the east. The man who swore to put everything back where it belonged had found a way to be everywhere his loved ones needed him at once, and his enemies never even saw the strings. The reunion lands like a burst of spring. Crown Prince Hayden throws his arms wide in a shower of pale petals, and all but weeps with happiness, clasping the hand of the ash-blonde mage beside him, as if to make sure he is truly there. But the warmth cools the instant an old, silver-haired man turns from the glowing marble of the summit floor. Leaning on a long staff, the tower master, Herbert Leon, studies the newcomer with mild surprise and greets him almost fondly by a single name, Ian. Herbert has already heard the report. This young mage completed a mission grueling enough to leave him unconscious, a real service to the Empire. Ian lowers his eyes and shrugs it off as merely a high mage's duty. But the Tower Master's courtesy has a hook in it. Why come here at all, he asks, when rest and light work waited at the ivory tower, and then he begins to raise the trouble stirring around Ian's family back home. Ian cuts across him. He received that message, yet his orders were to guard the Crown Prince. To settle the matter, Ian produces a tasseled scroll and lets it unroll. Proof his assignment is complete and sanctioned. Herbert reads the runes and the red seal, and inwardly he is thrown. He never imagined this boy would set aside his own family's safety just to report for duty. Then the old man's mouth curls into a sly smile. He understands it is the Emperor's own order, he says, and refuses it anyway. Bringing Ian into the delegation is, quite simply, impossible. Hayden detonates. Does the Tower Master think his father's commands are a joke? Herbert never loses his calm. This is a matter of trust between three nations, he explains, and the number of envoys and guards was fixed by prior agreement, to be honored without a single deviation. A high-ranking mage is a weapon, not a foot soldier. Slipping an extra one into the party would poison the treaty before it began. And privately, Ian concedes the point. These powers are not at war, but a long history of clashes keeps them wary of one another. The delegation holds only 3 high mages, the Tower Master among them, and that balance is the whole point. Add a lethal talent like Ian, and the summit tilts from the start. So Herbert dismisses him. Go home. Your very presence in this city is a diplomatic problem, and even softens it with an apology. But Ian has been listening for exactly one crack. What if, he asked slightly, one of those high mages were to surrender his own place? Then, surely, an order from the Emperor leaves a little room to be flexible. But who? The objection begins. Who would ever give up such an honor? And a quiet voice answers, I will. A single boot steps forward onto the marble. It belongs to a lean, dark-haired mage with a trim beard and a green waistcoat, the high mage Ronan, offering to vacate his own seat in the delegation. A murmur runs through the assembled envoys. Hayden gapes, and even the composed Tower Master is left staring, his careful diplomacy suddenly snagged on a single word he never saw coming. Ronan makes his case without heat. They are all citizens of the Empire, he says, and a citizen's first duty is to obey the Emperor, whatever the circumstances. To sit among the delegation is an honor, but if surrendering that honor is what lets them carry out the Emperor's will and keep the peace intact, then he will give it up gladly. It is airtight, and it is aimed squarely at Herbert's own argument. The Tower Master, who a breath ago held every card, has nothing left to say. So Ronan does it properly. He asks Hayden to entrust Ian with his place in obedience to the royal command, and begs leave to withdraw. The flustered prince can only agree, then gathers himself and praises the mage's sincere loyalty, wishing him a safe road back to the capital. As the two mages pass one another, Ronan speaks to Ian alone. Take the seat, and make no mistake carrying out the Emperor's will. Ian closes his eyes and thanks his senior warmly. It is nothing, Ronan tells him. And here the story pulls back the curtain. Ronan, we learn, was one of the few genuinely useful high mages from Ian's first life. Stubborn, blunt, a straight line of a man whose loyalty was never bought by the Tower Master's favor or the Ivory Tower's prestige, but only by raw magical skill. So winning him cost Ian almost nothing, a handful of spells that Herbert had never seen, and the man came quietly to his side. This is the harvest of a seed planted long ago, Ian's vow to grow his own faction inside the tower. Ronan is not finished twisting the knife. As he takes his leave, he turns the Tower Master's own logic back on him. A high mage loitering in the city without a role could cause diplomatic trouble. Is that not exactly what the Tower Master just said? Herbert's hand tightens on his staff, and a low, bitter chuckle escapes him. He had written this boy off as a clueless greenhorn. Now he sees the truth. Ian has quietly been sinking roots into what Herbert still calls his own ivory tower. Ian takes his place among the delegation's mages, accepted at last, while the Tower Master watches with a face gone cold. For years, Herbert has been laying his own patient plans for the future of the Empire's ivory tower, and he tells himself he will not let some upstart put a dent in them. It is the same fatal miscalculation he has made before, mistaking a wolf for a stray dog he can still leash. Then the air changes, a new figure moves into the gathering, and the chapter slows to drink him in, an ornate uniform of deep crimson and black stitched with gold, a great amethyst blazing at the throat. It is the fifth prince, Ragnar. Hayden's face empties. Ian stands utterly still. This is the very stage where, in the life Ian remembers, this prince dazzled 3 nations and began the crown prince's ruin, the road that ends in a glass of poisoned wine. The chapter closes on Ragnar's silent, glittering figure, murderer and old friend, sharing the same marble at last. The free city of Demidra had belonged to no nation for more than 100 years. It sat between the 3 kingdoms like a bridge, neutral ground where rivals could meet and talk without drawing swords. Its white domes and teal towers, a monument to a peace that nobody owned. On this day, its 19th mayor, Ngoro Neville, walked the visiting envoys through those gleaming halls, gesturing them toward their quarters, with the practiced warmth of a man who had welcomed 100 delegations before. The party from the Grinriva Empire drew the finest lodging of all, a lush green and white villa fit for royalty. Crown Prince Hayden looked it over and pronounced it magnificent, and when someone asked whether anything remained on the schedule, Tower Master Herbert Leone answered that there was nothing to do until the day of the meeting itself. It should have been an easy stretch of quiet before the summit. It was anything but. Hayden dismissed the rest to go and rest, then kept one man at his side, Ian, the young mage he trusted above all others. But as the prince and Ian moved off down the corridor, a second delegation swept in behind them, and at its head walked the 5th prince, Ragnar Greenriver. Ian had never forgotten that face. In a life he alone remembered, this man had poured poison into his wine and burned his cabin to ash. Now Ragnar simply drew the Tower Master aside, voice low, and asked to speak with him in private. Behind a heavy door, in a gilded room lit red, the two were alone. Ragnar did not shout or make demands. He only confessed what gnawed at him, that the mage forever glued to his brother's side was an eyesore, that something about Ian sat wrong with him, that he did not trust the boy and never had. Herbert soothed him like a courtier who had done it 1,000 times. Ian's power might be tremendous, he allowed, but this was diplomacy, and a mage at a treaty table was nothing more than a decoration, no right to speak, and nothing to say, even if he had one. All the prince needed to do was be the star of the negotiation, exactly as he had prepared. Ragnar sighed and let it go. His people had tried more than once to lure Ian to their side, and every attempt had failed. Then the prince's voice went cold. Left alone, Ian would grow into a real obstacle someday, so Herbert should see to it that he was dealt with soon. And the silver-haired tower master, the man who publicly served the crown prince, bowed his head and promised that everything would go as his highness wished. Hayden's own advisor was Ragnar's creature. Down another hall, the crown prince lounged across a couch, arms flung along the backrest, blissfully unaware. Hayden was in high spirits. Demedra's nightlife, he'd heard, was like nowhere else, so surely there'd be plenty to see, and they'd only need disguises to slip out unnoticed. He was already calling for a servant to fetch some. Beside him, Ian said nothing at all. When the prince finally turned to ask what was wrong, he found the mage staring back at him with an expression cold enough to freeze the room. Ian let out a long sigh and asked whether His Highness truly grasped the position he was in. He was the successor who spoke for the whole Grinreaver Empire. He was here as the man responsible for a treaty between three nations. He had not come to Demedra to go sightseeing. Give up the idea of wandering the streets, Ian told him flatly, and start getting ready, right now. When Hayden protested that there was still plenty of time, Ian spelled out exactly what was at stake. As Crown Prince, Hayden would be the first to speak for the delegation. But if he faltered, if he could not deliver, the floor would pass to the fifth prince, and Ian guaranteed that Ragnar would seize that opening to make himself the true lead of the entire treaty. It was the very trap that had swallowed Hayden once before, in a history only Ian knew, the summit where Ragnar dazzled the room and the crown prince was exposed as hollow. The prince's bravado cracked. Honestly, he admitted, he didn't know if he could do it. They would be haggling over troops and supplies, over land and slaves, and he had no one around him to talk such matters through, no one to help him carry them. Wasn't it better to stay silent than to open his mouth and make a fool of himself? Ian watched him shrink and understood the habit for what it was, a boy forever trying to hide from the real world. But this time Ian would not allow it. Of every piece on the board, the Crown Prince was the one that could become Ragnar's single greatest setback, and Ian meant to use him. The prince, he said, must become the leading voice of this treaty. It was the same enemy Ian had sworn himself against across 2 lives now, and he would not surrender this stage to Ragnar without a fight. The chance, Ian knew, would come only once. The Emperor himself had asked Ian to be the prince's strength, so that Hayden might finally accomplish something by his own hand and keep his leadership from slipping to his brother. Ian raised his fingers and snapped. Magic answered. A whirlwind of blank pages lifted into the air, and an enchanted quill began to write on its own, filling sheet after sheet in a haze of blue light. Onto them Ian set down everything, every subject the meeting would raise, every counter the rival delegations might throw, and every answer the prince could give in return. Until the day of the summit, Hayden would do just one thing. He would memorize all of it. The prince trembled at the sheer weight of paper swirling around him, while Ian stood with his arms crossed in the heart of the storm, the archmage quietly forging a frightened prince into a weapon aimed straight at Ragnar's throat. 1 week had passed, and the day of the great three-nation negotiation at Demedira had finally arrived. Beneath the pale blue domes of the summit palace, under a cloudless sky heavy with anticipation, the young Crown Prince Hayden crossed the marble halls with his advisors, but his thoughts were far from the treaty. For 7 straight days, the man he called elder brother, Ian Page, had shut himself inside his lodging and never once come out, and that unbroken silence gnawed at everyone who cared for him. The old mage at his side confessed that the same unease had troubled him, so through the long week he had quietly kept a watcher on Ian. The report brought neither comfort nor alarm. Ian had done nothing at all but pace the garden alone, hour after hour, looking worn down to the bone. Hayden could only nod, the worry sitting heavy on his young face. Then Ian himself appeared, and the tension broke like morning light. The two greeted each other warmly, brother to brother, and Ian waved off the sleepless week with a soft, easy chuckle. Reassured, Hayden said he would go ahead to the conference hall with the delegation, and Ian promised to follow in only a moment. They parted down the bright corridor, calm before the storm. The instant Hayden was out of sight, that calm cracked. Ian's hand began to tremble at his side, and he lowered his eyes, the archmage who had already lived and died once, suddenly looking like a soldier stepping onto a killing field. His silver-haired ally, the high mage Ronan, who had surrendered his own seat at this table so Ian could take it, steadied him with a few cold, certain words. He would be the focus of all three nations, Ronan reminded him, and they had not worn themselves ragged all week for nothing. Ian drew a slow breath, and the tremor hardened into a small, confident smile. Inside, the great octagonal table waited beneath a chandelier of 100 candles, ringed by the delegates of three powers gathered for an alliance that, in the history Ian remembered, should not have formed for years yet. The mediator, the 19th mayor of Demadera, Ungolo Nabil, named himself and laid down his rules. Every word spoken here would be recorded, and he alone held the power to destroy those records. With that, he declared the talks open. The first blow came from Maxwell Benate, heir to the House of Benate. He argued that the road into the steppe was narrow and steep, that shifting troops and supplies through it would be a nightmare, and that he half regretted having paid for infantry and mages instead of raw materials. All points, he added, already settled with the Coldwood Empire. If Green River held a fair objection, he offered smoothly, his side was willing to tear it up and begin again from the beginning. And so the real subject opened, how the spoils would be divided once the plains were finally subjugated. This was the very stage where, in Ian's first life, the Crown Prince had frozen and fallen apart, while the fifth prince, Ragnar, dazzled the room and began his long climb toward the throne. But this Hayden did not fall apart. Just as they had rehearsed through a long night of enchanted self-writing quills and storms of floating pages, he kept his composure and steered the thorny military questions toward the Empire's own commander, General Duncan Mythos. Caught flat-footed, the old general gathered himself and set out Green River's answer to the Principality of Rose demands. From where he sat, Ian took it all in through the eyes of his double, for the figure at that table was only a clone of his true body, which slept far away under Lord Pierric's guard. A good start, he judged. All that remained was to keep it turning, and turn it did, claim answering claim around the ring of delegates as they pressed and parried over every clause. Then a sharper voice split the room. Prince Vector Coldwood of the Coldwood Empire brought his hand down hard on the table and demanded they stop circling and get to the point. Carving the conquered plains into 3 tidy portions and handing each to whichever nation sat closest, he scoffed, was flatly impossible. The soil and the buried wealth varied wildly from one stretch to the next. A lucky share would be a fortune, an unlucky one a ruin. Some country would walk away cheated, and a cheated country did not simply sulk. He said it without flinching. A careless division could light the fuse of a war. This was the true knot of the entire negotiation, how to divide the prairie's land and its riches once the beasts were put down. Coldwood, Vector went on, had no hunger for upheaval. There was nothing shameful about holding on to the peace it had kept for centuries. So if anyone at this table had a wiser idea, he was welcome to speak it aloud. On the Green River bench, the Tower Master gave a slow, measured nod, and Hayden's jaw tightened with nerves. And there, into that heavy hush, a white-gloved hand rose. Heads turned. Prince Vector and his companions stared, and even Maxwell Benate went stiff in his seat. The one man who had held his tongue through the whole affair was asking, softly, whether he might be permitted to share his opinion. It was Ian. His golden eyes lifted, the blue lotus jewel at his throat catching the light, and he told the assembled crowns that a way most certainly existed. The words rang out like a struck bell. The Coldwood Prince sat frozen, the envoys stared in disbelief, and beside the wide-eyed Hayden, even the Tower Master lost his voice. The seasoned schemer who had staked everything on this boy stumbling, blindsided once again by the wolf he kept mistaking for a tame hound. This was the crown Ian meant to forge into a weapon against the fifth prince he had sworn, across 2 lifetimes, to bring down. What that way was, he did not yet say, and the chapter closed with the whole table holding its breath on his next word. The peace talks had collapsed into deadlock, and then a boy's voice cut across the marble hall and swore there was a way through. Every gold-braided shoulder at the table turned. The young mage, with the burning gold eyes, leaned in the instant the mediator waved him on and laid it out plainly. The Empire's magic tower had finished a vast new spell, one that could sense the minerals buried under contested ground, and even weigh roughly how much lay there. He sold it like a man who already owned the room. The words dropped like a stone into still water. Beside him, the white-haired tower master went rigid and stammered that it was impossible. A delegate demanded to know if it was real, and the boy only smiled and said it was. Then his ally named the maker, Ian Page, the youngest high-ranking magician the Empire had ever produced. The hall murmured in wonder, while across the table the fifth prince and the lord of the tower sweated behind their masks. They understood what he had truly done. He had looked past the treaty to its buried heart. The quarrel was never about land, it was about what slept beneath it. Ian pressed on and said aloud the answer no one else dared. Use the detection magic to draw a true resource map. Survey the worth of every stretch first, then divide it fairly, parcel by parcel. The glowing golden chart unfurled above the table, mountains and plains and villages carved into shares. A delegate protested that it was mining land anyway. Fists clenched, the room stirred. But the boy turned cold and flat. There was simply no better way. The fifth prince ground his knuckles white, and still Ian did not give an inch. He finished with 2 small words and stood there, palms flat on the table, gold eyes steady beneath the great arch, a child dictating terms to kings. Then the day softened. Dawn spread pink over Demadera, birds wheeling above its domes and mirror-still pools, and in a shaded colonnade, an ally leaned against a pillar, waiting for him. The reunion turned bright and boyish. Greetings rang down the corridor, and the terror of the table melted into a grinning, cheerful Ian, who could not help bragging that he had swallowed the whole meeting whole, that the fifth prince and the old tower lord had looked positively sick by the end. In the life he still remembered, this alliance had lifted his rival and ruined his friend. Now it had gone the other way. The dark-haired commander smirked. There was a city to see and cups to raise, and they coaxed him along, teasing that he would be of age soon and ought to take his first drink from an elder's hand. He was laughing, one ally halfway through a promise to teach him how to drink, when an attendant's voice cut in. The prince had come. Footsteps echoed, roses seemed to bloom and scatter red through the light, and out of them stepped a figure in black and gold, with a blood-red jewel at his throat, the fifth prince. Ian's easy grin froze on his face. What followed was all courtesy and all knives. Ragnar praised him. He had done very well, and the prince claimed he had learned a great deal himself just from watching. Ian's composure wavered. A bead of sweat slid down as he forced a shaky laugh and played the modest junior he appeared to be. The prince pretended the triumph had been a lesson he had graciously given, and pretended he had not just been humbled in front of 3 nations. Then came the real move, dressed as kindness. Stay devoted, stay disciplined, the prince told him, and never hesitate to come to him for guidance. It was the seniority Ragnar had lost at the table, reclaimed in a single generous sentence. Ian bowed his head, thanked him, and called him elder brother, and only the reader could feel the ice in it. This was the man who, in a life Ian still carried, had poisoned his wine and begged never to be forgiven, the enemy he had sworn to outlast. The prince turned and walked away, his footsteps fading down the stone. The moment he was gone, the warmth rushed back in. Ian's own people called him over, and someone declared this truly the best day of all. He flung his arms around their shoulders like a delighted child, insisting they go do everything the long week had cost them, teasing the stern commander to loosen up for once. The long-haired mage smiled and offered again to pour him a proper drink now that his coming of age was so close. And that was when it went wrong. The mage caught the glow first, light bleeding from a hand, a soft blue hum in the air. He looked down at his own thinning fingers with an eerie calm and said, almost gently, that this was as far as he could go. This was his limit. Ian rounded on him, demanding he say it plainly, asking what he was, but the answer was already coming apart. With an apology and a half-joke that he would take that drink at the palace instead, the mage dissolved into a swirl of pale frost, Ian's own unmistakable ice, and scattered on the wind. When it cleared, only Ian and the dark-haired commander stood on the marble, staring at the fading blue whirl where a man had stood. The watchers grasped it a heartbeat too late. Gripping his staff, trembling from head to foot, the old tower master breathed the word, a clone, this whole time. It should have been impossible. No living mage could spin off a double that walked and spoke and cast like a man, yet one had just melted before the summit. The fifth prince stood frozen, whispering that such things could not exist. Everything they had bargained against had been a puppet, so he had never even come. He had toyed with 3 empires through a phantom while his true body slept far away under a warrior's guard. An old schemer's shock curdled into something worse, a low, dangerous laugh at the sheer nerve of a boy who had treated the summit like a game. The chuckle drifted over the rooftops as the sun sank gold behind the domes of Demadera, and the longest, cleverest day of the whole affair came quietly to its close. Golden light was fading over an eastern lord's castle, and the man who ruled it could not eat. A servant carried in a supper of steak and stew, but the red-haired lord only stared toward a closed sick-room door. Behind it lay the mage who had turned back a monster army from his grasslands, the young man they called Sir Ian, and he had not woken for days. He had promised to hold himself together with magic while he slept. Instead, his body seemed to be thinning by the hour, and the whole household was frightened. The servant remembered the mage's own orders. If something went wrong, drive mana into his head to force him up. The lord steeled himself, leaned over the bed, and decided to send for another mage and wake him by force. Then a faint, magic-touched voice drifted up from the pillow, telling him there would be no need for that. Ian's eyes were already open. The room broke into relief, the lord rushing to his side, both of them asking in a rush how he felt. Ian answered, perfectly straight-faced, that yes, there was an urgent problem. The lord went pale. Was it his stomach? Should he fetch a physician? And then Ian's stomach answered for him, growling loud enough to fill the whole panel. The archmage, who had frozen orc warbands solid and shattered the ivory tower's power core, went red to the ears and admitted, very quietly, that he was simply extremely hungry. By the next bright morning he was himself again, back in his blue hooded cloak with his twisted birch staff, standing in the garden to leave. The lord begged him to stay one more night for a party in his honor. Ian waved it off. Fulfilling the request had been more than enough, and any high mage would have done the same. The lord would not have it. Another mage, he said, would have plugged the monster rush and gone straight back to the tower. Ian had done far, far more. He had, the lord confessed, doubted the boy on sight. He had wondered what a slight young man could possibly do against an army on the open plains. He had been wrong. Ian had solved in 10 days a problem the lord had carried for decades, and the lord could feel there was some power in him that other men simply did not have. Ian said nothing to that. Then the lord brightened. There was one thing he wanted to do before Ian left. That thing. Ian, staff in hand, only blinked. What thing? The lord had heard how the Mogrian family of the north had sworn Ian their eternal honored guest, and he meant for the east to do the very same. Ian actually startled, because that was not a thing a man accepted lightly. But the lord was grinning now. Do not misunderstand, he laughed. He was only doing this because it was Ian. The Pyrrhic territory wished to serve him, not as a passing benefactor, but as their honored guest for all time. And was there any greater honor, he asked, than the East standing behind the Empire's one and only 6th-class mage? This was his own judgment, the lord said, and he was certain neither Ian nor the territory would ever come to regret it. For a long moment Ian stood quiet, eyes lowered, a thin sweat at his brow, because a 1,000-year oath was not something a man could simply take. Then he lifted his head. He would not refuse. The Lord's whole face opened. That, he said, was the answer he had been waiting for. A vow of 1,000 years, he declared, deserved the look of one. He drew a ceremonial blade with a golden hilt, asked Ian to bear with the theatrics, and sank to one knee, setting the point to the stone. Before the fountain and the watching household he swore it. This family would always welcome the high mage Ian Page, and whenever he had need of the strength of the East, they would stand at his side, wherever and whenever. An oath handed down to his heir and his heir's heir, sworn upon the easternmost end of the Emerald River. It was the northern Mogrian pledge turned east, and as the crowd's cheer rolled up around him, Ian raised his eyes to the open sky. When it was done, he only asked, mildly, to be treated kindly from here on out. The Lord scrubbed at his face and laughed that no matter how many times he did this, he never got used to it, and how much easier it would be if everyone could just agree to skip the pomp and get the oath over with. He promised Ian a proper Eastern party one day, something to look forward to. Ian told him he would hold him to it. Then he was ready to go. Blue light and a wash of frost curled up around him, and with a single quiet word he lifted off the flagstones and rose. The Lord and his attendant tipped their heads back to watch him climb, and Ian turned and flew, out over the bare rock and canyon of the plains, the dark birch staff riding in his grip. It had been a short stay, he thought, and yet so much had happened inside it, and he had come away with something he had never expected. The sworn loyalty of the whole Eastern March, freely given, a body that had finally broken past its old ceiling into the 6th class. But the staff in his hand carried more than a warlord's gratitude. It carried a question. Someone had poured power into this staff, the very weapon the Shaman King had spoken of. Someone who had brought back black magic, an art that had vanished from the world 300 years ago. That hooded figure was still out there, and the corruption still needed answering. As the plains fell away beneath him and the light turned to gold, Ian set his course for home. It looked, he thought, like there would be a great deal to research once he was back in the capital. Ian Page came home to the capital, and his mother reached him first. Vanessa flew down the grand marble staircase, skirts and heels clattering, and seized his face before he could set down his staff. He had vanished like smoke. She scolded through tears. Did he know the terror of a mother whose heart had stopped? And why had he wasted to half himself? The betrayed archmage, who in his first life had buried this woman and risen alone, stood still and let her fuss. He answered gently. There had been circumstances, and weight was easy to regain, then pressed a gift into her hands, a small blue mana crystal, a communicator he had made on the road, its twin already fixed to his staff. Now she could reach him whenever he was in the capital. He apologized for the fright and swore to stay close from here on. It was a vow the old Ian never got to keep. This time Vanessa simply glowed. At the workshop his companions were still reeling. They had seen him stand in Demidra and the royal palace in the very same hour. A mirage, a double. Cornered, Ian gave them the plain truth in the fewest words he could. He was a 6th-class mage now, the highest rank in the Empire. They gaped. Surely that made him the strongest alive. He only smiled and said nothing had changed. Then he begged off an evening of potion testing. He had an invitation to keep. It led to a rough-walled tavern under a phoenix banner, and Ian, dressed down in a plain tunic, felt the prickle of an ambush before a blow was struck. It was a party in his honor, his coming of age, his promotion, all of it. A bright, amber-eyed friend clapped him welcome and set down barrels of the finest ale, the sort normally poured only inside the royal palace, brought out just for tonight. But Ian only stared at the golden liquor as a memory rose. In his first life he had never drunk because Ragnar never drank. The prince who would one day poison his wine refused all alcohol, saying it dulled the senses and loosened a man's guard. Remembering his murderer's cold discipline, Ian lifted the mug and drank. His friend leaned in, breathless. "Well?" Ian flushed, surprised at himself. Not bad. His host beamed that the gift had landed. The hall was loud with knights, and they hailed their prince. For the golden host was Crown Prince Hayden himself, at ease among his men. "Tell us about Demidra," they roared, and Hayden gladly obliged. In the first life, this same prince had sat passive and alone while Ragnar stole the court. Now he laughed shoulder to shoulder with soldiers who adored him. Amid it all, Ian sat quiet, a little overwhelmed by so much warmth aimed at him. Captain Oliver Raywood found him there. 5 years of sparring had never let the knight land a scratch, yet now he simply refilled Ian's mug and warned him not to overdo his first night of drinking. If Sir Ian got drunk, Oliver teased, one stray magic missile might level the whole order of knights. Ian returned the jab dryly. The captain must have so much to worry about, and the two traded grins over the foam. It was strange, Ian remarked, to see His Highness so relaxed among his knights. Was that all right? Every man here had sworn a personal oath of loyalty to the prince, Oliver answered. That was why Ian could trust them and lower his guard. Loyalty and faith, Ian murmured, turning the words over. For a man who had died on a friend's poison and spent a second life refusing to lean on anyone, they were heavy, unfamiliar things to weigh. Then Oliver turned thoughtful and asked if Ian recalled their first meeting in Mogrian, 5 years back, when a 12-year-old exposed the spy Cecilia without a flicker of feeling. Most children that age could not mask themselves at all, he said. Yet Ian's face gave away nothing, as if he had trained for decades to hide it. Ian listened, calm, while inside he conceded the truth. Back then, pretending to be a child had been the hardest performance of all. That was when Oliver had first judged him, a crafty little thing, sharp beyond his years, who would surely never make a single friend. His eye for people, he added with a grin, was rarely wrong. Ian could not deny it, yet hearing it aloud stirred something complicated. The archmage, who had walled himself off from every classmate and comrade, knowing they were bound for early graves. Truthfully, Ian said, he had once had a friend. It simply had not ended well. He left the name unspoken, but the reader knew it. Ragnar, the boyhood companion turned prince, who feared his power into madness and killed him over a poisoned cup, while begging never to be forgiven. Oliver only wondered aloud what kind of person could earn the guarded Ian's friendship. Ian drank instead of answering. There was one more thing, Oliver went on. After 5 years, talking with Ian sometimes felt like speaking to a middle-aged man. Ian nearly choked, and the captain innocently asked why. The truth cut far too close. The soul inside this 17-year-old had already lived, warred, and grown old once. So Ian hid it in plain sight, deadpan. Actually, he would be 48 soon, only using magic to look young. Blue light seemed to shiver in the air. Oliver froze. Then Ian let it break and admitted he was joking. A crafty man with no friends, he said. Jokes so rarely it comes out sounding real. Kindly forgive him. Oliver laughed and promised he would, as the elder of the two, never guessing how backwards that was. They raised their mugs together, the tavern glowing gold. And later, under a sky thick with stars, Ian weighed the loyalty and friendship freely given and felt one quiet thing. How grateful he was. The capital was still humming from the night's celebration when Ian Page slipped out into the cool night air, one hand pressed to a swimming head. He had drunk far more than he ever had in either of his lives, and the wine left him unsteady on the raised veranda. A quiet voice greeted him from below, and there, sitting against the wooden rail to catch his breath, was Paul Lenz, Vice-General of the Second Order, and in Ian's first life, the finest blade in the Empire after Oliver himself. They fell into easy talk. Paul, a commoner who had risen on loyalty and steel alone, confessed with a flush that he was a hopeless lightweight and had fled the crowd for air. He asked about Ian's first ever taste of wine, and Ian allowed that a little of it wasn't so bad. Then Paul turned earnest. The knights wanted to thank him, he said. Even stone-silent Captain Oliver had begun speaking to him, and the Crown Prince had not been this bright in years, all thanks to Ian. Ian brushed it aside, insisting he had only nudged things along. But under the stars he let himself feel it, that he had grown attached to this life, and a rare, gentle smile crossed his face, startling Paul, who had never imagined the young mage could look so soft. A breathless night came running. The Crown Prince was demanding Paul back inside, joking he would strip the man of his post if he refused to drink. Paul rose, laughing, and went ahead, leaving Ian alone on the grounds. For a moment the Archmage simply stood, arms folded, a faint smile lingering. Then he walked off by himself to a stone railing and lifted his eyes to the star-thick sky above the palace town, and his thoughts drifted back into the memories of his first life. The memories came in two colors. There was the old battlefield under a bruised sky, crows wheeling over rubble where a long-haired war mage had once stood with his staff, the ruin his power had left behind, and against it everything he had now. His mother laughing at a sunlit tea table, the household gathered around her, the young Crown Prince thoughtful at a tall window, the great figures of the empire whose fates his choices were quietly bending. He could not undo what his hands had done, he told himself. He could only guard the people he loved now and go forward. This, he understood, was only the beginning. Then the reflection hardened. His old self dissolved into drifting ash, and a white king toppled and crumbled into black, and a single name surfaced beneath it all. The friend who had poisoned him and begged never to be forgiven. The enemy he had sworn this time to destroy. Ragnar. The vision faded to white. Far off, in another lit hall of the capital, that name was very much awake. Behind tall glass, beneath a chandelier, two men stood alone. The fifth Prince Ragnar, golden-eyed and cold in his amethyst brooch, and the ivory tower master Herbert Leon, leaning on a dark, twisted staff. Quietly, dangerously, Ragnar asked what the old man intended to do. Had he not told him, again and again, to remove Ian Page before he became an obstacle? Herbert bowed his head and admitted it, and Ragnar pressed the knife deeper, reciting the excuse the Tower Master had given every single time. Wait a little longer, and I will forge him into a useful weapon and place him in your hands. He had said it, and let the moment pass. So, the prince asked, how is he now? The answer was almost unthinkable from the mouth of the Empire's most powerful mage. Ian, Herbert confessed, was now blocking off every path they had. His own prediction had been wrong. He should have finished the matter quickly, instead of postponing it. But no one could have imagined the young man would pull such a trick, ruling a three-nation summit through puppets, while his true body slept a country away. The Tower Master, who had once mistaken the wolf for a dog he could leash, was owning that the leash had failed. And yet, Herbert said, this would be the last time he asked the prince to wait, because every preparation was now complete. He turned toward the darkness at the edge of the room and called softly for someone to come and greet His Highness. A figure wrapped in a black hood detached itself from the shadows, a fall of red hair spilling from beneath the cloth. Ragnar's composure cracked. Helen, the High Mage who had vanished from the tower years ago. The hood came down, and what stood revealed was scarcely the fiery woman anyone remembered. A corpse-pale, hollow-cheeked Helene, one eye burning a dull red, her voice a slow and unsettling purr as she told the prince what a pleasure it was to meet him at last. Even Ragnar, no stranger to cruelty, flinched back a step, his hand tightening on his brooch. Herbert bid him not to be alarmed. She was still a human girl, he said, a devoted servant of the warden, bound to obey, a piece who would gladly give her life for the prince. And then Ragnar understood what she truly was, and the dread settled in. The missing tower magician now wielded the forbidden art. The black magic the world believed had died out 3 centuries ago, the same shadow, unspoken here, that had been stirring monsters and cursing staves at the Empire's ragged edges. The old man laid the last piece on the board. Ian Page, the thorn in all their eyes, would in time become their long-term chess piece, one who would give his very life for the prince. Everything, he promised, was proceeding as planned. Beneath a scarred and watching moon, Herbert Leon bowed to his true master and voiced the wish that closed the season like a slow blade, that the prince would one day rise as the empire's emperor. The men who could never tame the wolf had found a darker way to try. In the high study of the ivory tower, its master comes apart over a single word. Herbert Leon reads it off a report, 6th class, and repeats it like something rotten in his mouth. Violet manna boils up around the old man until loose papers tear into the air and a crystal orb bursts across the marble floor. The boy he swore he could leash, the one who has slipped every trap the tower ever laid, has climbed to a rank Herbert himself will never reach. For one raw moment, the Empire's mightiest mage looks less a master than a man losing his grip. Then a knock, and the storm vanishes behind a smile. He calls his young aide Marco inside, buries the wreckage, and turns almost fatherly. He recalls the abandoned baby he took in 10 years past, the child who learnt to walk beneath his eye and grew into a loyal mage, and tells the young man he is proud, that he loves him like a son. Marco, glowing, swears he would do anything to repay such kindness, which is the answer Herbert wanted. Only then does the true request slip free, soft as a blessing. Come to my estate tonight. The foster son bows, never feeling the board close around him. Night settles over a shuttered town, and a very different figure pushes through a tavern door. The information broker nearly drops his cup. Beneath the lowered hood are pale blonde hair and violet eyes he knows on sight. Ian Page, the Ivory Tower's youngest high mage, walking his streets in disguise. Ian lays a heavy purse of gold on the counter and steadies the man's nerves before they fray. He has come as a paying customer, and what he means to buy is everything the underworld can tell him about black magic. No detail is too small or too doubtful, he says. The broker's grin thins to something cautious, because the request happens to brush the very thing his people have been watching. Then he gives it a name, the Dragon's Cult, and the word lands on Ian like a dropped stone. A faith that worships dragons as gods, faceless beneath red hoods, one of 100 fringe sects in the Empire, except this one is old, centuries old. It began in a nothing village, the broker says, where a grave robber swore he had looked upon a living descendant of a dragon and preached that a high priest would one day spread a new truth through the power of transcendence. The people called him a fraud and turned away. But time did its quiet work. Believers gathered, and the dragon's cult swelled in the dark. It is the dragon blood the old ivory tower was raised to bury, the Dragonians and their forbidden art that Mitchell Greenriver broke 300 years ago. Almost nothing certain remains of them now. No known high priest, no count of the faithful, no stated purpose, only whispers, and the whispers are foul, that the cult can raise the dead and hollow out a living mind. Ian goes very still. He has seen a corpse-pale woman with one burning eye who answers to someone called the Warden, and he knows in his own bones what a bent mind feels like. The broker sets the last piece down plainly. Everything they have gathered ties the dragon's cult to black magic, and the Empire's own powers to the cult. Ian is already running ahead of the words. Black magic devours more than mana, the broker adds. It demands human lives, and someone with wealth and reach must be feeding it. And if the cult can truly rewrite what a person believes, Ian answers quietly, then owning a man in a high seat would be effortless. The broker agrees. The group is sealed too tight to steal a roster from, and promises to send word as he digs. Ian leaves the gold, and the man bows him out into the night. Home in his moonlit estate, disguise shed and long fair hair loose over a plain shirt. Ian turns the name over and over. Dragon's Cult. He has lived 2 lives, and in the first he never once heard it. A sect that supposedly stood for centuries, yet left no mark on the future he remembers. His gaze drifts to the black birch staff nearby, still faintly blue where he cleansed it. The shaman king of the great grasslands carried that staff, and it was steeped in black magic. He remembers the firestorm, the burnt dead dragging themselves out of the grass at the shaman king's word, and only now does he grasp what such an army must have cost. Human lives. The pieces locked together coldly. The monster war on the plains, the hooded woman who poisoned the staff with her curse, an art that should have died 3 centuries back. It is only a guess, he admits. Yet he is certain Herbert knows how the great grasslands and black magic are joined, and a thread may run from the Tower Master straight into the dragon's cult. For once the Archmage's certainty cracks. Too much has shifted from the life he recalls, and not only since the morning he woke as a boy again. The gap between that first life and this one widens year by year, as though the world has slipped its rails. He wonders whether this is the price of what he did, speaking the draconic tongue, wrenching time backward with the runed dagger that bought his second chance. He burned away any hope of regressing again. Perhaps the crossing was never free. It feels, he thinks, like prying open a box that should have stayed shut. He has grown comfortable, shielded by knowing what comes next, and comfort has made him careless. From here the future runs blank. His foreknowledge, the sharpest weapon he owns, is running out, so he does the one thing that has carried him alive across 2 lifetimes. He stops trusting the map and readies himself for every road that might open. He draws a slim case toward him and lifts the lid. Inside, cradled on pale velvet, a teardrop of blue light waits. The enchanted pendant a loyal knight once traded into his hands, a charm against a clouded mind. Whatever the dragon's cult is, whatever Herbert and his hidden masters are building, Ian Page means to meet it ready. The 8th class mage is finished being caught off guard. Late one night, in a warm, lamp-lit study high in the ivory tower, the Empire's Tower Master, Herbert Leon, apologized to his young aide for calling him out so late. Marco sat across from him, easy and trusting, ready to ask for some small favor. Then Herbert snapped his fingers. Magic sealed the room shut with the hard click of a lock, the cozy air curdling into something cold, and the old man leaned in with a grave whisper. What he was about to share, he said, was a secret no living soul could ever know. He rose with his staff and drew a hidden book from the shelf, a tome that tilted out on a concealed mechanism and blazed blue in his hands, tearing a swirling portal open in the middle of the room. Marco went pale, sweat beading on his brow, but Herbert only smiled and told him to come along. They stepped through into a darkness so total that only the echo of their footsteps marked the way forward. Then Herbert raised a hand and conjured a light. It flared white, and Marco threw up an arm against the glare before freezing in horror at what it revealed. They stood in a vast underground hall of cold stone, and hanging from its ceiling and lining its walls were iron cages, chains, and barred cells beyond counting. Inside them huddled people, ragged and barefoot and filthy, some curled around their own knees, some lying motionless on the floor. It was a farm of caged human beings. Marco stammered out a question, and Herbert answered without a flicker of shame. These were not people to him. They were raw material, fuel to be fed to the ivory tower of the Empire. Marco recoiled, insisting they were human, every one of them. Then his eyes caught on a silver-haired prisoner slumped against a wall, and he breathed out a name. Chris. Someone he had believed long dead. Calmly, Herbert explained the lies stitched over each of them. An accident during training, a mage lost on a distant mission. Most of the captives here, he said, had already been mourned by the world above. He went on, and the true horror of it was how gentle he sounded. These were the weak, he explained, mages who would never climb past the lowest rank, foreigners no one would miss, vagrants swept out of the back streets, people the world had already thrown away. In his own telling, he had not stolen them at all. He had saved them from the abyss, given their worthless lives a purpose at last, and that purpose was to be spent as raw material for the tower's power. Then he turned that same tenderness on Marco, lifting his staff as dark red magic began to coil through the air. Herbert told the terrified young man not to be afraid. He would never make Marco one of the caged, that much he could promise. He had raised this boy from infancy, after all. Wasn't Marco like a son to him? The words were meant to soothe, and they were the last kind thing the old man would offer before the knife turned. Then the spell struck. Black tendrils lashed out and seized Marco where he stood, and one of his eyes blew open into a burning, hollow red. It was the same corrupted glow that had ruined the fire mage Helene, the same forbidden black magic the Empire's founders had buried 3 centuries ago. Marco convulsed and choked, clawing at nothing, his screams strangled to silence as the curse threaded itself through his body. When the writhing finally stilled, he sank to his knees, emptied out on the bloodied stone. Herbert simply told him to stand, and he rose, his face blank, his eyes returned to a calm and obedient blue. Then came a quiet catechism. "Who do I look like to you?" the old man asked. Marco recited it back without hesitation, the Tower Master of the Grinreaver Empire, Sir Herbert Lyon. "And who are you?" Marco gave his own name, his rank, his post as the Tower Master's assistant, his mind fully intact and his self preserved. This was no hollow puppet like Helene. Herbert had made something worse, a servant who still knew exactly who he was. To be certain, he set one final test. A dagger floated across the space and settled into Marco's hand, and Herbert asked, mildly, whether he might cut off one of his own little fingers. Marco did not pause. He drew the blade across his own flesh, and blood sprayed across the stone. The old traitor watched it fall with something close to joy, and murmured that now, at last, he could truly call the boy his son. The bloody dungeon dissolved into white, and the scene opened on the ivory tower in broad daylight, clean and bright and towering over the capital. In its halls, young mages traded gossip. The Tower Master, they said, had taken an indefinite leave. He was old now, and burdened by too many worries lately. Chief among them was Sir Ian. Ever since that boy had become the youngest high-ranking mage in history and reached the 6th class, the old man had plainly felt the ground shift beneath his feet. The tower now stood on 2 pillars, with 2 masters. The Tower Master bound to the 5th prince, and Ian to the Crown Prince, and no one below them was sure which side they were meant to serve. One of the young mages broke away from the talk, a figure with a low ponytail and a stack of red books held to his chest, and walked the long marble corridors to a tall set of ornate double doors. He knocked. Inside, seated with a book, long fair hair spilling over a dark robe, was Ian himself. He called for the visitor to enter and greeted him warmly by name. "Sir Marco." Marco answered and said he had brought the item Ian had asked him to find, and there, framed in the doorway with a red tome in his hands and those pale, quiet eyes, stood the very man Herbert Lyon had broken and remade in that dungeon of cages. The enemy's newest weapon had walked straight to Ian's door, and the archmage, hunting black magic and the shadow of the dragon's cult with everything he had, greeted his old rival's puppet as a helpful colleague, with no idea what he had just let into the room. In his candlelit study, the young archmage Ian set down his book to greet the man who ran his errands. Marco had brought the rare red volumes Ian had been hunting for months, and the two fell into the easy small talk of master and servant. But Ian was watching. The Tower Master had gone quietly on leave, and the man before him wore Marco's face and spoke in Marco's voice. Yet something underneath had shifted. Then Ian's pale eyes caught the bandages wound around Marco's right hand, and the warm little room turned a shade colder. Ian kept his courtesy perfect, while his mind ran cold. This was not the man he knew. The real Marco had been familiar with him in private, unguarded, and ever since the Tower Master vanished behind an illness, that warmth had curdled into a stranger's distance. So Ian laid a trap built out of memory. Smiling, eyes half closed, he spoke of the day they first met in Mogrian 6 years ago, of how Sir Marco had saved his lord during a goblin subjugation. The false Marco nodded along and agreed that yes, it had all happened just so. Except it never had. Ian rose and stepped close, and with that same gentle voice he snapped the jaws shut. Marco had never been at any goblin hunt. The help Ian truly remembered had come during a mana reaction test, a world away from the tale the imposter had just confirmed. He even offered a courteous apology, in case he was somehow mistaken. He was not mistaken, and both of them knew it. The thing wearing Marco's skin took a single unsteady step back and asked what he thought he was doing. Ian lifted his old wooden staff overhead. Ice blue light raced along the grain, and between the two of them a vast glowing rune bloomed in the air. A great cancellation, an anti-magic seal that nullifies every spell it touches. The circle unfolded its geometry and closed over Marco like a net. He jolted, clutched his skull, and a strangled cry tore out of him as the working bit down into whatever had been buried inside him. Black smoke began pouring off his body. One eye flared a sick, glowing red, the mark of the forbidden art the old ivory tower buried 300 years ago, before the purge dragged it screaming into the light. Marco doubled over, coughing and gasping, dropping to his hands and knees as the corruption boiled away. When he surfaced, he was himself again, dazed and terrified, asking why he had become this. Ian crouched calmly to his level and told him the truth without softening it. Someone had planted black magic inside him. That word broke something loose. Marco lurched up, wild-eyed, and pleaded with Ian to stop it. They had to stop the Tower Master. Ian did not flinch or press. He knelt until they were eye to eye, steadied the shaking man, and asked him quietly to tell him everything, and to leave nothing out. Marco talked, and the scene bled away to white. Elsewhere, as the sun bled orange over a manor of white spires, a servant slipped into a warm, book-lined room to tell the Tower Master that Sir Ian had come to call, and that, by every sign, he had come alone. Herbert Leon lowered his teacup, unhurried, and a thin satisfaction crossed his old face. Had the boy taken the bait? He had planted the black magic on Marco for exactly this, to draw Ian to him. No mage of Ian's rank could ever look at his cursed aid and simply walk past. In the red dark of a hidden chamber, Herbert's thoughts ran on. His preparations were finished. The trap had cost him a few of his materials, the caged human lives that fed his forbidden work. But that was merely the interest owed to tame a sixth-class mage, and materials could always be gathered again. The great doors of his study swung open, and Ian stepped through, tall and courteous, the purified black staff of the Shaman King in his hand. To think a sixth-class archmage would come to visit the sick, Herbert murmured, quite the honor. So the two sat down to tea beneath a great chandelier, enemy facing enemy, each smiling behind a flawless mask. Ian played the dutiful junior come to wish his ailing master a swift recovery. How could he stay away, he said, with the tower's great elder fallen ill? Then he let the first blade slide in gently. Sir Marco had not seemed well either. Herbert fretted like a doting father that his own sickness might have passed to the boy, and praised how sincere and hard-working that child had always been. Ian sipped and waited. He set his cup down with a soft click and said Marco had told him something impossible, that a portal in the Tower Master's estate opened onto a secret laboratory, a place where inhuman black magic experiments were being carried out. Herbert laughed it away. Black magic, how absurd. The poor feverish boy must have been raving. But Ian's violet eyes never moved. Marco, he said, had been inflicted with black magic. And the one who had done it, Ian went on, was the Tower Master himself, the man Marco loved like a father. Marco had begged him to stop that man. For a long moment, the pleasant fiction simply hung between them. Herbert set down his own cup and allowed, mildly, that yes, he did keep a portal to a lab, a convenient scrap of artifact magic for someone as old as he was. But a den of black magic experiments? An unfunny little joke. Then the old man rose from his chair and turned the whole game on its head. Since they were speaking of it, he said, why stay suspicious? Wouldn't it be better for Ian to go down and see for himself? It was an open door and a dare in a single breath, an invitation to walk straight into the trap Herbert had built to catch him. Ian's face went still. Down on his knees, out of the old man's sight, his hands slowly curled into fists. In the warm lamplight of his tea room, Tower Master Herbert Leon finally springs the trap he has been baiting for 2 whole chapters. He rises, tells the wary young mage that endless suspicion serves neither of them and offers to simply let Ian go and see the truth with his own eyes. A curtain slides away from a swirling blue vortex. Only an artifact, he says lightly. A little book that lets anyone borrow 8th class portal magic. He beckons, and Ian, blue cape drawn close, follows him into the light. They step out into a void that hardens into a cold, red-lit stone dungeon. And here Ian's memory turns backward. He remembers the Herbert of the history books, the most honored tower master the Ivory Tower ever produced, the archmage who laid the foundation for the Empire's unification, who seated his liege Ragnar on the throne and raised the tower to the greatest authority it had ever held. Frugal, gentle, admired by all, respected even by Ian, who once served that very same liege. That is the man now standing across from him in the dark. But the old face has curdled into something else. Quietly, Herbert confesses the thing no record ever held. He once dreamed of being a hero, he says, a mage strong enough to shield the Empire and lift up its grieving people. And slowly, over the years, he understood that his power changed nothing at all, so he reached for a different kind of strength, one that could finally make a hero of him. As he speaks, red-black corruption blooms up the walls, and dark tendrils lash out and wind around Ian, folding him over with a strangled cry. This power, Herbert preaches, can move thousands with a single decision, and he would like Ian to become a part of it. Then he speaks Ian's name, and he begins to work. Anyone who watched the last few chapters recognizes this right at once. It is the exact black magic binding Herbert performed on his own foster son Marco, the ritual that hollows a person into an obedient servant. The tendrils crawl, the corruption spreads, and little by little, Ian sinks to his knees at the Tower Master's feet. Over the kneeling boy, Herbert lays out his creed as though offering a gift. "Bend to my will," he says, "and I will protect the Empire perfectly and save countless lives." The young and the old, talent and rule. In the end, isn't power the one thing every soul secretly craves? Pleased with himself, he gives his first command. "Rise." And Ian rises. Now Herbert runs the same catechism he once used to test Marco. "Answer me," he says. "Who am I?" Ian's head lifts, and he recites it dutifully back, the Tower Master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert Leone of the Empire. The old man's face cracks open into a grin of pure triumph. He can hardly believe it. The prodigy who slipped every leash, tamed this cheaply, as though it cost him nothing at all. He has done the very thing his whole conspiracy was built upon. He has taken Ian Page. But down at Ian's sides, where the Tower Master cannot see, both fists are clenched bone white, the exact mirror of the trap Herbert laid last chapter, when the villain hid his own trembling hands behind a smile. Ian calmly finishes the sentence he was reciting. "Herbert Leone, Tower Master of the Empire," he says, "and a raving lunatic." Then he lifts his face and smiles, cold and utterly awake. The mind control never touched him for a moment. Before Herbert can even take in the word, Ian's magic answers on his behalf. Frost erupts through the red dungeon, the same ice that once froze entire monster hordes solid in the northern passes, and it hammers into the Tower Master and throws him off his feet. Ian merely brushes himself down, as unbothered as a man stepping in out of the snow. Herbert crumples against the stone, gasping, his mind spinning. How could this happen? Ian looks down and answers him almost gently. "Didn't you just tell me none of this was black magic?" Then he delivers the real lesson. There is such a thing as a gap in raw ability. However much black magic a 5th-class mage crams into a spell, he remains a 5th-class mage, and Ian is no longer caged beneath that ceiling. For the curse that nearly devoured him instead cracked him upward into the 6th class, the Empire's only 6th-class mage, and against that gulf Herbert's right of enslavement was always going to run off him like rain. Ian says as much to his face. "Did you truly think I would walk in here with no preparation? The Herbert I remember would never have done anything this clumsy. You must have grown impatient." It is more than the old man's pride can bear. Snarling, he flings up a hand to cast, and Ian is already moving. A vast rune circle blooms between them, and he names the spell, Mana Drain. It rips the power out of the Tower Master in a single scream, his eyes rolling blank and streaming, his reaching hand going limp against the floor. Standing over the ruin of the man who once crowned emperors, Ian tells him to rest. He has drawn out so much that Herbert will not be moving for some time, and at his age, that mana will be a very long while returning. Then he turns and walks away, unhurried, leaving the great Tower Master collapsed in his own dungeon, able to do nothing but curse the boys retreating back. The wolf everyone kept mistaking for a dog has finally bitten, and the second pillar of Ragnar's faction lies broken on the stones. Light blooms in a pitch-black chamber, and out of the dark a fortune glitters into view. Chests spilling gold, crowns and pearls, shelves of potions, veins of glowing crystal. Ian stands at the center of it all and laughs, low and cold. The whole empire knows the Tower Master as frugal and upright, a humble servant of the crown. Yet here is the truth of Herbert Lyon, hoarded away in secret, and here is the man himself, stripped of his mana and crumpled on the floor at Ian's feet. Ian's scorn only sharpens. A childless old man, sitting on a mountain of treasure while the empire he swore to serve was bleeding to death. Did he mean to carry it all into the afterlife? Then Ian turns to the row of iron cages along the wall. Inside, barefoot and starved, are Herbert's prisoners, the living fuel of his forbidden power, and some of them are still breathing. His voice softens for them alone. Hold on a little longer, he tells them. Once he has them out, he will heal every last one. The broken Tower Master finds his nerve and begins to laugh. Did Ian really think Marco was his only hand? He still has others waiting outside, he sneers, worth far more than that traitor of a foster son. And then comes the true venom. He has awakened killers and set them loose on two targets, Ian's family and the Crown Prince, and nothing will call them back but his own signal. So let us strike a bargain, he wheedles. Forget tonight ever happened, leave the portal unspoken, and there will be no evidence at all. Ian does not bargain. A single flat refusal, and the old man's confidence cracks apart. Then must your mother and the Crown Prince die for this. Herbert spits at him. In answer, Ian only opens his hand toward the man. Frost spiders out across the stone. The cold of a 6th-class mage the drained Tower Master can no longer hope to match, and Ian tells him to try it, if he can. It is not a plea. It is a man calling a bluff he saw through long ago. Far from that frozen vault, a full moon hangs over Ian's estate. On a terrace framed by pale roses, his mother, Vanessa, sits and waits. She cannot reach her son, not even through the crystal he once pressed into her hands, so she would never be out of touch again. And Ian is a considerate boy who always sends word when he will be late. The household's alchemist, Redio, comes to ease her. Their Ian is the only 6th-class mage in the whole empire, he says warmly. The world itself would kneel to him. There is nothing at all to fear, for to Redio the boy is like a young son too. His comfort lands wrong, and Vanessa's face falls. Redio catches himself at once. He, of all people, has a young son of his own, and still he had waved away a mother's worry as though it were nothing. He bows low and asks her to forgive him. She forgives him gently, and then she lets the real weight out. She has always felt that Ian carries far too much, all of it alone, never once leaning on anyone. In her mind, he is a solitary figure with his staff in the dark. As his family, she should be lifting some of that load from his shoulders, and instead, the only thing she can do is sit here and wait. And it is that helplessness, more than anything, that wounds her. Do not blame yourself, Redio tells her. Whatever it is that makes Ian so strong, he says, it grows out of this family. When the mana curse was eating him alive, it was simply having his boy near him that gave him the will to keep living. Is that not what family is for? Even when two people feel useless to each other, they are quietly giving one another a place to feel safe. Her waiting is not nothing. In its own way, It is for Ian's sake. So would she allow him, Radio asks, to wait for the boy together with her? Vanessa looks up, and after a moment she smiles and lets him stay. Side by side they watch the sky, clear and calm and thick with stars, and they agree that it is a peaceful night. Then Radio goes still. On any ordinary night the guards would be crossing the grounds below, and tonight there is no one and no sound at all. Something is wrong. He tells Vanessa to get inside. A rustle moves through the dark garden. "Who is there?" he calls out, and two hooded figures rise from among the trees beneath the terrace. One lifts its face, and its eye burns red with the black magic corruption of the warden's servants. Herbert's awakened killers have come for the family exactly as he promised, and only an unarmed alchemist stands between them and Vanessa. Radio orders them to halt. They do not so much as slow. They do not even seem to hear him, climbing steadily up toward the terrace. He curses under his breath and gives them one last warning. Cross that line, and, as their feet reach it, a seam of blue mana light races along the ground. Ian left a ward on this house, one only his mother, Radio, or Douglas could ever wake, and it is waking now. Radio throws himself over Vanessa, dragging her down and covering her with his own body. Then the trap detonates. Gold light and white lightning tear up out of the earth in a roaring column, swallowing the terrace and the intruder's whole. The snare Ian buried for exactly this night has sprung, and the chapter ends inside that blinding blaze. A thunderbolt tears the dusk open over a sleepy town, and on the cobblestones below two travelers freeze mid-step. One is a slight blonde boy in a newsboy cap and green coat, heart in his throat, laughing off his own fright. The other is a tall, dark-haired man with a rapier at his hip, who calls the lightning suspicious and urges they turn back for the palace. The boy refuses. He has waited too long for this. He finally talked his father into letting him set his crown aside and walk among ordinary people, and he is not going home having seen nothing. Emboldened, the young prince works up the nerve to ask his guardian a favor. Could he learn a little swordplay himself, he wonders. Nothing grand, just enough to look the part. The captain says nothing. Then, with no word of explanation, he draws his blade. The boy panics, waving his hands. He didn't mean this very second, but the man's face has already gone cold and still. This is not a lesson. Something is coming. "Get behind me," the captain says quietly, and from the shadows his hidden escort rises. The Royal Knights of the Second Order, steel hissing free, closing a ring of blades around the prince. The captain levels his rapier at the dark and orders whatever waits there to reveal itself. For a long beat, the night holds its breath. A hooded figure steps into the lamplight, leaning on a plain wooden staff, and the captain eases a fraction. He knows this face. The cloak falls back on a spill of red hair. It is Helene, the Ivory Tower's famed woman of fire, the temperamental high mage who vanished years ago and was never explained. But the woman who once duelled and lost to a 12-year-old Ian is gone. She only stares at the sky, then lowers her head and murmurs a name like a curse. Hayden Grinreaver. One eye kindles a sick, glowing red, and she declares that anyone standing between her and her target simply has to die. The captain's eyes go wide, and the duel breaks open at once. He lunges, his rapier ringing off her staff, deflecting her opening spell and driving her a step back, both her eyes drowned now in that corrupted glow. Helene resets her footing, and this time she reaches for what made her a legend. Tiny suns of fire bloom in the air around her burning eye, and she finishes the word. Pyroblast. The firestorm detonates across the whole street. The prince cries out behind the wall of knights, but the captain does not run and does not flinch. He plants his feet in the heart of the blaze, blade raised, and lets it break over him and through the roaring flame. Impossibly, he is smiling. When the fire thins, he is still standing, unburnt, having carved the blast apart with his sword. He rolls his shoulders and starts forward, closing the distance a mage most fears to surrender. Helene watches him come, one amber eye fixed on him, and readies her staff again. He is fast. Rapier meets staff in a shower of sparks, and where Helene expects a swordsman to circle and wait, he presses instead, a flurry of thrusts that shatters her rhythm and forces her, step by staggering step, down toward the stones. For the first time all night, the assassin is the one giving ground. Cornered, Helene does the only thing left to a high mage. She throws up a mana barrier, a shell of glowing blue hexagons, and his blade rings off it and skids away. The captain lands lightly, unhurt, and looks the shimmering wall over with something close to interest. A mana barrier, he murmurs. It seems he can finally test the thing he's been saving. This is Oliver Raywood, captain of the Second Order, and he had wanted to show it to Sir Ian first, the archmage he has traded sword strokes with for years, but a corrupted killer at his prince's throat will do just as well. And here is his secret. He is, by his own cheerful admission, only half a mage, a man with a mana heart and nothing to pour it into. No gift for shaping a single spell, where Ian was born with both heart and mind together. But a mana heart still holds power, and Oliver has found one strange use for his. He can force his own mana out through his blood, and freeze that blood solid the very instant it leaves his body. Red runs down the length of his rapier and hardens along the steel into a long, pale blade of living ice and mana. He grips it and grins through the strain. He'll show her, he says, the very best that half a mage can do, and he throws himself at the barrier no ordinary sword could ever touch. The frozen blade bites where a mage's shield is supposed to be untouchable. The mana barrier fractures, then bursts apart in a spray of blue shards, and his edge carries clean through to lay a thin red line across Helene's cheek. Her corrupted eye blows wide. Nothing was meant to reach her behind that wall, and she reels back, off balance at last. He bears down before she can recover, the shining blade pressed to her throat as she seizes it with a strangled cry. He tells her plainly that he will not kill her, but she will name the one who sent her against the crown prince, and whatever she decides, she should abandon any hope now of a quiet, peaceful death. Far away, on that very same night, black magic killers were loosed at Ian's own doorstep. Here, on a burning street, the crown prince's captain stands over the warden's fallen assassin, and the hunt for whoever aimed her at Hayden has only just begun. Deep beneath the earth, in a cold stone cell, the man who once ruled the ivory tower crouches on the floor and stares up in disbelief. Herbert Leon, the great tower master, is a prisoner now, and the silver-haired young mage standing over him wears only a faint, merciless smile. When Herbert sneers that mere allies can never defeat true magic, Ian just laughs. Did the old man really think he had walked into this unprepared? He reminds Herbert of the assassin slipped into his estate while he was away at the Demidras talks. That killer, Ian says, is no longer anywhere in this world. The countless mana traps ringing his home saw to that. With that, he calls their little negotiation finished. There was never anything in it for him. He turns his back and delivers the verdict flatly. The Tower Master will stand trial, and the sentence will be death, because Ian intends to make it so. Then he thanks Herbert for handing him the ivory tower, the work of centuries. And, he adds, there is one more thing. He hadn't planned to go this far, Ian admits. His hand closes on the jeweled brooch at his throat. Blue mana crackles to life around his fingers, and he lays that glowing hand on Herbert's head. Lightning pours down into the old man's skull. He could forgive the scheming. Ian once knelt to the fifth prince himself, so he understands the pull of Ragnar, hoarding wealth in secret. Well, anyone might do that. But there was one line. Dragging Ian's family into it was the gravest mistake Herbert could ever have made. The old man convulses and shrieks as the magic tears through him, while Ian stands wreathed in crackling blue light, his face flat and pitiless. Everyone, he murmurs, has a final straw. It is the coldest the archmage has looked since the night he first died. The scene breaks, and the story lifts out of that dungeon into daylight. High in the grand imperial palace, beneath soaring vaulted ceilings, The emperor sits enthroned before a hall of assembled nobles. The heinous crimes of Tower Master Herbert Leon, he proclaims, have now been laid bare before the world. The man lost his way as master of the ivory tower and walked the path of a black mage. Worse still, the emperor goes on. He used human lives and human souls as raw material, preying on innocent commoners and his own fellow mages. These are sins no death can wash clean. From this moment, Herbert's title and all his authority are stripped away, and he is condemned to die by public execution, his name recorded forever as the worst criminal the empire has known. Then the emperor's voice hardens. Should any hidden relative or sympathizer of this criminal come to light, or anyone else be caught studying black magic, they will be hunted down and torn out by the roots. He will lead that hunt himself, and it will spare no one for their rank. Every noble in the hall is commanded to cooperate. The warning hangs heavy over a court that cannot guess how deep the rot beneath it runs. For those who aided the Tower Master without knowing it, he allows mercy and orders every trace of black magic purified and returned to what it was. Then comes a harder judgment. There is the High Mage Helene, the woman who reached for the Crown Prince's life. She may have been controlled and commanded by Herbert, but one who raises a hand against the heir cannot be treated like the other victims. An attempt on the Crown Prince, he says, is a crime far too heavy to simply wash away. And so Helene, the Ivory Tower's fabled woman of fire, is sentenced to imprisonment without end. Last of all, the emperor turns to the two who stopped this whole catastrophe. Their deeds cannot be forgotten: Ian Page, who brought down the former Tower Master, and Oliver Raywood, the knight who kept Helene from ever reaching the prince. He summons them both forward. Because Ian is still deep in his investigation of the black magic incidents, the emperor sets his reward aside, to be given in full once everything is finished. Footsteps sound on the long red carpet. It is Oliver who comes forward, and the emperor bids the whole court fix its eyes on him, the knight who guarded the Crown Prince against a fourth-class mage, and in doing so, stepped beyond the limits of an ordinary man. Not only had he shielded the prince, the emperor says, he had surpassed what any human should be able to do with a blade, the frozen edge of his own blood, the secret weapon he had honed over years for Ian to one day see. He will be a model for every knight in the realm. And so, from this moment, Captain Oliver Raywood is granted authority to command all knights across the empire, and the ancient title, the Sword. It is a name that has gone without an owner for a very long time. Centuries ago it was set aside, when the glory of knights faded into the shadow of magic and swordsmen dwindled to mere ornaments beside the mages. But Oliver had cut clean through that shadow and risen above it. Among the watching nobles, the silver-haired mage looks on with a rare, warm smile, quietly proud of the friend who never once scratched him in 5 years of sparring. The emperor rises and draws his ceremonial blade with a bright ring of steel. Imperial Knight Oliver Raywood, he commands, kneel. The knight sinks to one knee and bows his head beneath the sword, and the old ruler invokes the name that binds this empire's greatest oaths, the Emerald River, the waters by which the North and East had already sworn themselves to Ian. He decrees that the title of the sword be set before Oliver's name from this day on. As the empire's sword, the emperor asks, is he ready to shoulder the weight of a name left masterless for hundreds of years? Oliver lays a gloved hand over his heart and vows, in the honorable name of the sword, to guard the empire with his life on the line. The blade rests on his shoulder, gold light falling around him. Herbert has fallen. One of Ragnar's pillars lies shattered, and the Crown Prince's cause has just gained a guardian the whole empire must now obey. Dusk bleeds red over the imperial palace. A door bangs open. The fifth prince, Ragnar, storms into the great hall crying out for his father, and the word cracks like a whip. He cannot swallow it, the sentence that would drag the Tower Master of the Ivory Tower to the executioner's block. He drops the shouting, steadies himself, and begs the emperor outright to take the order back. Then he argues like a man fighting for his own life. Herbert Leon is a fifth-class archmage. To execute him is to cut down an entire army in a single stroke. The moment he dies, every informant the tower runs across the continent goes dark. And beyond the frozen grasslands, the rival Coldwood Empire is always watching, hungry for exactly this. The Empire's strongest mage gone, the perfect hour to strike. But the Emperor answers without a trace of heat. Herbert is no longer the strongest. Young Ian Page, the youngest man ever to reach the 6th class, will inherit the tower, and losing the old master only clears the ground for a new generation to rise. The prince bends without breaking. Very well, let Ian open a new chapter. But why discard the veteran at all? Keep them both, the young genius and the seasoned master, ruling the ivory tower shoulder to shoulder, each a check on the other, and the empire could stand over the whole continent as its conqueror. It is the imperial family's duty, he insists, to see that the tower never grows past its leash, and the emperor, almost reluctantly, concedes that the reasoning holds. Then comes the single word that freezes the hall, however. The crime was never mere ambition. Herbert did not simply toy with the black magic the empire buried 300 years ago. He fed living people into it, not only his own mages, but countless innocents, burned up like fuel without a heartbeat's hesitation. He chased raw power to the very brink of madness, and in the end he even tried to snare the rising Ian in that same dark web. And here Ragnar shows the face beneath the face. Cruel, yes, but that black magic could have been a weapon for the empire. Brand the sacrificed as vicious criminals, he says, and who could truly call it wrong? A sacrifice of that scale, for the greater good. The emperor's patience finally snaps. That, he roars, naming his son to his face, is precisely what is wrong with you. That, the emperor says, is why he can never name Ragnar his heir. Black magic does not merely kill, it devours the soul and tears apart the order of the world. Their own ancestor, Mikkel Grinrever, gave his life trying to scour it from the earth. The very prince mage, who once broke the dragon-born and their forbidden arts and outlawed them forever. Ragnar, of all people, should carry that in his bones. The emperor's voice softens into something almost gentle and far more merciless for it. He knows this son, the quick mind, the burning drive, the undeniable gift. But Ragnar lacks the one thing that matters above everything, and he knows it too. He spends his whole life hiding that flaw, and still it surfaces at the moments that count. Rule exists to bring justice to the world. A true emperor holds the lives of his people above his own designs. And Ragnar silence swallows the room. Then Ragnar laughs, a low, cracked sound that makes even the emperor start. No, he says, that is not the real reason. The true reason he will never sit the throne. Did his father honestly believe he had never worked it out? The mask slips and the wound underneath shows. His brother, the Crown Prince Hayden, was born from the belly of the woman his father loved. And Ragnar, forced into being by the wealth and weight of the high nobles, a child of alliance, never of love. That, he says, is the one difference that ever counted. His fists close hard at his sides. Does the emperor have the faintest idea how hard he has worked, all his life, only to be acknowledged? A memory rises through the gold light. A small boy alone with a book in his arms, watching his father lower a crown of flowers onto golden Hayden's head and rest a hand there, warm and unguarded and adored. Has there ever been a single moment, Ragnar asks, when his father truly looked at him the way he looks at his brother? If Hayden had been the one pleading for the Tower Master, the yes would have come without a fight. The Emperor's hand flashes up to strike him and stops dead in the air, trembling. For all his rage, he cannot bring it down on his own son. The hand falls, a long, worn-out breath escapes him. Insolent brat, he murmurs, and the words carry far more sorrow than anger. Ragnar turns and walks away, fists still clenched, his plea and his pride in ruins behind him. And now the Emperor gives a quieter, colder command to his knight, Dumfrill. Stand guard over the prince's chambers. He is to leave for no one. no one may meet him or come near him. The knight bows low. Yes, your majesty. Night settles gold and heavy over the palace towers. The prince who craved a throne and a father's love is left holding neither, sealed behind his own door like a prisoner. Yet the audience already knows how deep this hunger runs. In a life that Ian alone remembers, this same denied and resentful boy will one day take the crown by force, and an old friend will drink poison for it. Tonight, in a father's trembling hand and a bolted door, that long dark road quietly begins. A knock, a name, and the fallen prince goes cold. In the gilded rooms where the fifth Prince Ragnar is now kept under guard, an attendant announces the high mage Ian Page, and the golden-eyed young man who, in another life, once poisoned Ian freezes at the sound of it. He orders the servants to send the mage away, for he has no wish to see him. But the doors swing open anyway. Ian has come on the Emperor's authority, and no locked door in this palace was ever going to stop him. Ragnar whirls, ready to punish a servant for defiance, and finds instead the silver-haired archmage standing in his crimson-carpeted chamber, staff in hand. This is no social call. Across the Empire, the Crown is now hunting every last trace of the disgraced Tower Master's forbidden black magic, and every member of the imperial family must submit to inspection, even a prince already stripped of favor. Ragnar takes it as the insult it is. Today, of all days, on the very day his old backer Herbert is to be executed, they would test whether that traitor's sorcery had ever crawled into his mind. His anger changes nothing. Ian tells him plainly that the whole imperial house has already agreed to this, and asks him to still his temper. Beaten, the prince drops onto his throne-like chair and tells the mage to be done with it. Ian raises his staff and speaks a great cancellation, the same purifying purge that once tore black magic out of Herbert's puppet Marco, and a vast glowing rune blooms behind him as white light pours down over the seated prince. Ragnar strains beneath it, then bows his head, muttering that he feels filthy. The verdict comes clean. Whatever Herbert was, he never made this prince his creature. Ian calls the sensation harmless, promises it will fade with rest, and turns to leave. But at the threshold Ragnar stops him. There is one thing, the prince says, that he has to ask, and the mage turns back as the real confrontation of the night finally begins. Why, Ragnar demands, would a man as clever as Ian ever choose to serve his brother, the Crown Prince Hayden, a man Ragnar thinks unfit for the throne, the prince so many nobles and retainers have quietly turned their backs on? For a long moment Ian only looks at him, then he gives an answer that stops Ragnar's breath. He has never served the Crown Prince at all. The prince recoils, sputtering, demanding to know what that could possibly mean, but Ian simply bows, tells him to get some rest, and walks out. The heavy doors creak shut on a prince left alone and reeling, and the mage's boots carry him quietly away down the corridor. And here the story slips inside Ian's own heart. His hand pressed over his chest, he lets a memory rise that no living soul now shares with him. The one lord he ever swore himself to, he thinks, was only ever a single person in all the world. The vision is a pale cathedral, and a young man in imperial military dress, reaching out with an open hand, the master a young Ian once knelt before, in the life that has since been erased. Do not serve Hayden Grinriver, the memory tells him, and slowly his fingers curl into a fist. Because the lord he once served was the very prince he has just left behind, the friend who would one day pour him poisoned wine and beg never to be forgiven. This time, Ian decides, he will not kneel. What he has chosen instead is revenge and rebellion. It is the coldest shape of the vow he made 2 years too early, that in this life he would be Ragnar's enemy, and he walks out of the gilded cage, carrying it like a hidden blade. Night settles over the palace. In those same confinement rooms, now overturned and wrecked by a prince's grief and rage, Ragnar sits slumped in the dark, while the candles gutter low. An old white-haired retainer in dress uniform lets himself in and bows. The prince does not turn. He asks the only question that matters to him tonight. Has the Tower Master been executed? The answer is yes, That very afternoon, in public, in the great square of the capital, the most respected archmage the empire ever produced was marched out barefoot and broken, crows wheeling above the scaffold, and beheaded beneath the blade of a guillotine. So ends Herbert Leon, the man who once caged living people as fuel for forbidden sorcery, the secret hand that had backed Ragnar's climb for years. Ragnar takes it in with a long, hollow silence, and only murmurs that he sees. The old retainer offers a single quiet kindness before he goes, telling the prince not to grieve too much, then bows and takes his leave, footsteps fading until the door clicks shut behind him. Alone in the ruin of his rooms, Ragnar turns those words over with a bitter, mirthless laugh. Do not mourn. His last true ally is dead, his own father has caged him, and every road to the throne his blood was denied has just been walled off. Then his eye catches something the old man left behind, a small folded note resting on the table. He picks it up, asking aloud what it is, and reads the few handwritten lines by candlelight. Slowly, across the wreck of his face, a smile spreads. So there is still an opportunity left, he breathes. Even fallen, even caged, even with his sorcerer dead, some hidden hand has just whispered to the passed-over prince that the game is not finished. The chapter closes on that smile and that scrap of paper. Ian has looked his old murderer in the eye and chosen war. Ragnar, ruined but unbroken, has just been handed a reason to keep reaching for the crown. In the life Ian remembers, this is exactly the prince who claws his way onto the throne anyway, and lights the long fuse that ends in poisoned wine on a snowy night. The two of them are circling the same dark road once more, and this time both of them mean to win it. The war against the ivory tower's rot is over, and now comes the quiet part. In a sunlit palace parlour, the Emperor and Ian sit across a low tea table, while the aftermath is tallied. The prisoners Herbert Leon once trapped inside his portal have been carried to safety and are being healed. The survivors sane enough to speak have given their testimony. Herbert's hidden fortune is being poured into the treasury, and every one of his close associates is being tested for the touch of black magic. So far, no one else is tainted. The Emperor thanks Ian for his work, but the teacup trembles in his hand. That a man he trusted for decades could hide such madness has shaken him to the core. He calls it his own grave mistake, that he never once suspected the Tower Master everyone praised as honest, frugal, and kind. Ian admits that even he saw nothing coming. It is the tone of a crisis winding down, an old ruler and his young mage closing the books, and then, gently, the Emperor asks if he may raise one more matter. Ian assents, and the question drops like a blade. What are Ian's plans for the Crown Prince? Ian goes silent, and his face hardens. The pleasant debrief has become a quiet test of exactly where his loyalty lies. Ian tries to slip the trap, claiming he does not understand the question. The Emperor answers, softly, that he understands it perfectly well. A heavy stillness fills the grand room. Then Ian gives the honest answer, and it is a dangerous one. He cannot swear a personal oath of fealty to the Crown Prince. For a mage of his power to refuse the heir aloud, before the Emperor's own face, is a line most men would never dare to cross. But he does not stop there. He will help Hayden ascend the throne safely, and he will keep supporting him so that he rules one day as a wise king. No submission then, but a pledge to the realm itself. The Emperor strokes his moustache, weighs it, and to Ian's surprise breaks into a grin. He repeats the terms back with something close to delight. No oath, and yet you will crown him anyway. That, he decides, is more than enough. He calls for his servants. A long case is carried in and set at Ian's feet. Inside lies a gnarled wooden staff, faintly glowing. The very staff stripped from Herbert the day he was imprisoned. Choosing a new Tower Master is never simple. Even a certain candidate needs long preparation and the Imperial Court's blessing. But the seat cannot sit empty, so the Emperor cuts the ceremony short and entrusts the whole tower and the staff directly into Ian's hands. Then he sets down his cup and adds that there is one more thing. There is a favor he wishes to ask. Ragnar, he says, is not a man who gives up, not even now that his authority has collapsed. No one alive understands the fifth prince's ambition and his nature better than his own father. Around the words, the panels bloom dark with red roses and Ragnar's cold, jeweled figure, and the warning turns grave. If Ragnar ever reaches the throne, the emperor is certain it will cost the empire rivers of blood. Then the ruler speaks as a father instead of a sovereign, and it is almost unbearable to hear. He has already dealt his son wounds that will never heal. He denied him the crown, and long before that he denied him love, and he knows Ragnar resents him for it. He cannot undo a moment of it, not until the day he dies. So he implores Ian to do the thing he himself no longer can, and stop that child in his place. Ian's hand closes around the staff. He raises it, bows his head, and accepts the charge exactly as his emperor commands. The old man leaves it all to him, and with that, the boy who was poisoned in a burning cabin becomes Ian Page, manager of the Ivory Tower, the seat his enemies once used to leash him, now his own. At sunset he comes to the tower itself, that great white spire in the capital, raised 300 years ago on the ruin of black magic. The doors open, a voice welcomes him by name, and he walks the glowing halls with the black staff in his hand. He stops before the tower master's office, the throne-like chair set behind its heavy desk, the very place where Herbert once ruled, and he stands there alone as the room goes dark around him. And Herbert's own words come back to him, the confession of a broken man. He too, once, wanted to be a hero. He dreamed of being the one mage who shields the empire and lifts up the sorrowful, whose single decision could move countless lives, whose power could truly protect his people. There is a name for that power. People call it authority. Crows scatter across a burning sky, the old battlefield of Ian's first life, as the new master raises the staff beneath them. Then the story circles back to where it began. Ragnar waits in his confinement, and in Ian's mind the first life returns in ash and grey, himself sinking to his knees, the poisoned wineglass tipping over on the floor. Authority, Ian understands now, is the very thing Ragnar killed him to keep. But Ian wants no part of heroism. The only thing he truly wants is Ragnar Grinraver and the ruin of his name, a disgraceful death that goes far beyond simple dying. That, he vows, is the gift he will give his lord. Revenge. And in a cold blue room the fifth prince sits alone, head bowed, hands clasped, then clenched white-knuckled as a mark of fury creases his brow, stripped of everything. Watched day and night, he is still the prince who will not surrender, already groping in the dark for one more chance. 2 lives, 1 road, and the same 2 men walking it toward the same snowy end. In a sunlit palace, sitting room heavy with flowers, the man who had only just been named master of the Ivory Tower could not get a single moment's peace. The crown prince breezed in, waving, singing out that very title, and Ian, flat as a stone, only wished he wouldn't. Nothing had been announced yet. Hayden laughed it off. Who was there to overhear? Just the 2 of them, the way it had been for 6 years. The prince got sentimental. The scruffy boy who once begged to be sent to the Ivory Tower had grown into its master, he said, and he ruffled Ian's hair like a proud older brother. Never mind that Ian remembered doing no begging at all. When Ian finally turned formal and reminded His Highness that he was buried in the Empire's black magic investigation and that the prince had already been cleared days ago, Hayden only pouted and draped himself backward over a chair, insisting he still felt dizzy and sick. There had been a real reason to check. Ever since Herbert's fall, Ian had quietly wondered whether the prince's famous dull-wittedness might be a curse laid to shove the heir out of the succession. The answer, sparkling and certain, was no. There was nothing wrong with him at all. The prince had simply been born a fool. No curse involved, only nature. Before he went, Hayden left one more thing, half a warning and half matchmaking. His little sister Hayley had lately been asking after Ian without end, what he did, what he liked, what he ate, questions even a close friend could not answer. Tell her the prince urged from the doorway. Even the small things would do. A heavy door thudded shut, and Ian stood alone with his staff as a small, fond smile pulled free. Growth, he thought. The prince, who in another life had been passive and cornered until Ragnar stripped him of everything, was, this time around, brighter, stubborn, forever pushing forward, perhaps the raw material of a wise emperor. Then came a knock. Ian called the visitor in, and heels clicked across the marble. Princess Hayley, radiant in pink and lace, greeting him warmly and telling him she was well, thanks to him. He gestured her toward a seat, and the warmth drained out of the room. She went silent, her face turning grave, and a faint tracery of light gathered at her lips as she breathed a single word. A teal shimmer swept the chamber and sealed it shut. Ian knew the working at once, a second-class spell that swallows every sound, which told him something he was never meant to know. The gentle princess could cast magic. He asked whether she had reached the second class. Actually, she confessed, coloring, she had climbed higher than that, for her teacher had told her she now stood at the third. Ian, who had once hidden in the imperial family's own sacred vault and watched a much younger Hayley strain to conjure a single mote of light, gave her his honest congratulations. He had not imagined she would come so far. But she did not look proud. She looked cornered, her hands knotting in her lap, and at last she asked the question she had raised the whole barrier to ask. What was she supposed to do now? He asked her to be more specific, and when she stumbled over where to even begin, he took the lead and put the real question to her himself. Why had she hidden that she was a mage in the first place? Her grip tightened on her skirt because, she said, that was what her father had wished of her. The story reached back years. When she turned 12, the mage Sir Kevin had run her mana test and found the gift plainly in her. But to become a mage in this empire is to throw away one's title and standing and join the ivory tower, and that rule bends for no one, not even those born of imperial blood. Her father, the emperor, had no wish to surrender his daughter to the tower. So on His Majesty's command, Kevin sealed his lips about the whole thing, and Hayley went on living as a princess, her talent pressed down and out of sight. Yet one day she understood that the longing to be a mage had never once gone quiet inside her, and that was why she had kept studying in secret, in the dark, all this time. Ian did not say aloud what he was remembering. In his first life, Kevin had been one of the rare few who ever truly stood beside the crown prince. The man had been lucky. At first, she went on, she had only wanted to become a strength for her brother, because in those days, no one at all had stood at his side. But things were different now. Now there was Ian, a future archmage. There was Oliver, newly dubbed the Sword and handed command of every knight in the empire. And her brother himself had finally begun to walk the right path. So, Ian asked, was she telling him she had lost her purpose? Not quite, she answered. She kept fearing something worse, that for as long as she went on learning forbidden magic in secret, she might one day become the very obstacle in her brother's road that she had once sworn to clear away. Ian smiled. It was an easy thing to solve, he told her, and the words visibly startled her. He crossed the floor and lowered himself onto one knee before her chair so their eyes were level, and he gave her the whole of his answer. She should go and live a life that was truly her own. There was nothing more than that she needed to do. In a warm, gold-lit hush, the archmage knelt before the hidden princess, and for once the counsel he offered carried no scheme in it at all. The sunlight in the palace conservatory fell warm over white lilies as the world's mightiest mage knelt before a seated princess and told her something no one had ever dared. Ian Page, the ivory tower's new master, an 8th-class soul folded into a young man's body, looked up at Hayley Grinreaver and said she should live for her own sake, not for the imperial court, not for her brother the crown prince, only for herself. His voice darkened as he warned her. Follow only the values other people hand you, he said, and one day you look up to find yourself gone, wandering in regret and emptiness. Then he softened, urging her to make her own choices and weigh them as she walked forward until she found the life she was searching for. The princess breathed his name, and Ian asked the quiet question underneath all of it. Had she ever found a life that was truly her own? She confessed she did not know how. Ian, half apologizing that he had overstepped, moved to take the advice back, but Hayley shook her head hard. He was the first person in her life ever to say such a thing to her. All she had ever been was a princess, raised to be a princess, never once allowed to imagine another shape for herself. The gilded room around her suddenly read like a cage ringed in black thorns. Then she smiled, a real one, bright and unguarded, and thanked him for giving her courage. Ian offered more than comfort. If she kept studying magic, he told her, that strength would carry her down whatever road she chose. She had grown frighteningly fast already, and she would only grow stronger. Hayley's hands knotted together in her lap. There was, she admitted, a small favor she wanted to ask. She caught his sleeve and said it plainly. "Teach me magic." Ian blinked. Was not Sir Kevin her instructor? Kevin, she answered, had confessed he had nothing left to teach her, the man having struck his own second-class ceiling. She pressed her palms together and begged him, in a bold pentagon of a word, to become her master. And the archmage, who had faced down armies and assassins, simply froze, sweating, gripping his staff, with no idea how to answer. Because he knew exactly what she was. Third-class talent cannot be taught into a person. It has to be born in them, and Hayley had it. A potential he privately measured against Michael Grinreaver himself, the last mage of imperial blood, the fifth-class ancestor who 3 centuries ago crushed the black magic Dragonians and buried their art. Almost no one alive knew the princess carried that spark. Grow her into a high-ranking mage, Ian reasoned coldly, and one day she could become very useful indeed. So he gave her his answer. He would take her as his student. Her eyes went round with disbelief before he raised a single condition. When he called on her for help, she would have to answer. She agreed on the spot, without a flicker of hesitation, promising she would also aid him with everything she had. Ian remarked that she had consented far too quickly. She had no idea, he warned, what he might one day ask of her. That, she said simply, was because she trusted him. They would settle the details of the lessons later. First, Ian told her, he needed to run his investigation. He lifted the gnarled birch staff the Emperor himself had placed in his hands, the cursed Shaman King's staff, now purified, and prepared the same great cancellation he had used to sweep a caged prince clean of corruption. Magic rippled through the sunlit hall. When it settled, Ian delivered his verdict. No trace of black magic touched her, and she could stand now, though she should rise slowly, since the spell might leave her light-headed. Hayley climbed to her feet, beginning a grateful thank you, and the room swung out from under her. She pitched forward, and Ian caught her against his chest without a thought, one arm steadying her while the other held his staff. Was she all right? He asked evenly. Should he call for a maid? The princess had gone scarlet to the tips of her ears, spinning-eyed and undone, pressing a hand to his arm and insisting in a small strangled voice that no, she was perfectly fine. She peeled herself back out of his hold. What came next baffled her more than the dizziness. Steadying himself, Ian began simply to volunteer things. That after his work at the Ivory Tower he liked to read and research at his estate. That he had lately taken an interest in alchemy, thanks to Douglas, the young alchemist who lived under his roof. That he had no favorite food, but could not handle anything too spicy. Hayley stared, a question mark hovering over her head. Why on earth was he suddenly telling her all of this? Ian smiled and answered. The Crown Prince, he said, had mentioned that she kept asking about him. The princess's face detonated. Her brother Hayden had actually told him that? She clutched the pearl brooch at her chest, mortified past speech, while Ian, blank and cheerful as a doll, only confirmed it once more. He had meant to be considerate. He had achieved catastrophe. Blushing furiously, she stammered out a wish that his work go well and simply bolted, skirts gathered in both fists, fleeing the conservatory as fast as her feet could carry her. And Ian Page, the sole 8th-class mage of 2 lifetimes, 48 years old behind a youthful face, the schemer who read emperors and murderers like open books, stood alone among the lilies with his staff in hand, genuinely and completely lost, wondering what in the world he could possibly have done wrong. Sunlight fills the halls of Ian Page's estate, and for once nothing dangerous waits at the door. No monster, no cult, no scheming prince, only a gold tray heaped with red wax-sealed envelopes. Every noble house in the empire, it seems, has sent an invitation to a ball, and every one of them is addressed to the young lord who now sits at the head of the ivory tower. Ian, 17 and already tired of it, sips his tea while his household alchemist Radio sorts the mountain of letters. One envelope is different, and Radio insists his lord read it. It is a marriage proposal, an offer to betroth the eldest daughter of the Count of Gira, a girl who has only just turned 12, the wedding to wait 5 years until she comes of age. Ian chokes on his tea. To the nobles it is simple arithmetic. To a man who has already lived nearly 50 years, trading a child like a game piece is grotesque. Radio only laughs. Now that Ian is grown and the youngest high mage alive, the proposals will keep coming, each one a quiet move in someone's grab for power. Ian holds his head. He knows exactly what these letters are. Families throwing their daughters into political marriages, and he wants no part of the game. Easy and warm, Radio gathers the envelopes and offers to pen the refusals himself, earning his keep while his lord is buried in the black magic investigation. Then Ian sets down his cup and does something rare. He bows his head and thanks Radio properly for guarding his mother while he was away in the field. It catches the older man off guard. Flustered, Radio waves it off and credits the estate's own mana traps for catching the intruders, then swears again that he would give his life for Madame Vanessa. Ian remembers those traps closing on assassins in the dark. The gratitude is real. His face cools because he has one more gift for Radio, justice. He asks the question he has carried since that burning northern village years ago. Who forced mana into your body and left you addicted, cursed with the slow death the world calls God's curse? Give me a name, Ian says, or even a face. Radio's hands tighten on his knees, and then he smiles and says he doesn't remember. Ian, who reads emperors and murderers without a flicker, can only stare. What? It happened one night without warning, Radio explains, back when he was a young alchemist in the capital, and there were so many mages who hated him that he could never say which one did it. There was a time, he admits, when he hated mages right back, sick with fear of the day the addiction would kill him and leave his boy Douglas alone in the world. A gang of bandits, ironically, nearly took him first. But that bitter man is gone. Since the day he met Ian, Radio says, the addiction is no longer what will end him, and his future with Douglas matters more than any old grudge. Somewhere along the way he simply let the resentment go, even if he will never forget that he owes this boy his life. Ian, who came back through time carrying nothing but scores to settle, says nothing at all for a long moment. Then, softly, he offers something of his own. He has never once seen his father's face, a man who vanished before Ian was even born, whose fate no one can trace. But living beside Radio, Ian says, has taught him one thing. If he had ever had a father, he thinks it would have felt like this, and now he understands where Douglas gets that bright, unbeaten heart. There is business folded inside the tenderness. Vanessa is stronger now because of the personalized elixir Radio brewed for her, and from here on, with the tower on his shoulders, Ian will be away from home longer and longer. So he asks the man he half calls father to keep one promise above all the rest: always, always protect his mother. Red to the ears, Radio gives his word. And then the doors bang open. Douglas, grown now, the boy who once chased a legend across the frozen north, comes sprinting in shouting for his boss, a small red vial held high. It is finished at last, he cries, a cure for mana addiction, brewed from Randur's flower itself. He nearly bolts off to find his father before he realizes Radio is standing right there. Radio stares at the bottle, stunned. A true cure, not another injection to buy a few more months. "Sir Ian," he breathes, "what in the world?" Ian explains. As the new master of the Ivory Tower, he can finally open the library only the Tower Master was ever allowed to read. And there he found the way to gather the impossible bloom, the flower that withers the instant it is torn from the earth. High magic that stops time upon matter, he notes, works just as well on a plant as on anything else. He held the one thing standing between Douglas and his father's cure, and he simply took it. Radio's eyes brim. He can barely force out his thanks. Father and son crash into an embrace, the vial pressed between them, and Douglas turns to Ian with a vow of his own. He will become an alchemist who cures the incurable, so that no one else ever suffers the way his father did. In another life, this same boy grew into a cold, mage-hating man in a prince's shadow. Here, healed and whole, he grins through his tears and thanks his boss again. The archmage who came back for vengeance spends this one bright afternoon giving a broken family the ending it never got. 300 years ago, in a hall of broken stone, a judgment falls. An elf lifts her staff over a kneeling youth and tells him the world that once let humans and dragonians live side by side is ending tonight. The one she condemns is himself a dragonian, and as her sentence lands, his great bat wings unfurl in the dark. He will not be killed. He will be bound to this place to repent for the sins of his whole kind, with no step ever permitted outside it. Blood drips from her open hand. A golden ring of runes roars up around them, and with one final word, the curse is sworn for all eternity. Snap forward to the present and to a caged man. The fifth prince, Ragnar Greenriver, the same Ragnar who once poisoned Ian Page on a snowy night, sits sealed inside his own rooms under house arrest, and tonight a visitor stands before him, wearing Ragnar's exact face. It is a body double, and it lays the plan out in cool blue words. Ivory Tower mages guard the doors outside, sent by the new Tower Master, Ian Page himself, so a simple costume will never fool them. But there is nothing, it promises, to fear. The double drops a name that means nothing to the prince yet. A high priest, it says, a mage greater than any Tower Master alive. Then it opens a red grimoire that blazes with blue fire and tears a swirling portal into the air. A withered hand reaches out from inside, palm up, and an old bearded man in a burgundy hood asks for the prince's hand. Ragnar knows him at once. Sir Dumfrill, the very night the emperor set to guard his door. He takes the offered hand and is pulled through, while his shape-shifted twin stays behind to wear his face for the guards. They step out into a moonlit forest far beyond the capital walls, and Ragnar is shaken by a teleportation no tower mage could ever manage. Dumfrill is unbothered. Herbert Lyon, he says, never rose to Tower Master by his own strength alone. He only chased success on borrowed power he never deserved, and men like that undo themselves in time. Then, gazing up at the enormous night sky, the old man murmurs that the world is far, far larger than the prince has ever imagined. Only a chosen few, Dumfrill goes on, are ever shown that vastness, and Ragnar has been chosen. A silver leaf mask now hides the old man's eyes as he speaks for his master. The high priest, he says, regards the prince as the ideal monarch, the one who will tear down the comfortable old truths the ignorant cling to and usher in an entirely new world. And Ragnar has already been given the blood that opens the road to it. Someone, the old man says, has waited a very long time for this exact moment. Ragnar's face says plainly that he thinks the man is mad. A mage stronger than Herbert, stronger than Ian Page? He is certain no such person exists. He has heard the whispers, of course, of cults that reject the state religion, threads said to reach all the way up to the Tower Master's chair and the command of the Imperial Knights. If this cult means to remake the world, he reasons coldly, then what it truly wants is a royal like him, to be used as a tool. And yet his fist tightens, and a hard little light kindles behind his eyes, because a tool is also an opportunity. Stripped of the crown and denied by his own father, Ragnar decides he will seize power by any means he can, even by clutching at a straw already rotten to its core. Over the image of an empty golden throne, his resolve narrows to the one hunger that has always driven him: the throne, whatever the cost, and whatever he has to use to reach it. Dumfrel leads him on through the trees to a towering Gothic spire, black against the stars and ringed by circling birds. This is the place, the old man tells him, and asks the prince to follow. Great iron-bound doors swing open on a cold, candlelit hall, and Ragnar steps warily inside. Where, he asks, has he been brought? Dumfrel answers with a name out of legend. This is a castle where the Dragonians once dwelled, sealed away and erased from memory by the ivory tower's magic 3 centuries ago. In the very age the Prince Mage Mitchell Greenriver crushed that cursed bloodline. Only lately, as the old barrier weakened, have human feet found it again. A great winged gargoyle looms in the ruined dark, and Ragnar demands to know why he has been dragged to a place like this. A voice answers from the shadows that he has arrived, and all at once the hall is full of them, rows of figures in deep red hoods, bowing low with their hands pressed over their hearts, greeting His Highness as one. Ragnar turns slowly, taking them in, and realizes with a jolt that these are nobles, and that more than a few of the faces beneath those hoods are ones he knows well from the imperial court. This gathering, Dumfrel explains, is no small thing. Only the cult's very highest members from inside the palace itself were summoned. For tonight, the new world of truth is meant to begin. But the prince presses for the one thing still hidden from him: why they have all assembled, and exactly whose servant he has just become. He will learn all of it soon enough, the old man promises. The high priest is waiting within. Before them stands a second set of sealed doors, marked with a golden star. With a deep groan of ancient stone they begin to part, and light comes flooding out through the widening gap. Ragnar's eyes go wide, and his breath catches. And there, on the threshold of the Dragonians' forgotten sanctuary, the whole world drowns in blinding white before the face beyond the doors can be seen. The man who murdered Ian Page in another life has just walked, willing, into the very heart of the dragon's cult. We return to the very threshold where the last chapter left us. Ragnar Greenriver, standing before a great sealed door deep inside the Dragonians' forgotten castle. The traitor knight Dumfrel at his shoulder, murmuring that the high priest waits within. For a heartbeat, nothing moves. Then the ancient doors groan apart, and light pours through the widening seams so bright and so white that the fifth prince throws up a hand and turns his face away. Whatever has been shut behind that door for 300 years is about to look upon him. The glare fades into a vast pillared hall lit by braziers, and there, at the heart of a glowing crimson circle burned into the stone, stands the one they call the High Priest. He is no robed old man. Long white hair falls past a gaunt, pointed-eared face, and great leathery bat wings, red, black and veined, spread wide from his shoulders. This is a Dragonian, one of the dragon-blooded sorcerers the Empire has believed erased from the world for 3 long centuries. All around the circle, the red-hooded members of the cult sink to their knees, hands pressed to their hearts, and their reverent chant is not aimed at the winged being at all. It is aimed at Ragnar. Great heir of the dragons, they intone. Last great vessel. The prince stands rigid among the worshippers, and the terrible arithmetic finally lands. That creature in the circle, that thing out of nightmare, is the high priest they promised him. The blood drains from his face. The Dragonian speaks gently, the way one soothes a frightened animal. Ragnar surely has questions, he says, about what he is, and about why he has been summoned here. Then he gives his name, Evanthes, the last Dragonian left alive in all the world. Ragnar's mind reels back to the histories every noble child is taught. The Dragonians, wielders of forbidden black magic, thought wiped out 300 years ago, the same buried horror the Prince Mage of legend once crushed to raise the ivory tower. He knows the face because he has seen it in the old records, and the story shows us those pages, sepia drawings of winged, fanged monsters looming out of the mist. So this, Ragnar realizes, is what they meant by an heir of the dragons. Ivanthus only smirks at the prince's unease. It is true, he admits, that his kind went extinct when humankind defeated them so long ago. True of every Dragonian who ever lived, save for himself, alone. And here the old grudge and the present scheme fuse into one. It was Ragnar's own ancestor, Michel Grinrever, the Empire's founding archmage, the very man who banished black magic from the land, who bound Evanthus with a sealing spell paid for in his own blood, so that the Dragonian could never set a single foot beyond this space. For all these centuries he has waited for this moment, and what he has waited for is blood. The seal was forged from Michel Grinrever's blood, and only a descendant of that bloodline can unmake it. A descendant exactly like the fifth prince standing before him. Ragnar, cold even now, asks the obvious question. Wouldn't it be simpler to kill him and take the blood by force? How brutal, the Dragonian chides. No, he has decided a living emperor serves him far better than a corpse. His ambition is vast, to tear down the feeble, exhausted truth of this world and set a new truth in its place, and this bargain between them is meant to be the cornerstone of that great design. The dawn, he says, of a world where Dragonian and human might live side by side. The prince strips the pretty words away. So, he says, you mean to use me as a tool for your cult? And he assumes refusal means death here and now. After all, a shape-shifted double already lies in his bed back at the palace, and no one would ever know if he simply vanished. But Ivanthus surprises him. He has no intention of getting rid of him. Refuse, and they will merely erase his memory and carry him home. The reason he chose Ragnar to be emperor is something else entirely, because he is certain this prince will never turn down such an opportunity, and the Dragonian has read him to the bone. This is the son his father denied both the crown and any love, the prince who will clutch even a rotten straw to reach the throne. Ragnar's fist tightens at his side, and he answers not with surrender, but with terms of his own. Promise me, he says. Promise you will make me emperor, and promise that you will never betray me. Ivanthus only smiles and gives his word. I promise. Fine, the prince breathes. Old Dumfrel steps forward and offers a ceremonial dagger across his open palms. Ragnar takes it and draws the blade across his own hand. The blood wells and falls. I accept your deal. The dark drops strike the runes carved into the floor, and the sealing circle drinks them in and roars to life, molten gold light climbing through 3 centuries of carved script. The seal that Michel Grinrever laid down with his life's blood comes apart in a storm of blinding light. When it clears, Ivanthus stands truly free for the first time in 300 years, and the freedom breaks out of him as laughter, a low chuckle that swells into a wild, fanged, triumphant howl filling the whole hall. He turns that radiant, terrible smile on the prince who unlocked his cage. Thanks, he says softly. Thanks, prince. Ragnar flinches. Before his eyes, the monster folds his great wings away and clothes himself in a human's crimson coat, tying back his long white hair until he could almost pass for a striking nobleman. Shall we try to play at being human? He muses. He tells the prince there is no need to look so terrified. He won't kill him. Why? In time, the two of them may even become good friends. It is a poisonous word to leave hanging in the air. For this is Ragnar, the man who in another life will smile at his own dearest friend and hand him a cup of poisoned wine, now standing on the receiving end of a monster's counterfeit friendship. Now then, Ivanthus says, and his hooded court closes in around them. He lays a hand on the prince and proposes they step outside together. It has, after all, been a very long time since he last looked upon the world beyond these walls. The story leaves us on the freed Dragonian, the fresh cut still red on his palm, moving toward a door that has stayed shut for 3 centuries. The dragon's cult is about to be loosed upon the Empire, and Ragnar Grinrever, hungering as ever for a crown, has chained his throne to a nightmare wearing a man's face. Morning light spills through gauzy curtains in the imperial palace, and a young woman sighs at her vanity, aching for word that never comes. This is Princess Hayley Grinriver, the Crown Prince's sister, and, though the Empire would never guess it, the Archmage Ian Page's secret student. She frets that the man may have forgotten her entirely. Her old lady's maid gently talks her down. Ian has simply been buried in the black magic investigation, swallowing the capital, nothing more. Comforted for a heartbeat, then sulking all over again, the princess pines like any girl waiting on the one she adores. The quiet shatters. Maids come rushing in, breathless and pink-cheeked, tripping over their own excitement. The moment has finally arrived. The person their mistress has waited for is here, and better still, he has come dressed in formal attire instead of his usual mage's robe. The young servants clasp their hands and gush like a delighted little chorus, thrilled on the princess's behalf. Something momentous is unfolding at the palace doors. White blossoms seem to drift through the air as the name lands. Sir Ian Page has come in person. Hayley freezes, caught half-dressed for the day, hope and horror colliding across her face. A stunned hush settles over the whole gilded dressing room before she snaps out of it and, blushing furiously, begs her entire staff to help her. She cannot possibly greet him looking like this. It is a giddy, comedic panic, the full bloom of a crush that has been quietly aching since her lessons with him began. The scene resets on a bright, clear sky above the grand white and gold palace of the Green River Empire. Below, the frazzled princess has transformed herself. Gone is the nightgown fluster. Now she sweeps down the red carpets in an embroidered gown, hair-styled, an emerald brooch at her breast. At the towering gilt doors of the reception hall, she pauses to steady her nerves, breathing out slowly, gathering the poise a princess is meant to wear. Even so, she agonizes over every strand of hair, and her retinue rallies around her like a devoted cheer squad. Her stern old governess strikes a proud little pose. The young maids pump their fists, all of them swearing she has never looked lovelier. Buoyed by the encouragement, the princess nods to herself and commits. The great doors groan open, light pours through, and her heels click across the sunlit floor as she goes to meet him at last. There, across an airy conservatory of white columns and fountains, stands Ian Page, the youngest tower master the Empire has ever known. Turned out in dark court dress, with silver braid and a gold chain, every inch the formal caller the maids had swooned over. He greets her warmly after their long parting, one gloved hand over his heart. Hayley, radiant and bashful in her finest, can barely find her voice, and when she does, it trembles with something vulnerable. She had begun to fear he had forgotten her. Ian answers with a gentle, apologetic smile. Forgive him, he truly has been swamped, and the princess, reassured, graciously thanks him for coming at all. What follows is almost painfully sweet. She stammers a shy compliment about how well the formal wear suits him. An awkward silence puffs up between them, and the great archmage receives it with unruffled composure before steering them back to purpose. It would be best, he suggests, to move somewhere better suited to their lesson. His reasoning is careful. The palace has far too many watching eyes, and if he lingers, tongues will start to wag that the tower master came calling on the princess, precisely the sort of rumor that could tangle her in scandal, the very thing she has always dreaded for her brother's sake. So he proposes to take her elsewhere, and holds out his gloved hand, asking her only to take it for a moment. Hayley short-circuits. His hand? He wants her to hold his hand? She stammers, flustered pink, until he explains the plain truth beneath the gesture. They will travel by teleportation magic, and she need only hold on. Understanding dawns, and with it pure delight. This is the famous transportation spell she has only ever heard whispered about, and the girl who has secretly loved magic her whole life beams like sunlight breaking through cloud. Gently, carefully, she lays her bare hand into his white glove. He warns that she may feel a little dizzy and should brace herself, and then their fingers close. Light hums up around them in a curtain of blue, the world melting into streaks of radiance as the spell takes hold and lifts the two of them clean out of the palace. they rematerialize beneath an enormous open sky. Snow-crowned mountains ring a valley of rolling green, wildflowers nodding in the wind, leaves drifting past like confetti, a place so vast and lovely, it steals the breath. Haley turns slowly on the spot, wide-eyed and overwhelmed, scarcely able to believe where she is standing. Ian explains it for her. A hillside on the outskirts of the capital, somewhere people almost never wander. He chose it on purpose. Even a sixth-class mage like him cannot teleport terribly far, and because the ground is wide and empty, it makes a perfect place to practice magic unseen. The princess goes quiet at that, gazing out over the peaks, and then confesses something small and enormous at once. This is the first time in her whole life she has ever set foot outside the palace walls. She had always believed a moment like this was possible only in her dreams. Yet the instant she took Sir Ian's hand, the dream became real in the blink of an eye. White doves wheel across the blue as she marvels, glowing, that magic really is a wondrous thing. And the archmage, who has wielded that same power across 2 lifetimes as a weapon, a burden, an instrument of vengeance, only watches her joy in silence, saying nothing at all. For behind her wonder lies a lonelier truth. In memory, she is a solitary figure at a tall window, a caged bird princess who once lived and quietly faded away, shut off from the world. Here and now, under an open sky she was never meant to see, that cage is nowhere in sight. Ian regards her for a long, quiet moment, and then, softly, the man who thought he had nothing left to learn about magic agrees with her. Magic really is a marvel. On the wind-brushed hillside, where he set her down only moments before, the talk drifts to an old secret. The princess realizes aloud what she has just pieced together, that the young Tower Master once watched her work magic inside the imperial sanctuary, the sealed ground only royal blood may enter. He admits it without fuss. As a boy, he wandered in after touring the palace, then hid when she and her private tutor slipped inside for a lesson they were forbidden to hold. Haley can hardly fathom it. That place is guarded against every commoner alive, so how could an outsider ever have crossed into it? The archmage, who has faced emperors and assassins without a flicker, turns suddenly sheepish, mumbling that he was only a curious child, a flimsy cover for the truth he will not tell, that he had gone hunting the heart-stopping mushrooms that later saved his life. The princess only laughs, charmed rather than scandalized. She too once haunted the palace's forbidden corners with her brother, scolded for it more times than she can count, so she decides to look the other way on his trespass. Only fair, she says, since he has kept the far larger secret of her hidden magic all this while. Now they are even, each holding the other's dangerous secret. Then a thought strikes her. Her brother's birthday celebration falls only 10 days off, and surely, she says, the Tower Master means to attend. Ian tells her plainly that the invitation reached him, but that he will not be going. It lands like a small disappointment. She reminds him how glad the Crown Prince would be to have him there, the whole nobility filling that hall. His refusal is strategy, not coldness. For all his power, Ian remains common-born, and to walk into a gathering of the great houses would only invite their sneers, and the authority the disgraced old Tower Master, hoarded over decades, has not died with him. The Empire's deep currents still run the old way, until the Crown Prince can stand in that world on his own strength and take the throne safely. Ian judges it wiser to keep to the shadows and tend the tower, letting Hayden become a ruler in his own right rather than a man propped up by a mage. Something in that quiet devotion to her brother moves the princess. She springs up and vows that she too will do her part. She will become a princess strong enough that no noble scheming against Hayden could lift a hand, and she will study her magic in earnest. Then, shy once more, she asks a small thing. When the two of them are alone, might she call him her master? The man who cannot read a young woman's heart to save his life grants it with a rare, gentle smile, and high above the world, the lesson that never quite began comes to a close. Far from that sunlit peak, night settles over a grand estate. Within its candle-lit halls stand two hooded figures whose eyes burn a sickly red, black magic servants of the enemy Ian has hunted since Herbert's fall. Around them gathers a silent assembly of nobles in deep crimson cloaks, the hidden faces of the dragon's cult, and at the center, a lone golden-haired young man lays a plan before the room. The figure reclining in the chair to hear him is no cultist but a monster in borrowed skin, Evanthus, the last living Dragonian, loosed from his 3-century seal, his dragon's shape folded beneath a crimson coat. And the schemer before him is Ragnar, the 5th prince, the man who, in a life already erased, poured poison into Ian's wine on a snowy night. His plan begins with Ian. The Empire adores its young tower master, and the mage's power is no illusion, but he is barely grown, thin on experience, and lowborn, and many quietly resent a commoner in that seat. Knock away the crown prince on whom Ian leans, Ragnar reasons, and the mage grows weaker still, weak enough to be forced into the open and dealt with. An old, white-bearded cultist notes the scheme will need a puppet to carry it through, and offers, silkily, to see to it himself. He knows just the person for the part. The prince hands the task to him, Sir Dumfriel, the very knight the emperor once set to guard his confinement, now unmasked as the cult's own creature. Yet as Ragnar turns to go, something nags at him, and he stops to question the seated priest. Evanthus is strong enough to seize the empire without any prince at all, and if the cult only means to spread its faith, gentler roads exist. So why, Ragnar asks, does it want him? For a long moment the priest says nothing. Then he answers that there is someone he has long been searching for. Ragnar asks who, and the room seems to darken around the reply: the last ancestor of this land, the gold dragon that holds dominion over time itself. To ordinary men, it is a myth. To the dragon-blooded, it is real and living, a being they have yearned after for ages and never once reached. Yet one thing always draws it into the light. Whenever great chaos falls upon this land, the gold dragon appears and steps into it. Ragnar turns the word over like a stone in his mouth. Chaos, and Evanthus answers in a single, blood-dark syllable: war. The pieces lock into something monstrous. The war the Dragonians waged 300 years ago was itself a lure to summon that dragon, and it came, only to take the side of humankind against its own dragon-born blood. That, the priest explains, is how a mere man like the ancestor Michael Grinrever destroyed the awakened Dragonians. A dragon's power stood quietly behind the ivory tower's newborn magic, then wiped itself from every record as though it had never lived. Only the dragon-blooded can still feel it out there. And so Ragnar understands at last why the cult would crown him. Not for his sake, but to set a new war ablaze. Evanthus does not deny it. Yet it is no poor bargain for the prince either, he purrs. The same war would hand Ragnar the unification of all 3 nations and a crown over the whole continent, the very prize his ancestors always craved. Once the fighting begins, the dragon will appear to meddle in the ruin. When Ragnar asks what he intends once he finds it, Evanthus only smiles and says he has said too much already, his true purpose sealed behind that serene face. Then the monster rises and bows, pledging to gladly help these plans along, and on that dark covenant, a war conceived to hunt a dragon of time. The chapter closes, its shadow already reaching toward the archmage, who himself came back through time. On a bright, ordinary morning, sunlight spills across the great stone halls of the Empire's royal knights. Banners hung, guards at their posts. For one young officer, that ordinary day is about to curdle. He is told he is wanted at once in the captain's office, and it drops into his gut like a swallowed stone, because the captain who called for him is the one man the whole order quietly dreads: old, stern Sir Dumfriel. He sags into his chair with a groan, hunting his memory for any small sin. And though not a soul under that roof suspects it, Dumfriel answers to masters far darker than the crown. So he straightens his collar, tells himself it is nothing, thanks the comrade who tipped him off, and goes. But as he makes his way toward that heavy door, Something wrong begins to gather in the air around him. A chill, a drifting unease he cannot name, embers of a smoke that is not there. He shakes it off. It is only a summons from a superior, he tells himself. A good knight answers when he is called. He walks the long corridors, halts before the great doors, and takes one steadying breath before he knocks. Inside, a grey, bearded old man sits at a great desk, quill in hand, and bids him enter. This is Dumfriel, who greets the younger knight with unexpected warmth, using his name like an old friend, Sir Paul Lance. Paul is one of the finest swordsmen in the Empire, a self-made man and a trusted comrade of Oliver Raywood's, which is exactly why he should never have walked through this door. Dumfriel opens gently, almost fatherly. He asks after the Crown Prince's safety. Has anything troubled it since the night black magic sent a corrupted mage to murder him? Paul answers honestly. The guard has been tightened, and all is quiet. The old man nods and murmurs that the future emperor must be protected above all else. It is a sickening thing to overhear, because this same man once sat in a midnight conclave and swore to bring that very prince down. Then he turns to flattery, Paul's long, loyal service, the honor of being summoned like this, and the plain-hearted knight only blushes and says the honor is his. The praise keeps coming, warm and smooth. There may be no finer blade in the Empire, Dumfriel says, save Oliver, the man they crowned the sword. And how remarkable that Paul climbed so high on skill alone. A commoner orphan out of the northern provinces, lifted into the knighthood on a personal recommendation from Oliver's own hand. Paul flushes and waves the compliments away, but behind those kind old eyes, the captain's thoughts run cold and ugly. He had thought Oliver half mad to drag a low-born nobody into so noble an order. And now the knight feels it, the temperature of the room dropping, the smile going wrong. The warmth was only ever bait. Dumfriel lets the mask slide away, the contempt he holds for the low-born, the resentment that the emperor ever permitted such a man to wear these colours at all. His eyes harden to stone. Paul's hand drifts toward the weapon at his hip, and the old man, studying him the way a butcher studies livestock, decides aloud that yes, this one will do. Behind the captain, out of a curl of black smoke, a figure simply comes into being, silver-haired, serene, wrapped in a crimson coat. Paul never saw him arrive, and his blood turns to ice, for this is no ordinary man. It is the last of the Dragonians, the cult's high priest Evanthus, wearing a human shape like a borrowed cloak. The knight rips his blade free and demands to know who they are, too late. The black magic already has him, coiling up his arm, rooting him where he stands. A dark whirlpool opens. A low voice bids him become the cornerstone of a great empire, and as his eye blooms a sick, glowing red, his proud head sinks. It is the same buried art that hollowed Helene and chained young Marco, and the cult has its puppet at last. A ragged cry tears up into a clear blue sky. And then, far from that dark little room, the world turns bright. A sunlit meadow, birdsong, two men crossing practice swords on the grass. One is driven back, staggers, and is neatly disarmed, his blade spinning off into the air. The loser, it turns out, is the Crown Prince himself, Hayden, and the man calmly schooling him is Oliver Raywood, the sword, the Empire's greatest blade, and the Prince's sworn shield. Beaten, the Prince flops back into the grass, chest heaving, and sighs that it is just as he feared. He simply has no gift for the sword. He thanks his captain for the bout all the same, but the disappointment sits heavy on him. Oliver, warm as ever, only shakes his head and tells him that isn't true at all. He is more gifted than most men will ever be, the captain insists, and picking up the blade faster than Sir Ian ever did across all their years of sparring. Hayden's jaw drops. Faster than the Archmage himself? Then Oliver leans in with the real secret. Honestly, just between them, the great Tower Master is hopeless with a sword, so please, keep it quiet. Hayden laughs, delighted that perfect Ian has a weakness after all, and it kindles something in him. Here, at last, is one thing he can do better than his brilliant friend, and he swears he will train harder than ever until the day he surpasses even Oliver. Then the laughter fades, and the prince turns thoughtful. Is something wrong with the vice-captain? He asks. He has heard the man has grown quiet and grim of late, his face darker by the day. Oliver admits he noticed too, and asked him plainly, only to be told nothing was wrong. And here the ground drops out from under us, because we know exactly what is wrong, and that the good knight is hiding it, just as poor Marco once hid the ruin worked on him. So keep a closer eye on him, Hayden tells his captain, and do not only be hard on him. Is a true leader not the one who listens to the worries of the people beneath him? Oliver bows his head and agrees. The boy who once fled from every responsibility now speaks like a king, and only a small, stubborn worry lingers behind his eyes as he gazes off across the sunlit field. And somewhere far away, alone among the same sunlit trees, that vice-captain stands. The loyal man the cult has quietly stolen, while up out of him, into the bright and unknowing sky, rises a long, monstrous cry. The morning breaks bright and cloudless over the imperial palace, banners stirring against a perfect blue sky. Beneath the golden dome, the great hall is a hive of quiet industry, maids hurrying with trays, butlers straightening chairs beneath the chandeliers. Because tonight is no ordinary night. 10 days ago the princess spoke of it on a sunlit hillside, and now it has arrived, the crown prince's birthday ball. In a bright dressing room, an attendant's voice calls gently through the door. The ball is about to begin. The man keeping watch is none other than Oliver Raywood, the sword himself, commander of all the imperial knights, dressed tonight in his finest. And the young man he serves steps out at last in white and gold, a cape at his shoulders and a sapphire at his breast. Crown Prince Hayden, the boy this whole celebration belongs to. But princes get nervous too. Hayden sighs that parties always set his heart racing, and for one comic moment he pictures his friend Ian barking at him to strengthen his own position, the way the archmage always does. And Ian is not even coming tonight, he pouts. So cold. It falls to Oliver to steady him. Tonight, your highness is the center of it all, and the ones who ought to be nervous are the nobles. Hayden brightens. After all, he has Oliver the sword at his side. What is there to fear? Then a voice rings out, "Big brother," and in sweeps Princess Hayley, radiant in a sapphire gown, golden hair swept high, dressed with special care for the occasion. Hayden beams at how beautiful his little sister looks, and promptly ruins the moment by teasing her. What a shame Ian isn't here to see it. She goes scarlet, sputtering, and scolds him for repeating her questions to the archmage so bluntly. Some things a brother should keep to himself. The squabble melts into something warmer. "Happy birthday, big brother," she says softly. "I am proud of you, always striving to do your best." And she vows, with a little stomp of her heel, to trample any noble who dares speak ill of him in high society. Hayden laughs his thanks, offers his arm, and brother and sister walk together toward the light of the great hall. The herald's voice rolls across the ballroom, and the doors open on the pair of them, arm in arm, the crown prince in white and gold, the princess in sapphire blue. The orchestra swells, the assembled nobles bow like a field of wheat, and congratulations pour in from every side. Hayden receives them with an easy grace, wishing his guests a fine evening, every inch the future emperor. Then comes a commotion at the doors. A tall figure sweeps past the startled herald without so much as a pause, then demands, imperiously, to be announced. And when the flustered man finds his voice, the words stop the whole ball cold. His Majesty the Emperor has entered the hall. There he stands beneath the golden arch, fur-lined cape, ruby at his throat, a sly grin beneath his moustache. Nobody expected him, least of all his son, who can only blurt out, "Father." The emperor crosses the parted crowd with his arms spread wide. "Is it not the birthday of my crown prince?" he laughs. "It is a father's role to congratulate his son on the day of his growth." This from the man who once measured every soul around him with suspicion. Tonight there is nothing in his face but pride. The ground grows more solid after the rain falls, he tells the hall, and this sight makes him happy and satisfied indeed. Then, before all his court, the emperor does something rarer still. He remembers. When the crown prince was 5 years old, he says, I looked back on a walk and found him toddling after me, step for step, through grass too deep for a child. And when I asked him why, the boy answered that he was only walking the path his father had made in front of him. The memory blooms across the hall, a young emperor kneeling in a sunlit meadow, one gloved hand resting on the head of a laughing golden-haired boy. Which is why I made a path for the crown prince, the emperor says, and he has followed it diligently all this way. You have done well, following me this entire time. Hayden's eyes glisten. The word father is all he can manage. Then the glasses rise all across the hall, a toast to the future of the empire and to the crown prince's road ahead. Cheers, answers the court in one voice. Happy birthday, son, the emperor says, and drinks. Thank you, Faithy, Hayden begins. He never finishes the word. A cough tears through the music, ragged, wet, wrong, and the sound that follows silences every instrument in the hall. Blood patters onto the pale marble. The emperor's glass slips from his hand and shatters its golden wine across the floor. And the sovereign of the whole empire doubles over beside his son, crimson dripping from his lips. For one endless heartbeat, nobody moves. Then the hall erupts. Nobles recoil with their glasses still raised. Haley stands frozen, her father falling before her eyes. Oliver is already surging toward the dais, fists clenched, too far away. Hayden can only stand there, dazed, as his own glass slides from his fingers and spins through the air. Your Majesty! The cries ricochet off the golden walls as the emperor crashes down upon the dais steps. And the last thing the light finds, before the darkness swallows the ballroom whole, is a fallen wine glass lying on its side, its golden wine spreading slowly across the marble, the very image of a spilled glass on a snowy night long ago, when a poisoned drink first set this whole story in motion. On the night of his son's birthday, before 1,000 watching eyes, the Emperor of Grinriva has fallen, and somewhere in the shadows, the dragon's cult is smiling. Thunder mutters over the imperial palace, and the sky that shone so brightly on the birthday ball now hangs grey and swollen with storm. Behind one tall lit window, the crown prince keeps his vigil. Hayden sits alone in the blue dark, stripped of his ceremonial finery, hands clasped between his knees, the boy who watched his father cough blood onto the marble in the middle of a toast, waiting for any word at all. Then a knock. An attendant announces Sir Oliver Raywood, captain of the Imperial Knights, and Hayden is off the chaise before the words are finished, calling for him to be let in at once. The sword steps through the door, still in his dress uniform, and the prince can barely get the question out. How is father? Is he all right? The answer is a knife with two edges. Thanks to swift treatment, the emperor has come out of the critical state, but he has not woken. Every physician and alchemist in the empire is working on a cure, Oliver begins, and Hayden cuts him off with the question burning a hole in him. What about the criminal who tried to assassinate his father? Oliver's face darkens. The one who slipped poison into the emperor's cup was caught at the scene, he says, and confessed to the crime. Hayden seizes his captain by the cloak, shouting, "Who was it? Who is responsible?" And Oliver can hardly force the name past his own teeth. The criminal was, and the word that follows knocks the world out from under the prince. Hayden's hand clutches tight, his eyes shrink to pinpoints, and a hollow "what" is all that is left of his voice as everything goes black. For the name Oliver speaks is Sir Paul Lance, his own vice-captain, the loyal knight the reader watched the dragon's cult hollow out and steal only days ago. Daylight finds the noble council in an uproar. The vice-captain of the Second Order tried to assassinate the emperor, a man who swore loyalty to the crown prince years ago. What have His Highness and Captain Raywood been doing, letting such a person stand at their side? He surely did not act alone, they cry. Whatever it takes, the ones behind him must be found. The cult's trap is closing exactly as designed. Every shout drives the blade deeper into Hayden and Oliver. The grisly details only feed the fire. Paul Lance, they report, cut off his own tongue during interrogation, determined, they assume, to keep his master's secret to the end. And wasn't he an orphan from the northern borders, right beside the Coldwood Empire? An old ghost rises in the chamber. The chained explosions in the palace 6 years ago, when spies of Coldwood were dragged into the light. An ivory tower mage, an imperial maid, an imperial official, all of them unmasked that night as Coldwood spies. The memory of the boy who exposed them flickers past, and the theory locks into place. A talented swordsman with no pedigree, risen from nowhere. What if he was a spy planted and trained from childhood by the enemy empire? One honest voice objects that there is no evidence Paul's manner was ever awakened, and is shouted down. Is that important now? He tried to poison His Majesty and refuses to say why. This is what comes of raising men without regard for birth, sneers the court, and the demand hardens into stone. Strip him of his knighthood and put him to public execution. And through all of it, at the head of the table, a young man with long pale hair sits in perfect silence, letting the storm rage around him, the ivory tower master, listening, giving them nothing. Grey clouds roll over a white chateau in the woods. In the shadow of the trees, someone calls out, "Sir Ian," and the young man who turns is the archmage himself, 18 now, his pale hair grown long past his shoulders, a blue cloak over black. The visitor hurrying up the path in a plain brown travel cloak is Oliver, come in secret and out of breath. What happened, Ian asks at once. Is Paul? Everyone believes the vice captain is a Coldwood spy, Oliver reports, and then his composure shatters. That's impossible. He is not a spy. I agree with you, Ian says quietly. The Paul Lance he knows would lay down his life for the Crown Prince, a man who lives honorably despite his birth, a knight loyal to his master. For a moment the framed knight's portrait seems to hang between them, smiling among white magnolias like a eulogy already painted. And yet, Oliver forces out. The execution has been confirmed, and right now, there is no way to defend him. So there they stand, two of the most powerful men in the empire, and neither can lift a finger. Paul has stayed silent about who incited him and why, and Ian says what they both know. They must find out why in the world he did it. Then, quieter, how is His Highness? Oliver sighs. Hayden has stopped eating and drinking and refuses to see anyone. The prince believes his father's poisoning is his own fault. I see, is all Ian answers, and the two words carry everything he does not say. The whole Second Order is on probation, Oliver continues, soon to be interrogated one by one, and as the captain responsible, he cannot make a single careless move. His fist clenches, his eyes squeeze shut, and the commander of all the Imperial Knights bows his head low before an 18-year-old, commoner-born mage. It is shameless of him to ask, he says, but Sir Ian is the only one he can turn to. Please, find out the truth. Ian gives his answer like a blade being drawn. The Ivory Tower's interrogation magic found no lies in the vice-captain's confession, which means something far darker than treason has hold of Paul Lance. So tonight, the Tower Master will infiltrate the prison himself and meet the condemned man face to face. After that, he will come find Oliver at his estate. I understand, the captain says, and as thunder rolls over the storm-dark palace, the last quiet piece moves onto the board. The Archmage is done watching from the shadows. Rain hammers the night, and thunder rolls over a grey fortress of crenellated towers, the prison where the Empire keeps its condemned. On the walls the watch is failing. By the inner gate a guard has slumped against the stone, halberd propped on one shoulder, yawning himself to sleep. And past that sleeping sentry, unseen and unchallenged, sweeps the hem of a blue cloak. The Ivory Tower Master has come, exactly as he promised Oliver. Tonight, the Archmage walks into the prison itself. Soft footsteps echo down the barred corridor until Ian stands before one cell, motionless in the torchlight. The heavy iron door groans open, and he speaks a single word into the dark: "Vice Captain." What the flame shows him is enough to still the heart. A wooden stock bolted to the brick, 2 chains spread wide, and Paul Lance hanging between them, stripped, beaten, covered in bruises and lash cuts, head fallen. One eye is swollen shut, the other opens a dull green sliver. The tongueless knight could not answer, even if he wished to. Footsteps cross the cell, and Ian asks whether the prisoner recognizes him. Silence. So the Tower Master says what no court in the Empire will say. He does not believe the Vice Captain wanted to assassinate the Emperor, nor that he is a spy conspiring with the enemy Empire. He knows that better than anyone. This is a man who swore his life to the Crown Prince. What Ian cannot understand, what he has come through rain and stone to learn, is why Paul would ever do such a thing. Then the mage kneels, and his hand, trailing motes of blue light, comes to rest gently on the broken knight's head, the way one touches a brother. Therefore, he says, "I will now enter your memories. I beg you to allow it." Light flares between his palm and the bowed head, a great rune circle spinning open, and the world falls away into darkness. What rises out of the dark is memory, sepia brown and fraying at the edges, a summons to the captain's office. Old Dumfriel behind the light of the window, the trusted commander, and at his shoulder a silver-haired figure in a crimson coat that Paul had no way to recognize. Then the floor churns black. A vortex of ink-dark tendrils lashes across the tiles toward the lone knight, and a straining hand reaches out of the swallowing dark toward help that never came. Ian's verdict rings through the memory. The Vice Captain moved against his will. He was controlled by black magic. Ian lifts his head in the blue night of the cell, the truth confirmed at last, and the spell opens one thing more. In a shared space between minds, washed in cold starlight, Paul Lance stands whole again, his blue knight's uniform, his white cape, his own 2 eyes. "I was too foolish," he says into that void. He should have known the Imperial Palace was a place where enemies lie thickest. Then he lifts his face to the mage and almost smiles. "I was waiting for you, Sir Ian. It looks like it was worth enduring this far." Ian's answer is immediate. "Wait just a bit longer. Let me first release the black magic you're under. If this memory is real, the truth of the whole incident can be dragged into the light. Find the one who cast it, and everyone will see how Paul Lance was framed." He lunges, reaching for the knight's sleeve, and his fingers close on empty air. Paul only bows his head. "Even if you find who was behind this," he says quietly, "what I did will not disappear. I was the one who put the poison in the Emperor's goblet. You cannot give up." The shout tears out of Ian with a fury the court never sees. "If you stop here, you will forever be left with the stigma of being a murderer." And the knight answers with a tired, gentle smile, "My crime doesn't matter." That stigma is too light a punishment beside the scar he carved into the one he vowed loyalty to. Then his voice steadies into a soldier's report. "Whoever the enemy is, aiming at His Majesty means one thing. Their blade will soon point at His Highness as well. He is the beginning of all this. So it must be cut off here, with him." "What are you talking about, Vice Captain?" Ian understands exactly what is being asked, and everything in him refuses it. But Paul only makes his last request, serene as a man already at peace. "Will you give His Highness and Captain Oliver a message? To forgive me, and that I'm grateful for everything." He draws himself to attention in the starlit void, cape squared, fists steady at his sides. As a sword protecting His Highness, this is the last thing he can do. "Sir Ian, I leave His Highness to you." And then he simply walks away. Boots striding calm across the light while the mage lunges after him, hand outstretched, catching nothing. The void floods white, and through the whiteness drifts the knight's final thought, a blessing laid on the boy he served, that he will shine in the highest place in this empire. For a heartbeat, the light gives back something warm, a laughing youth in a green vest with an ale mug in his fist, a friend's arm slung around his shoulders. Simple happiness, remembered at the very end. Ian gasps back into the waking world, hand clutched over his heart, and refuses. In the rain-grey cell he plants himself before the chained knight and casts the mightiest counter he owns. Great cancellation, the same rite that once tore Herbert's black magic out of a living man. The rune wheels spinning vast and cyan beneath his glowing hand, light detonating through the cell, and it slides off. The streams of cancellation wash over Paul's scarred body without biting. The magic that has never failed him is failing. Hold on a bit longer, Ian shouts. I will destroy the black magic right away. I will not let you die a dog's death like this. The word breaks in his mouth. A red alarm goes off behind his eyes. The chains hang slack against the wall. Paul Lance has slumped forward out of the stock, arms still spread, head fallen, and he does not move again. The corruption that used him kept its final cruelty. The moment its work was done, it took him with it. The archmage of 2 lifetimes kneels before the body in the dark, and every spell he owns means nothing at all. Outside, the storm breaks over the fortress as if heaven itself were weeping. Across the same storm, in a great estate outside the capital, a single lamp burns. Oliver has not slept. The captain sits bowed before his fire, hands clasped to his mouth, his sword within reach, waiting through the night for word of his friend. Then a knock. He is on his feet before the sound dies. Captain, it's Ian Page. The great door groans open on the downpour, and there stands the tower master, soaked to the bone, motionless on the threshold, and he does not need to say anything. The rain on his face is not only rain. Inside, by candlelight, Oliver cannot stop the questions. Did you meet Paul? How was he? Did you find out anything? And Ian, head bowed, water dripping from his soaked hair, answers in a voice like a closing grave. Sir Paul Lance breathed his last breath in his cell today. The empty hands of the Empire's strongest knight hang slack at his sides. The world gives one heavy, distant rumble, and all that is left of the sword of the Empire is a single hollow word. What? Sir Paul Lance breathed his last breath in his cell today. The words hang in the candlelit hall of Oliver's estate, exactly where the last chapter left them. The rain-soaked archmage with his head bowed, and the captain of the Imperial Knights standing before him with his world caving in. What? Oliver breathes, and it is not a question. His pupils shrink to points. His hands hang empty at his sides, hands that have never once failed to reach a sword in time and had nothing at all to grip tonight. He staggers. The sword of the Empire catches himself on the table's edge like an old man, one hand pressed to his mouth, while Ian stands apart in his dripping blue cloak and gives grief the only thing he can. Distance and silence. The candle burns on, warm and useless, as the rain washes the windows grey. When Oliver finally speaks, he does it with his face hidden, and what comes out is a eulogy. He first met Paul at an orphanage on the northern border, one his own family, the Raywoods, sponsored. A boy who always had a smile on his face, who was bright, who took care of everyone before himself. Sunlight on a green yard, children in patched trousers, a small tawny-haired boy beaming with a littler girl tucked under his arm. When they discovered the boy had a gift for the sword, Oliver's father sponsored him, and from then on the two of them sparred and grew and treated each other as brothers. 2 teenagers grinning at each other across a training yard, wooden swords over their shoulders. He was a friend, Oliver says, who was always hard-working, just and upright. And then the eulogy breaks in his throat. But for him to die such a vain death is so, and the sentence never finds its end. Ian gives him the only comfort he has, the truth. Before Sir Paul Lance took his last breath, he says, I was able to see his last memories. Oliver whips around, and Ian lays it out. Days ago, the vice-captain was summoned by Sir Dumfrill, captain of the First Order of Imperial Knights, and the person who was with Dumfrill used black magic to brainwash him. The sepia memory rises between them, the old captain behind his desk, the stranger at his shoulder, and Paul's straining hand reaching out of the swallowing dark. Paul went to see Dumfrill. Oliver's fist clenches. Black magic, are there still traces left? Who was that person? And here Ian must shake his head. No one he has ever seen. A man with a pale face and long silver hair, and in the remembered dark those yellow slit-pupil eyes burn over a crimson coat. A man, Ian thinks grimly, he never saw in his past life either. 2 lifetimes of knowledge, and this enemy is in neither. What Ian can say, he says plainly. Sir Dumfriel Morritt is involved, and an unknown high-ranking mage is cooperating with him. How high-ranking? Oliver asks, and the answer stops his breath. Ian cast his cancellation magic the moment he found the black spell on Paul, and it did not work, which means the Tower Master finishes silently, under a crawl of thorns, that the caster is a higher-ranking mage than he is. In all this world, Ian Page has never once had to think that sentence, and so he reaches into his cloak, and gold glitters in the candlelight. The necklace, the one Oliver gave him 6 years ago to seal their sparring promise, the keepsake of the late Empress herself. It carries magic that clears the mind, Ian explains, and more than that, it is an anti-magic relic that absorbs black magic, protection beyond even an 8th-class spell. No one alive knows what it can do. The world thinks it just one royal treasure among many. Only you and I know, Ian says, which is exactly what makes it a shield no enemy will think to break. Oliver realizes what is happening. If Ian keeps it, black magic can never touch him. But the mage shakes his head and holds it out. Before he explains, he asks for one promise, that Oliver will never speak a word of what he is about to hear. Yes, the captain says, I promise. And then Ian speaks, and the panels go quiet. Whatever truth the Tower Master confides in that candlelit hall, the storm swallows it. Thunder rolls over the estate, rain sheets down the tall windows, and the 2 men stand small beneath it, bound now by one more secret. Across the same storm, morning breaks over the imperial palace, and the news walks its golden corridors. Paul Lance has died in prison. In a gilded salon, the 5th Prince Ragnar reads the report with a teacup steaming at his elbow, and old Dumfriel stands before him in full dress uniform, making his report to his true master. I see, says Ragnar, and apparently the old captain adds, a rat had snuck into the prison. They both know the rat's name. If it is that person, Dumfriel says, he would have found out Paul Lance was under black magic. That is true, Ragnar agrees pleasantly, but there was nothing he could do. And then the prince says the sentence the whole scheme was built on. Ian Page still doesn't know the existence of Dragonians. Herbert's 5th-class black magic might not have touched a 6th-class mage, but Sir Evanthus is of a higher rank. In human terms, Ragnar says, the sealed high priest is an 8th-class master, and even stripped of his original power, he is still stronger than Ian Page. So the real blade hidden in Paul's death shows its edge. What Ian was meant to take from that cell is the knowledge that somewhere in the dark there is a mage stronger than himself. Wouldn't he cut off his tail and run, Dumfriel asks, and Ragnar laughs. He won't do that. If he were that idiotic, he wouldn't have worked so hard until now. Then, quieter, over the dark mirror of his tea. Honestly, I have no idea what Ian Page is thinking. 6 years since the commoner boy entered the palace at the Crown Prince's side, yet he claims he serves no prince. I thought I was hiding it well, Ragnar admits, but at times I feel he sees through me, as if he were someone who had known me for a very, very long time. The reader knows what the prince cannot. Ian has known him for a lifetime, knew him to the last words he spoke over a poisoned glass of wine. The cup clicks softly onto its saucer. In any case, says Ragnar Greenriver, it will be good to observe his movements for the time being, and the chapter closes on the golden-eyed prince sinking back into the dark of his chair, the murderer of one lifetime, patiently studying the man who came back from it. Dawn breaks soft and rose-coloured over the Archmage's chateau, and inside, Ian is already at work. He hand-sealed messages to his old butler, one for Lord Fyric of the East, another already speeding north to Lord Mogrian, and takes from a silver tray a gate pass forged in a merchant guild's name. His order is quiet and absolute. Disguise yourselves as merchants, and once the sun sets, slip out of the capital. The whole household is to be emptied. Pack what remains, he says, and take my mother north to Lord Mogrian, who will shelter her when you arrive. Then a voice calls his name across the marble, and Vanessa comes hurrying in, breathless and frightened. What is going on? Why are they leaving so suddenly? Ian gentles his voice but not his answer. He cannot tell her the details, only that the capital has become dangerous, and that Mogrian will keep her safe. And Vanessa refuses. How can I leave here without you? If you stay, I stay. You don't have to worry about me, he tells her. I'm all grown up now. I'm a mage. I can at least protect myself. But a mother's fear does not bow to logic. You're still 18 years old, she cries, and my one and only son. So the archmage of 2 lifetimes, who reads emperors and murderers like open books, takes his mother's hand between his own, and for once has no clever answer. His grip trembles. Please, he says, please, just this once, listen to me. And then, quiet as a blade, if things go wrong, I might end up killing you. There it is, the fear beneath everything, the same terror Oliver named. A brainwashed 8th-class mage would be a massacre, and the ones he loves would be first. That is why he is sending her away. Vanessa's argument dies in her throat. A tear stands in her eye. She will go. He turns to Radio, the alchemist who has guarded her for years, and entrusts her to him, with one more terrible condition. If, by any chance, I come looking for her, never let me know where she is. When the time is right, I will send word through Lord Mogrian, and no other way. Radio, sweat on his brow, understands what is being asked, and bows his head. Yes, Sir Ian. From the gathered staff, young Douglas steps forward. Boss, I'll stay with you. I don't know what's happening, but I might be of help. I'm your #1 subordinate, aren't I? Ian thanks him and refuses. It is far more dangerous than you think. Go with the others. Then he tells them the rest, and it lands like a stone in still water. Once everyone has left this mansion, I will erase my own memories. That way I will not know where any of you are. A mind wiped clean of their location cannot betray it. Not to black magic, not to torture, not to anything. Read the precautions I've written for you, he says, for a self who won't remember writing them. I beg of you. And the household answers as one. Yes, Sir Ian, and files out into the golden morning until the great house stands empty and its master is alone. Alone, Ian lets out a long breath. 2 things remain. He lifts the Empress's necklace from its box, the anti-magic relic with its blue dragon's tear, and this one he keeps, his single shield. Then he draws out a small vial of glowing violet potion, the memory-erasing draught he brewed for exactly this hour, and regards it with a faint, sad smile. The archmage, who has spent 2 lives holding on to every hard-won memory, is about to give a piece of himself away, on purpose. Golden dust swallows the room, and the deed is done. The scene shifts to the imperial palace, where the court murmurs of things gone wrong. The crown prince has not been seen in days. A maid says his body has grown terribly weak. And in a gilded salon, the 5th prince sits with his tea while old Dumfrill reports. The emperor has taken an antidote and passed the critical state. But he still has not woken, and if he does, the damage to his organs will leave him a ruin of a man. He's enduring it for quite a long time, Ragnar murmurs, and there is no grief in it. Things will get troublesome if father's condition improves. His teeth grind. I shall buy off a royal alchemist and finish what the poison started. It would be wise to be prepared, Dumfrill agrees, in case the emperor recovers. The talk turns to the harvest of their scheme. The nobles have grown cold toward Prince Hayden. He is not managing the state in its crisis, and his fitness for the throne is openly questioned. The Second Order Knights are all on probation and under investigation, and the ministers debate stripping Captain Oliver Raywood of his very noble title. Reclining in his chair, the silver-haired high priest Ivanthus is well pleased. Everything is running smoothly. All we have to do now is wait for the prince to ascend the throne. The war, the chaos, the lure for the gold dragon, all of it hangs on that one crown. Only one thread nags at Ragnar. It's strange that Ian Page isn't making a move. I'm sure he's not just sitting there watching, he's planning something. And that is the moment a red-hooded messenger bursts in, breathless past the order not to disturb them. Forgive me, but Ian Page is coming to the prince's palace, right now. The room freezes. Even the monster and the murderer did not expect the archmage to walk straight to their door. We will disperse for today, Ragnar says, cold and quick. Sir Ivanthus, remain in this room and erase your presence. Hide your aura so the mage cannot feel it. All right, the Dragonian answers and settles back to wait, unseen. And down the golden halls of the palace, footsteps echo. A deep blue cloak, long pale hair, the necklace hidden at his throat, and a hole where his household used to live in his memory. Ian Page walks in beneath the great chandeliers, straight toward the prince, who murdered him in another life. He has emptied his house, armored his mind, and come alone into the enemy's home. The chapter ends on his approach, and the storm the cult built is about to meet the man it was built to frighten. Your Highness, the servant announces, Ian Page, the Tower Master of the Ivory Tower, has requested an audience. Show him in, the fifth prince answers, and beneath his calm a bead of sweat betrays him, for his two-life enemy has just walked to his door. Ian enters in his blue cloak and long pale hair, and Ragnar greets him lightly, as though nothing lies between them. It's been a while, Ivory Tower Master. This is our first meeting, he adds, since Herbert was executed. He plays the grieving son beautifully. Terrible things have happened lately, he sighs. To think father had to suffer something so horrendous, and that his confinement keeps him from even visiting the emperor's sickbed, it breaks his heart. Then, silky, but in this chaotic time, why have you come to see me? And Ian says something that stops the performance cold, drops it clean out of the prince's mouth, a startled what? The archmage does not soften it. Sir Paul Lance, he says, was under the effects of black magic. The cause was his summons to Sir Dumfriel Morritt, captain of the First Order, and I know that this whole incident is tied to the dragon's cult, and that those bound to the cult and its black magic are, curiously, the very people standing beside you. Fifth Prince, everything was a conspiracy planned by you. Ragnar recovers into wounded indignation. What in the world are you talking about? If you mean to frame me, shouldn't it at least be believable? If Paul was truly under black magic, the prince presses, then doesn't the fault lie with you, who oversees the investigation of black magic? And the dragon's cult? I've never even heard of them. How could I conspire with a group I don't know? I'm watched by your own ivory tower, and I haven't set a foot outside this palace under my confinement. It is an airtight alibi, except that Ian raises his hand, and pale light gathers at his fingers, and his blue eyes begin to glow. You should know this better than anyone, since you oversee my monitoring, Your Highness. I can use magic that detects lies, and therefore I know that everything you have just said was a lie. He lays the rest bare in that cold blue light. You have been in contact with the dragon's cult, and you are cooperating with someone who wields black magic, and I am certain that person is the cult's leader. Is that the conclusion you came up with? Ragnar answers, unshaken, because certainty is not proof, and the archmage came here alone. For a moment Ian says nothing, and something is wrong. The prince did not crack. Then Ragnar sighs, and the mask simply comes off. You're a bigger fool than I thought, he says, arms folding. So what are you going to do? Did you think I'd break down and confess that I did it all out of fear? Where's your evidence? The one who poisoned the emperor is dead. His confession was taken clean under that very truth magic you're all so proud of, and Paul Lance bit off his own tongue so he could never speak. Ian has certainty and nothing a court would accept. But you came to me on your own, the prince goes on, and his voice turns. How foolish. Ian Page, you lost, and I was given a choice. Sir Ivanthus, Ragnar calls into the room, and out of the hidden air the silver-haired man unveils himself, arms crossed, smiling, the exact face from Paul's dying memory. Ian's composure finally shatters. A gasp. That's the man from Paul's memory, the one who cast the black magic. And then black tendrils lash out and seize the archmage by the throat. He grips his own neck, choking, as the magic that great cancellation could not break drags him down. That robe, Evanthus murmurs, studying him, quite familiar to me. One I can never forget, to think I'd see it again. And Ian, strangling in the dark, understands the last piece with horror. That appearance. He's a descendant of dragons, a Dragonian. Prince, the Dragonian says, you wanted this one as your subordinate, didn't you? Yes, Ragnar answers, I still need him. So the black magic pours in. Ian buckles, trembling, blood on his lips. His eye flares red with the corruption. He chokes and shudders and sinks into the dark. Take your own life, Evanthus commands the broken archmage. Even Ragnar startles. What did you say? But the order is a test, and what the villains cannot see is the necklace hidden at Ian's collar. The Empress's anti-magic relic, quietly eating every thread of the spell. So the archmage lifts his hand, and instead of dying, he conjures a glittering blade of ice, shards scattering through the room. Ragnar cries out to stop, but Ian only draws the ice edge lightly across his own skin, letting a thin line of blood run down his cheek, just enough to sell the lie of an obedient man harming himself on command. That'll be enough, Ragnar says, half in relief. They never wanted him dead. Satisfied the corruption took, Evanthus tells the prince to proceed with whatever plan he likes from now on, and withdraws to rest, fooled completely, leaving the fox inside the henhouse. Alone with the prince, Ian stands with bowed head and flat, empty eyes, the picture of a shattered servant, every bit of it an act. Ian Page, Ragnar says warily, testing. Who is the master that you serve? And the archmage of 2 lifetimes kneels to the man who murdered him in the last one, and gives his answer clear and cold. The one who will rise to the highest position in this empire. Your Highness, Ragnar Grinreaver, the 5th prince. The prince looks down at the greatest mage in the world bowing at his feet, and smiles a nervous, triumphant smile, certain he has won, and never once suspecting that Ian Page has just planted himself in the very heart of the enemy, wide awake and waiting. Morning came to the palace, with a knock at the crown prince's door, and a servant's quiet reminder that the council would sit within the hour. The council the ivory tower master himself had called. Hayden lay a while longer across his couch, one hand over his eyes, worn thin by all the sleepless weeks behind him. It had been so long since he had stood before Ian, and the thought of being seen like this, hollowed out, uncertain, stung more than he wanted to admit. So he asked the only thing he could. Take extra care with my attire today, he told the attendant. Please. As if the right coat could hide how much the last month had cost him, and as if, dressed well enough, he might meet his friend again as the prince he used to be. Beyond the private wing the great hall was already filling, and the nobles gathered in it could not stop whispering. This was the first council the Tower Master had ever summoned in his own name, and everyone understood what that meant. Both the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince would attend. At last the question no one spoke aloud in daylight would be spoken. Which of the 2 brothers would inherit a throne whose occupant might never rise from his sickbed again? Surely, they murmured to one another, the Archmage would stand behind the Crown Prince. Had Sir Ian not supported him all this while? And yet the whispers had teeth of their own. Lately, someone said, leaning close, the Tower Master had been seen coming and going from the 5th Prince's palace. The 5th Prince, truly? With all the disgrace that had lately clung to the crown, with the heir looking weaker by the week, perhaps the greatest mage in the empire had reconsidered where he wished to place his weight. No one knew. They only felt the ground shifting beneath the marble, and hushed as footsteps echoed down the hall. Hayden found him first, before the doors ever opened. He hurried across the corridor with something almost boyish breaking through his exhaustion. Ian, he called. It's been a while. How have you been? Just seeing your face makes me feel better. I missed you." He reached out the way an old friend reaches out, ready to say the rest, to ask if they might sit together once the meeting was done. But the man in the blue tower cloak only turned his pale, unreadable eyes on him and let a silence fall. "I apologize," Ian said, with a small, formal bow. "I have other matters to attend to after the council ends." The warmth guttered out of Hayden's face like a snuffed candle. "Ian," he managed. "Ah, I see, of course." He touched his own hair, at a loss, and let his hand drop. An aide appeared at the chamber doors to summon the tower master inside, and Ian went without a backward glance, his cloak whispering across the patterned floor. Hayden stood where he had been left and watched him go, the distance between them, once so small, suddenly stretching the whole length of the hall. "Something is wrong," the prince's face said, though he could not name it. Then the doors took Ian in, and Hayden was alone with the cold weight of a friend who no longer seemed to be his. Within, the archmage took his place at the head of the chamber and let his voice fill the vaulted room. He thanked them all for coming, and then he named the wound none of them had dared to dress. Since the assassin Paul Lance had struck, the emperor had lain 15 days without waking, and even should he wake, no healer alive could promise he would ever again be fit to rule. "The pillar of the empire," Ian said, "has fallen." He spoke of the realm laid open and vulnerable, of enemies along the borders lifting their heads, of a fear that had settled over the land and begun to curdle into chaos. "The future of the empire," he told the silent benches, "is a lamp set out in the wind." Which was why, he went on, they could no longer look away. They had to be firm, to face what was in front of them, and to ask themselves plainly who among them was truly fit to lead, because a man who possessed nothing but his name could not save a dying empire. What the realm needed now was someone strong enough to answer for its safety, to steady it against the pressure of the 3 kingdoms pressing in around them, and the crown, he said, belonged only to the one who would make Grinreaver the greatest nation history had ever seen. High in his seat, the 5th prince listened with his arms folded, the green dragon's eye gem at his throat catching the light, and said nothing at all. Then Ian bowed his head and spoke the words that would break the hall in two. "It is for this reason," he said, "that I, Ian Page, master of the ivory tower," and here every hand in the chamber tightened, "announce my support for Ragnar Grinreaver, the honourable 5th prince, on this day." The room detonated. Not the crown prince. Never once, in all their guessing, had they guessed the 5th. The uproar rose like a tide, and somewhere within it even Ragnar himself sat stunned for a single heartbeat before he understood exactly what he had just been handed. The 5th prince's shock melted into a slow, serene smile. But the crown prince did not smile. Hayden came up out of his place and crossed the floor in a rush, and before anyone could stop him, his hands closed on the front of Ian's robes. "Ian," he choked, his golden eyes wild, his teeth bared. "Ian, you! How could you?" Voices cried out on every side. "Enough, your highness, please, crown prince," and hands caught at his arms to drag him back from the man he had called his friend that very morning. They pulled him away, and still he fought them. "Let go of me. Move." But Ian only lifted his pale eyes to meet the prince's and gave him nothing. No answer, no flicker, nothing but that flat, cold silence, as though the friend Hayden was screaming for had never existed at all. "Get his highness out of here," someone commanded, and so they hauled the weeping crown prince from the chamber, while he called out the archmage's name one last time. "Ian!" The cry tearing roar across the marble, and through all of it the 5th prince simply stood, arms folded, the dragon's gem glinting at his collar, calm and certain in his triumph. Only one person in that entire hall knew the truth of what had just happened, and he stood at its center, saying nothing, wearing the enemy's victory like a mask over a war no one else could see. Morning found the crown prince exactly where the night had left him, sprawled across his couch, staring at nothing, hollowed out by what had happened in that council hall. Hayden had not moved, had not slept. The friend he had reached for that morning had looked at him with a stranger's eyes and handed the empire to his enemy in front of the entire court. Then a knock broke the silence, and a low voice came through the glass. "Your Highness, it's Oliver." The prince came upright with a start, disbelief cracking his grief. "Captain." He was supposed to be confined to his estate, on probation, half the realm away. There was no time to explain, Oliver told him. "Already moving. Change into warm clothes. We leave right now." He spoke fast and quiet. There was a hidden path behind the palace, a way out kept for emergencies, that could carry them past the guards unseen, and beyond the walls, the whole of the Second Order stood waiting, fully armed. "You need to leave, Your Highness." Hayden, bewildered, kept asking what was happening, where they were going, and got no answer he could hold on to, only a gloved hand held out to him in the dark. His own hand shook as he reached for it. Then he took it and let his knight lead him out. Through the hidden way and into the falling dusk they went, until the trees opened onto a clearing full of horses and grey-cloaked riders, the entire Second Order, waiting for him. They turned as one when they saw him, and their faces lit. "Your Highness, welcome! We've missed you! Look how much cooler you've gotten while we were apart." They crowded close, reaching out to him, and the sheer warmth of it undid something in the prince, who had believed himself abandoned only hours before. "You all," he breathed, his voice catching. "What is going on? How are all of you here?" Oliver told him plainly. The capital was no longer safe for him. The Second Order would escort him east, to the Pyrrhic territory, the very lands of the Eastern Lord who had sworn his oath to Ian. Hayden faltered, then tried to refuse, not for himself, but for them. If they defied the Crown's orders on his account, it would not end with a simple probation next time. They would lose their titles, be branded traitors, be executed. And who, Oliver asked him, gave those orders? "The Knights of the Second Order are the Crown Prince's sword and his shield. The only man who can command us is you, and you alone. So who would dare command us in your place? No matter how strong the enemy, our duty is to stand between it and you." One by one, the knights sank to their knees, hands pressed over their hearts. "Allow us," they said, "to fulfill the oath we took that day." And the prince who had been ready to break finally did, but not the way despair had wanted. "You all," he choked, and hid his face, and wept. Then he dragged a hand down his cheek and let out a long, unsteady breath. Sigh. All right. When he lifted his head again, the ruler was back in his eyes, and he gave his first order in what felt like a lifetime. "Then make sure you explain every single detail to me on the way." Oliver bowed, and the Crown Prince rode east, into the dark, at the head of the men who had refused to let him fall. Far behind him, in the palace he had fled, the fifth prince sat where power now rested, and a white-haired general came before him with grave news. "Your Highness, we have a problem." The Crown Prince had vanished in the night, and the Second Order knights who had been under probation had all left the city under arms. Ragnar's eyes narrowed. "And have you learnt where they were headed?" "A witness," the general answered, "saw them ride east." An advisor cautioned against giving chase. Their party held Oliver Raywood, the sword, and seasoned knights beside him. Fling a hasty, ragged company after them, and it was Ragnar's own side that would bleed for it. So leave them, the prince decided. Finding Vanessa Page mattered more than running down the Crown Prince. This clever mage, he mused, had hidden his mother away in case the black magic ever took him, and now would not breathe a word of where. There was no chance, they reasoned, that Avanthus's brainwashing had simply failed. The man must have erased his own memory of it. Through all of it, the archmage stood before them in silence, the necklace at his collar unseen, and gave nothing away. The general dared a question. "Forgive me, but why hunt down the Tower Master's mother? Is she not merely a powerless woman?" "Because that woman," Ragnar answered, "is Ian Page's weakness." This cunning mage had known he would be walked into a trap of black magic, and had come to them anyway, on his own 2 feet, and did that not strike anyone as strange? Surely there was more he had planned. So they would find Vanessa Page, and hold her in reserve, against whatever it was. The general pressed a hand to his heart. "Yes," he said, "I understand." He withdrew, and the prince was left alone with his silent, obedient archmage. Ragnar let out a slow breath, and for all that everything had gone his way, the throne within reach, the rival fled, the greatest mage in the world bowed at his desk, the unease would not leave him. It was precisely because things had run along so smoothly that he could not rest. Something was wrong, something he could not see. "Just what in the world?" he said quietly. "Are you planning, Ian Page?" And the man he asked only stood there, pale hair falling around a face that gave back nothing at all, his violet eyes fixed on some distance no one else could follow, and the enemy's hidden charm resting quiet against his throat. The prince felt the shape of a trap closing somewhere in the dark, and could not for his life find the teeth of it. So the greatest mage in the empire stood at the very heart of his enemy's house, wearing the enemy's victory like a borrowed coat, and kept his own counsel, awake, patient, and utterly alone. The sun was setting behind the eastern fortress when the crown prince's weary party finally rode through its gates. This was the Fyric territory, the seat of the lord who held the east, and its master came out to receive them himself, a red-haired, broad-shouldered man who bowed to Hayden and asked whether the journey had left him any discomfort. Hayden thanked him for taking them in on such sudden notice and swore he would never forget the kindness. "It was nothing," the lord said. In truth, he had been shocked to receive the letter from Sir Ian. He offered his sorrow for the emperor's condition and his prayers that his majesty would soon wake. And then, plainly, as Sir Ian had asked of him, the house of Fyric would stand with the crown prince and would see to it that he came to no harm. Later, walking the ramparts as the light failed, Hayden turned the lord over in his mind and found him a good man, stern but generous with it. It struck him then, and he asked his captain about it. "You have some connection to Lord Fyric, don't you?" They were distant cousins, Oliver told him. The lord had taught him the sword when he was a boy. Hayden was quiet a moment. "I see," he murmured. So this was how far ahead Ian had already thought. A refuge chosen not at random, but in the one place bound to Oliver by blood and by memory. And with that thought, a harder question rose in him, one he almost could not bear to ask aloud. "Do you truly believe," he said, "that Ian is under the spell of black magic?" Oliver's head came round. "What?" "Because he could really have gone over to the Fifth Prince," Hayden went on, giving voice at last to the fear that had been eating him. Ragnar had always been the better of them, in everything. Since they were boys, it was a bitter thing to admit, but it was true, and perhaps Ian, like so many nobles before him, had simply decided the Fifth Prince was the worthier man to wear the crown. For a moment Oliver only looked at him. Then he let out a small, almost amused breath. "That will never happen, Your Highness. 6 years ago," he said, after they had crossed swords together, Sir Ian had told him something and never once taken it back. "I will never support the Fifth Prince, so put your faith in him. Whatever this looks like, I am certain he has a plan." And Oliver remembered the night that plan was laid bare to him. Rain against the windows, Ian speaking low and certain. "I will go to Ragnar myself," he had said, "and let myself be caught in his black magic. If the Crown Prince ever hears of it, he will try to stop me, so you must never tell him." Oliver had protested that it was far too dangerous, that if Ian were harmed, but Ian shook his head. "Ragnar will not kill me. It is far more useful to him to keep me. I am a 6th-class mage and the master of the Ivory Tower. Mine is a seat that carries weight in politics and in every court beyond our borders. By using me, he can reach for the throne itself, and so he will want me alive. I take no pleasure," Ian had gone on, "in being used by that man again," and Oliver had caught the word "again" and asked after it, and been given no answer. "But this way," Ian said, "we learn what Ragnar is planning, and every hand he is working with. When I stand up and declare my support for him in the open, take the Crown Prince east, to Fyric, where he will be safe. I will send the Lord a letter myself. But then," Oliver had said, "you will be alone in the enemy's house, with no one left in the capital we can trust to stand by you." And at that Ian had smiled. "No," he said, "there is exactly one person, one who sits squarely in Ragnar's blind spot, a strong and reliable ally, waiting where he would never think to look. Far away, in the heart of the very palace Hayden had fled, that ally kept a lonely vigil. Princess Haley sat at her father's bedside, the emperor lying pale and unmoving where the poison had left him, and she could not stop the tears. She could not believe that Ian's kindness to her had all been a lie, and it wounded her more, not less, that even now some part of her still wished to believe in him. "Please," she whispered to the sleeping emperor, "please wake up, father." Everything was coming apart around her. Ian had declared for the fifth prince. Her brother had fled the palace in the night, and Ragnar was already moving to unseat him and seize the throne for himself. What was she supposed to do now? She asked the silence, and who in all the world was left for her to trust? She was still weeping when the knock came at her door, soft and careful, and a voice spoke through it. "Your Highness," it said. "It's Kevin." She wiped her eyes and gathered herself before she answered. "Ah, yes. Come in, Sir Kevin." The young man who entered wore the grey hood of a palace attendant, and there was something nervous in the way his glance went to the corners of the room, as if to be sure they were alone. "Is something the matter?" she asked. He hesitated. "Your Highness," he said, "might I speak with you a moment?" And then, before she could answer, he drew something from within his robes and held it out to her, a small, dark box. "Your Highness," he said, "please, take this." She looked at it, uncertain. "What is this, Sir Kevin?" "The master of the ivory tower," he answered, "left it in my keeping a few days ago and asked that I deliver it to you." At the name her breath caught. "Sir Ian did?" Kevin lifted a finger to his lips. "He asked me to give it to you," he said quietly, without letting a single other soul know. And so she took the box from his hands, and he pressed his own to his heart and bowed. "Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness." He slipped out as quietly as he had come, and the princess was left standing alone with the small dark box cradled in her palms. She stared at it and said nothing, and the green jewel at her waist caught what little light there was. Ian had reached her here, in the one corner of the palace her scheming brother would never think to watch, and whatever waited inside that box, it meant the archmage had not abandoned them after all. For the first time in a long and terrible while, something that was almost hope stirred in the quiet. The attendant Kevin pressed the small dark box into the princess's hands and told her the truth of it in a whisper. The master of the ivory tower had left it in his keeping days ago, with the strict instruction that it reach Her Highness and no one else. "Sir Ian did?" Haley breathed, and Kevin only touched a finger to his lips before he bowed and slipped away, leaving her alone in the great gold hall with the box and the pounding of her own heart. She did not open it there. She carried it back to her chambers first and set it down and stood over it a long moment before she could bring herself to lift the lid. Inside lay three things: a delicate necklace with a blue teardrop stone, a small vial of violet liquid, and a folded letter beneath them both. Her breath caught. She took up the letter with unsteady hands and unfolded it, and as she read, the words seemed to rise off the page in Ian's own quiet voice. "Your Highness," it began, "I understand that this may shock you. By the time these words reach you, I will already be under the control of black magic. I will have become someone else entirely. And the reason I leave this letter for you is to beg your help. The one who poisoned His Majesty," the letter went on, "was never Vice Captain Paul Lance of the Second Order. It was a mage, and the black magic he wielded. Behind it stood a hidden order that called itself the Dragon's Cult, and a single high-ranking sorcerer whose face no one could name. And the fifth prince, it said plainly, was bound to them, and was reaching for the throne through them. To drag the true criminal into the light, Ian had written, I mean to walk into the fifth prince's hands myself, and let him make a puppet of me. The necklace enclosed here," he added, "is a keepsake left behind by the late Empress, your mother. That stone," the letter explained, "held a power that could unmake even black magic stronger than the 8th class. Once you have read this, place this necklace upon me, and it will release me from the spell." And then came the part that made her hands shake. The vial holds an elixir brewed from Ranjur's flower, a thing that snuffs out the mana in a body, a poison deadly to any mage. And if, by some chance, the necklace should fail to free me, then I ask you to end my life with it." Haley read those lines again, and could not stop the tears that blurred them. When next she saw him, she was wearing the necklace hidden at her own throat, and he was walking the corridor at the fifth prince's side, silent, blank-eyed, a stranger in her friend's body. She made herself greet her half-brother first. "It's been a while, Ragnar," he asked, smooth as ever, whether she was returning from their father's sick room. He too, he said, meant to visit. Now that his confinement was lifted, it was only a son's duty. "He is my father as well," she answered coldly. Then she turned to the man beside him. "It's been a while, Sir Ian," she said softly. "How have you been?" He gave her nothing at all. "Ragnar," she asked, "might I speak with Sir Ian alone?" The prince considered, then allowed it. "Tower Master, come to my palace when you are finished," and left them. She led him into a quiet room and shut the door. "I've missed you, Sir Ian," she told him, and knew he could not feel the same, not as he was now. "Do you remember," she asked, "the favor I asked of you once?" Silence. So she came to the point. "I've come to return something to you," she said, and lifted the necklace from around her own neck. "Could you lean down for me, just for a moment?" For a heartbeat nothing happened, and then, wordlessly, the silent man bent toward her, and she reached up on tiptoe and clasped the late Empress's stone around his throat and stepped back with her heart in her mouth. The blue teardrop flared with light, and the man before her convulsed. His red eyes went wide, a shudder tore through him, and he pitched down onto one knee, gasping, black threads of the broken spell bleeding off him into the air. Haley's hands flew to her mouth. "Sir Ian," she cried, sure, for one terrible moment, that she had done something wrong. But the darkness was pouring out of him, not into him, and when at last he lifted his head, his eyes had gone from that awful red back to their true, clear violet. "Your Highness?" he said, and it was him, truly him, come back to himself. "Sir Ian!" She flung herself against him and wept, half from relief and half from everything she had carried alone since the box arrived. Between sobs it all came spilling out. The poison, the impossible thing he had asked of her. "How could you ask that of me?" she cried into his shoulder. "There's no way in the world I could ever kill you." Ian let her hold him and answered gently. "I thought," he said, "that for you to truly believe me, I would have to put my own life in your hands." She only clung tighter. "Still," he murmured, half to himself, "it's a mercy the black magic let go. To be honest with you, I was only ever half certain that necklace would work at all." She pulled back at that, staring. "What? So you never even confirmed the spell would hold, and you gambled everything on it anyway?" He met her disbelief with the faintest, tired smile. "Sometimes," he said, "it is the reckless throw of the dice that makes a miracle." For a moment his gaze went far away, to a sword held in a boy's hands, long ago, and a light he had walked into once before. "That, after all," he said quietly, "is the only reason I am still here to stand before you today." Then he reached out and brushed the tears from her cheek with the back of his hand. "Thank you," he said, "for believing in me, Your Highness." And the princess, who had knelt alone at her father's bedside, certain she had lost everyone, looked up into the face of the friend the whole empire believed a traitor, and understood at last that she had lost no one at all. Around them the light fell soft and golden, wisteria trembling overhead, and the archmage held out his hand to his newest and most secret ally, the two of them standing together now at the very heart of the enemy's house, and no longer alone. Freed at last, the archmage thanked the princess for believing in him, and Haley shook her head through her tears. "No," she said, "thank you for coming back to yourself." She caught his hand and held it, because there was so much she needed to ask, and so little she understood of what he had already walked into. And so, quietly, in that hidden room, Ian began to tell her what he had learned from the inside of the enemy's house. The dragon's cult, he said, was far larger and far stronger than he had ever guessed. Herbert Leon, the late master of the Ivory Tower, had been one of its managers. Dozens of high-ranking nobles wore its mark in secret. And even Sir Dumfriel Morritt, the captain of the First Order, the man who had guarded His Majesty's life for decades, had thrown in with the rebellion. Sir Dumfriel? Hayley breathed, her hand rising to her mouth. It was worse than she had feared, and Ian had not yet come to the worst of it. Their leader, he told her, was a Dragonian, one of a race the histories swore had been wiped out 300 years ago. He could wear a human face, and he wielded magic of the 8th class. He was the very last of his kind, sealed away long ago by Michelle Grinraver, and set free again by the 5th prince, who had clasped hands with a monster to reach for a crown. She could scarcely believe her brother would loose something so dangerous upon the world. It was all arranged long ago, Ian said, and their true aim was never the throne alone. They meant to set the continent ablaze with war and rule what was left of it. The palace itself was already half in their grip. So poison was no longer the only blade at her father's throat, he warned her. She must trust no one and go on guarding the emperor as faithfully as she had. And what of you? She asked. He would keep wearing the mask of the black magic, he said, and stay close at the 5th prince's side, for there was something he had to find. The spell Michelle Grinraver had wrought to destroy the Dragonians. It was not in the tower's library, which meant it might be hidden somewhere in the palace. Hayley went very still. Sir Ian, she said at last, there is something I need to show you. Come with me. She led him deep into the palace, to a quiet study, and set before him an ornate book bound in red and gold. A sunburst worked upon its cover. This, she said, was an imperial treasure her father had given into her keeping, a relic of Michelle Grinraver, the very first mage of the royal line, thought to have been written in his own age. Thought? Ian asked, because no one, she answered, had ever once managed to break its seal and open it, and the records held that Michelle Grinraver had been only a 5th class mage. Only 5th class, Ian murmured, turning the book in his hands, and yet the seal laid upon it was plainly the work of something far higher than that. I had hoped, Hayley admitted, that you might be the one able to open it. He would try, he said. He poured his mana into the cover, and as the sealing sigil flared to life he read the shape of it, and his eyes went wide. This script, he said slowly. Is this not the draconic tongue? The clasp gave with a soft click, and the book fell open at last. It truly was a journal of the ancestors, the first page dated to the very end of the war with the Dragonians, written in tribute to the Empire's fallen knights and mages, laying out plans to abandon the ruins and raise a new ivory tower, filled with the notes of a lifetime's magic. He turned the pages, and on one of them his eye caught a single word, and everything in him stopped. Fran, he said, as though the name had reached up off the paper and taken him by the throat. Beside him, Hayley had gone pale over the same open page, staring at something she could not make sense of. Why, she whispered, is father's name written in this? The entry read like a wound. That night, the ancestor had written, Fran came to me. He said he had a feeling he would never be able to see me again, and I told him that I would keep our promise until the day I died. On the page 2 hooded figures stood facing one another in parting, and beneath them the writer had set down his purpose plainly. I leave his last words here, in the draconic tongue, in this journal. Fran, then, had been a Dragonian, and a friend the ancestor had loved enough to preserve his final words in a language no one else could read, and it was for his sake that the whole book had been sealed in the tongue of dragons. The colour seemed to drain out of the room as Ian read, until the two of them stood over the journal in a hush like the inside of a held breath. Hayley glanced about, uneasy. Something had changed. Your Highness? Ian said, low, and got no answer he could trust, because the very air had gone strange and still, as if the world itself had forgotten how to move. Had time, some part of him wondered, simply stopped? A cold certainty rose in him that something was deeply, impossibly wrong. He crossed the floor to a tall set of golden doors, light bleeding through the seam of them, and laid his hand to the handle and pushed. But what lay beyond was no room at all. It was open country, a wide green meadow rolling away beneath a sky drowning in the gold of a setting sun, where a palace corridor had no business leading. Ian stepped out onto the grass, his cloak stirring, and turned his head, lost. "Where," he said quietly, "is this?" And there, out in the field, someone was already waiting. A lone figure, seated on a weathered stone, wrapped in a plain brown hooded cloak. Ian's steps slowed. "Who," he thought, "is that?" He called, and then, carefully, "Pardon me, but—" The figure lifted its head and turned toward him, and beneath the hood was the face of a young man, pale hair falling across grey and unreadable eyes, watching the archmage across the sunlit grass. Around them, the light itself seemed to turn like the teeth of a great slow wheel, and on that impossible meeting, with a name from 300 years ago still ringing in his ears, the chapter closed. Ian stood in the impossible meadow, with the sun hanging low and gold, and asked the hooded stranger the only questions that mattered. "Where is this? And who are you?" The figure answered without turning at first. "This place," it said, "is the report of time, the space where all the time of the world you live in has been gathered and kept." And it spoke his name, Ian, as though it had always known it. When Ian asked again who he was, the stranger let the light gather around him and gave the answer plainly. "Humans," he said, "have called me the first mage, and they have called me the Golden Dragon." The Golden Dragon, the being explained, was a legend that ruled over time itself, and the first mage was the one who had first discovered magic in all of human history. And the two were one and the same. "Since you found your way here," he went on, "I imagine you already know of Michel. He made a grave mistake. I never dreamed he would let that Dragonian live. Even now I cannot say why he did it. Perhaps he pitied the creature, perhaps it was for revenge. Human hearts are too tangled and too delicate a thing for me to read." Ian pressed him. If all of this were true, then what was his connection to Michel Grinrever, and why give a man his power rather than end the Dragonians himself? "They were the closest of friends," the Golden Dragon said, "and long ago, humankind had suffered terribly beneath black magic, for that was the shape of it. Against the power of dragons, which held sway over all creation, there rose black magic, the greedy, unholy thing the Dragonians had made, which rotted the souls of men and tore the balance of the world apart. But dragons," he said, "do not meddle in the affairs of the human world. It was a law laid down when the world was first made, and so he could not simply reach in and set it right, however much the suffering pained him. Yet when the great disaster came and humanity was brought to its knees, it needed a hero to lift it back up, and so he broke the oldest rule and passed his magic into a single worthy man. That man was Michel Grinrever, royal by birth, but one who thought of his people long before he thought of power, a good and gentle soul. And still, the Golden Dragon admitted, it was not enough. The cost of breaking that law was his own memory. He sealed the time within a borrowed human body and wandered the world a stranger to himself. And though his life then was fleeting, every moment of it burned bright and full. And it was in that life, he said, that he met a girl. Her name, and here the sunset seemed to hold its breath, was Vanessa. She was good and upright and lovely, and the time he spent at her side was the most beautiful stretch of all the long ages he had lived. And out of that love, he said, another gift was given to him. "I have always missed you," he said, "my son." Ian's face went white. "Don't speak nonsense," he said, low and shaking. "My father died a long time ago." "That's right," the Golden Dragon answered gently. "Fran Page died. What stands here before you is only the mind, without the body that held it. And I have waited, all this time, only to meet you." Something broke loose in Ian then. "Your task was never just to sit here and wait," he cried. "Why did you leave? Why?" "Because of you, mother." The word tore out of him and hung in the gold air between them. "Some purposes," the Golden Dragon said quietly, "reach beyond a single life and repeat themselves again and again." As his seals had loosened and his memories crept back to him, he had understood at last what he was bound to do, to wipe black magic from the world entirely, and to guard that world so that Ian and Vanessa might go on living in it. But the time left to him had been far too short, and so leaving his family behind had not been a cruelty, but the one choice he was never free to refuse. "This life of yours," he said, looking at his son, "seems to have made you suffer a great deal. I had so hoped that this time you might find the happiness you were reaching for." Ian would not be turned toward it. "That isn't what I came here to talk about," he said. But the golden dragon spoke over him, calm and certain. "You have come looking for the power to defeat the Dragonian," he said, "and you already carry that power inside you." Ian stared. "Your power," he said. "That's right," his father answered. "Before I left Vanessa, I placed my power into you, who were still in her womb. Did it truly never occur to you that the reason you can read and wield the draconic tongue was something more than merely being a high-ranking mage?" And Ian felt the ground shift beneath everything he had believed of himself, for now that he turned it over, he could not say when, exactly, that ancient language had first come so easily to his hand. "I will awaken that sleeping power now," the golden dragon told him. "But before I do, it would be well for you to take a look inside." He drew close, barefoot in the impossible grass, and at Ian's throat the hidden stone flared into brilliant gold, and the light rose and rose until it swallowed the meadow and the sunset and the two of them whole, the father's inheritance stirring awake in the sun at last, and the world dissolving into blinding, golden radiance as the chapter closed. The golden dragon's hand rested over his son, and his voice fell gently through the golden dusk. "I will awaken the sleeping power now," he said. "But before that, it would be good for you to look inside yourself." Ian did not understand him, and the light only grew, and his father named the thing he was about to show. "A life that you truly desire, one that you yourself do not even know you long for." Then the gold swelled to white and swallowed everything, and the world remade itself around him. When it settled, he was somewhere else entirely. Leaves drifted through warm green light, and Ian sat beneath a broad tree in clothes he had never owned. A plain white shirt, a soft vest, a boy's blue bow, a fallen leaf caught in his hair. He rose slowly, bewildered, murmuring to the empty air. Where was this? He had been with Fran only a moment ago. A meadow opened before him beneath snow-capped mountains, and a young woman with golden eyes and flowers braided into her hair sat in the grass. And when she saw that he had woken, she came toward him across the sunlit field. "Did you sleep well?" she asked, and Ian could only stare. "We finally have a little time together as a family," she chided fondly, "and all you do is sleep. You aren't overworking yourself again, are you? I'll have to nag Big Brother to stop piling work on you." "Princess?" he said, the words slipping out before he could stop it, and she blinked and then burst into bright laughter under the blue sky. "What's with the title, all of a sudden? Are you still half asleep?" And then, softer, wiping her eyes, she smiled at him. "Princess, it's been such a long time since I heard you call me that." Then she lifted her voice toward the meadow. "Johanna," she called, "your papa's awake. Come and greet him." A small girl sat up among the flowers, a child with his own fair hair and violet eyes, and her whole face bloomed into joy. "Papa," she cried, and came running with her arms flung wide, and threw herself against his leg and held on. Ian stood rooted, his hands hovering uselessly at his sides, his heart hammering at something he could not name. "Why are you just standing there?" the woman laughed. "Hurry, hold her." And the little girl looked up at him and reached up her hand. Slowly, as though his body moved without him, Ian gathered the child into his arms and lifted her, and she pressed her cheek to his neck and murmured "Papa" again. And something in him broke quietly open. Tears stood in his eyes. Beneath the tree, the three of them made one small, whole picture. The man, the child in his arms, the golden-eyed woman at his side, with her eyes closed and smiling. A life without war, without vengeance, a life at rest. And then the wind rose through the leaves and carried it all away, and the meadow dissolved into light. He came back gasping, staggering, his arms suddenly empty, the golden dusk of the report of time around him once more, and his own face wet. "What did you see?" his father asked. "A child," Ian said. "A girl, with the same hair and the same eyes as mine. Her name was Johanna." He looked down at his open, empty hands. "When I held her," he said, "her weight, her warmth, her voice, the very smell of her, it felt as though something warm was filling me up. What was that?" And the golden dragon answered him with a single word: love. "It is a powerful spell that lifts men up," his father said, "and at the same time the most ordinary word there is. People give themselves wholly for the ones they love. They fight to protect them, and it is this that drives them to go on living. What you saw just now was the greatest and yet the most commonplace shape a life can take." "It was a normal life," Ian said slowly, and the thought ached in him, for it had been such a peaceful, beautiful dream, the kind he had never once allowed himself to dream. Was that, he wondered, the future that he had seen? "It may be," his father said, "or it may not. Everything depends upon the choices you make. It seems it is time to let you go. I will awaken the dragon's power that sleeps within you now, and with this last power of mine, I pray you finish the task I never could." And he stepped closer through the impossible grass and reached out his bare hand toward his son's brow. His fingertips touched Ian's forehead, and the world went white with gold. As the power woke, the memories of Fran Page, the man his father had once been, came flooding into him, and one of Ian's eyes kindled to a molten, dragon gold. "This is where we part." His father's voice came through the light. "I will always be with you." And behind the words, the true shape of the golden dragon unfurled, vast and radiant, rising through the burning sky. They walked together one last time across the sunlit field. "I love you," his father said, "forever." He smiled, gentle, unguarded, at peace, and for a single heartbeat Ian saw the memory that had come with the power. A young Fran kneeling to press his brow to the swollen belly of a golden-haired woman, Vanessa, cradling the son not yet born. Then the light took him, and he was gone, and Ian was wrenched back into the waking world with a gasp that startled the woman standing at his side. "Sir Ian," she said, alarmed, a princess with the same golden eyes as the woman in his dream, the late empress's pendant at her throat. "Are you all right?" He could not speak at first. He raised a hand and pressed it to his eyes, wondering dimly why his heart should ache so, and then he wiped them and made light of it. "It's nothing. Something just got in my eye." Before them, across the open pages of Michelle Grinraver's journal, the draconic writing had vanished clean away. "Do you remember," he asked her, "what was written here?" She shook her head. No, that page was always blank. Only he had ever been able to read it. "I see," Ian murmured. "Have you found a way to deal with the Dragonian?" the princess asked, and for the first time his answer was steady. "Yes, I've found a way." "Truly?" she breathed, and her face lit with relief. She reached out and took his hand in both of hers, and colour rose to his face. "I'm going now to negotiate with Ragnar," he told her. "Please remain here and stay close to His Majesty." "Is there nothing I can do?" she asked. "Only keep yourself safe." "I'll be fine," he said, and he smiled and gave her his promise. "I will come back once everything is finished." "You must," she said. "You must come back." "Yes," he answered, and their hands closed together, and the light rose soft and blue and carried the moment gently into white. He walked away down the long palace corridor, and the man hurried after him, begging him to reconsider. Even with the continent united after the war, small conflicts still smouldered everywhere. The empire needed its eighth Thurkle hero. "You have hardly begun to make your mark at the ivory tower," the man cried. "Do you mean to throw all of it away?" But Ian did not slow. "I would leave the capital even without His Majesty's consent," he said quietly. "I have already arranged for Sir Ronan to take my place as the next master of the tower." "Ian!" the man shouted, and this time the words came out cruel. "The one standing before me now is no 8th ES-class hero. He is a monster." Ian stopped, his hands closed slowly into fists at his sides, and for a moment the word hung in the candle-lit air between them. Then he said nothing at all, and turned and walked out past the tall dark windows, leaving the man alone with his fear. In the throne room, the emperor was waiting, a young man with fair hair, Ian's own letter open in his hand. "Ian, welcome," he said and sighed. "I've read the message you sent me. Why leave so suddenly? If you need rest, then rest. Months, years, however long you wish. I know well how hard it was for you in the years we spent uniting this continent. I will give you whatever you need to rest in peace and set another over the tower while you're gone. Since you named Ronan, I'll grant him the authority for now and split the heavier work and hire more hands. So once you've rested enough," he finished, "all you need do is return." But Ian only looked at him, and then he knelt. "I will not return," he said. "My existence will not help the future of this empire. It will only sow unease and stir unrest through the land." The emperor's face hardened. "I reject that," he said. "Repent? That is what losers do." He rose from the throne. "You have given more to this empire than anyone," he said. "Shouldn't you be proud instead? A subject of this empire should never doubt what he has done for his country. So forget those small, unworthy details." But Ian would not. "You may say so," he answered, "but how am I to wash the blood already staining my hands?" "Ian," the emperor said, "they were unfortunate sacrifices." "You're right," Ian whispered, "and those unfortunate sacrifices were killed by my hands. With these hands, all of them." And his shoulders shook, and he could not go on. "I cannot bear it any longer. I beg you," he said at last, "as your close friend, allow me to atone for my sins." The words struck the emperor like a blow. "Just for that," he said, "you would leave the emperor you raised? Do you know how much time we have spent together? I never believed you would ask such a thing of me. Not after all our friendship." And more quietly, wounded, "Ian, I never imagined we would part like this." He turned and left, and Ian remained kneeling on the red carpet, bowed to the floor, whispering into the empty hall, "Forgive me, Your Majesty, forgive me." Then came the whispers of the court, pressing close. "Your Majesty, will you truly do nothing and simply let Ian Page go? Remnants of the fallen Coldwood Empire and the rebels of the old kingdoms are still at large. If word spreads that he has left in these unstable times, the people will waver. And what if he joins hands with those rebels? It is only a matter of time before he changes his mind and seizes the empire for himself. The people already worship him as a war hero. Some say he ought to be the one upon the throne. He is a dangerous existence. If Ian Page is not an ally, then it is better to kill him." And the emperor woke with a gasp, bolt upright in the dark, his hand pressed hard against his chest. It had been a dream. He sat panting in his great canopy bed, a splitting ache behind his eyes, and called out into the dark, "Is anyone there?" A servant came to the door. "Summon Douglas Harmon, the imperial alchemist, this instant," and soon the alchemist sat at his bedside by candlelight. "Do you still have trouble sleeping?" he asked. "It's the same," the emperor said, holding the small cup. "Worse, if anything. I was hoping you might prescribe me something stronger." "Your Majesty," Douglas said carefully, "that medicine is made from herbs that are addictive. Use any more and it will harm your health," he warned. "It was meant for a single use. You should solve the root of the problem instead. I mean the reason you cannot sleep." The emperor gave a hollow laugh. "That isn't something I can solve with my own power," he said. "Even I am afraid of him now. My old friend, the one who left me." His hands trembled around the cup. "I'm afraid he will betray me and swallow up my empire. When he stood at my side, I could trust him, but now that he's gone, I know that he is a monster." "If that is so," said Douglas evenly, "then you must kill that monster." The emperor recoiled. "Are you telling me to kill my closest friend? Can you truly call him a friend?" The alchemist answered, "when he fills you with such dread. But he is an 8th Theas-class archmage. No method exists to kill such a man. Even if every mage of the ivory tower struck at him together, they could not win." The emperor pressed a hand to his brow, and a tear slipped down. "Then just what," he breathed, "am I supposed to do?" "There is a way," said Douglas, "to kill Ian Page." The emperor started, his eyes going wide, and from the shadows the alchemist spoke his answer. plain and quiet and terrible. I will create a poison that will kill him. Behind him, the dark seemed to reach out like grasping thorns and swallowed the room whole. Deep in a snowbound forest, a single cabin kept its light. Inside, by the fire, a man was feeding papers to the flames, page after page, the whole quiet record of a life set alight. Then he sank back into his chair, took off his reading glasses, and returned to a black-bound book. Ian. The war was long over, and he had come home to live out his days as a nobody. A knock came at the door, late and unexpected. Who could it be at this hour, he wondered, and rose, and opened it, and froze at the figure standing in the snow. Your Majesty, he breathed. It was the Emperor himself, come alone through the winter dark, and he was smiling. It's been a while, Ian, he said. May I come in? Even though you gave up your power and your position, surely we can still meet like this, not as a ruler and his subject, but as two old friends. He held out a bottle of wine. Something in Ian eased at the sight of it, and he smiled back. You're always welcome, he said, and stepped aside to let him in. Inside, in the candlelight and the firelight, Ian took a glass. You've never much cared for drinking, he said. What's the occasion? The Emperor only shrugged. He'd found a drink now and then, wasn't so bad, and besides, he'd been curious how his oldest friend was faring. He filled 2 glasses and held one out. Take it. Thank you, said Ian, and the wine passed from hand to hand. So, said the Emperor, settling back, how have you been? You seem better than you did back at the capital. Ian told him. He had wandered the lands the Empire had gathered up, met all kinds of people, seen how they truly lived. It had meant a great deal to him. Coming home, he'd learnt more than he ever had before. Realized, in fact, that outside of magic, he had known almost nothing at all. When the snow melts, he said, I thought I might work a small farm. The Emperor smiled at that. So the hero of the Unification War lives a plain, ordinary life now, he said. I'm relieved you're content with it. And Ian drank. The Emperor went on, easy and unhurried. So much had happened since Ian left. The northern rebels of Coldwood put down at last. The continent made truly one. A marriage arranged between the Crown Prince and the daughter of Duke Bennett to mend the peace with the old Rao dukedom. But as he spoke, something turned wrong in Ian's chest. His heart began to pound, sweat sprang to his brow, and the room seemed to tilt. What was happening to his body? His hand clenched on the arm of the chair, and he swayed, gasping, and slid slowly forward. Your Majesty, he managed. The Emperor did not stop. Once everything is settled, he said calmly, the Empire will enter an age of prosperity. That is, once you disappear. He set down his own untouched glass. It's a poison, he explained, one that neutralizes the mana in the blood, though for a man like you, it holds for only a few minutes, which is why I mixed other poisons in with it. Ian doubled over, blood on his lips, and slid from the chair to the floor, the glass rolling out of his hand. Why? Ian whispered, staring up at him. You know it as well as I do, the Emperor said. Your power will be of no use in the future of my empire. In war it was everything, but now you are nothing but a cause for unrest. That is why you came home to your hometown, to live out the rest of your life in repentance. Isn't that what you told me? And he looked down at his dying friend without flinching. But Ian, did you know, he went on, I fear you. I am telling you plainly, I am terrified of my longtime friend. You are an 8th Air-class archmage who could one day swallow up my whole empire. How can I let such a monster go on living, my old close friend? Tears welled in Ian's eyes as the truth of it settled over him, and the Emperor's voice dropped, almost to a plea. Please, he said, don't forgive me. And Ian wept, and then was still. The Emperor turned and walked out into the falling snow, where his attendant waited, bowing low. Burn it, he said. His men bent at once to the work. The first flames licked up the wall, and he began to walk away across the white ground. The fire took the little cabin quickly. It climbed the door and the shuttered window, and the porch railings until the whole of it stood roaring against the black night and the snow. The emperor watched it burn. The light of it caught in his eyes, and down his cheek, unbidden, ran a single tear. He stood a long while before the blaze. His cloaked men gathered around him with their torches, the snow drifting down and the embers rising into the dark. Then he turned and walked back to where the horses stamped and waited, and climbed into his carriage and let it carry him away through the winter forest, leaving the fire and his oldest friend behind him in the snow. Ian came before the young crown prince, where he sat upon his throne, a letter in his hand, and the prince looked up. "You're here, Ian," he said. "What did the princess say?" she asked. Ian answered, "Why I had betrayed the crown prince." "And what did you tell her?" "I told her," said Ian, "that I had no reason to answer that." The prince laughed. "My poor sister," he said. "It seems she truly likes you, Ian." Father turned away every marriage proposal that ever came for her, finding not one of the suitors good enough. I never did understand what he was so dissatisfied with. Marriage, for people like us, is only a bargain struck for family and for power, and yet he hid her away beneath his wing because he despised such calculations. The prince's smile thinned. It isn't even funny, when he himself had traded in such bargains more than anyone. When the time is right, he went on, "I'll find a match for you as well, Ian. It's almost time now. I will inherit the throne and become a greater emperor than my father ever was, the first to unite the three countries and carry the Grinreaver Empire into its golden age." He crossed to Ian and set a hand on his shoulder. "I'll have you stand at my side to witness the brightest age this empire has ever known. You're mine now, and I'll see to it that you never regret swearing your loyalty to me." Ian only looked at him, and a small, strange smile touched his mouth. "Your Highness," he said, "I have already witnessed it." He saw it again even as he spoke, the sky thick with blossom, the emperor crowned upon the high balcony with his hand raised to a roaring crowd, and himself standing at that emperor's side. The honorable hour the Grinreaver Empire was made whole. "What are you talking about?" the prince said, uneasy now. "I gave everything I had for the sake of the empire and its emperor," Ian said quietly. "It was all I had in my life. However, I found it in this life, the life I truly wanted." And he laid his own hand upon the prince's shoulder. The prince flinched back, the color draining from his face. "Don't tell me," he breathed. "Were you released from the black magic? How?" "You spoke to me of regret," Ian said. "The one who gave me the deepest trust and the highest honor, and who made me know the greatest despair of all. The only one who has stood in my past, my present, and my future. My friend and my liege." He let the words fall like a verdict. "Come and find me," he said, "Ragnar." The name struck the prince white. "I will wait for you," Ian told him, at the sight of the old ivory tower. And with that the gold light gathered around him, and he was simply gone, leaving Ragnar alone in the empty hall, his fist trembling at his side, his teeth clenched against a fury and a fear he could not name. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" an attendant stammered, and Ragnar rounded on him. "Summon Captain Dumfrill of the First Order at once," he snapped. "Have him ready the knights and the fastest horses, and find out where Sir Evanthus is." Far away the snow came down over a broken shell of stone, ivy-choked and roofless, its great arched windows open to the winter sky, the ruins of the old ivory tower. There Ian sat upon the fallen steps and looked up into the drifting snow. Coming here in my past life was no coincidence, he thought. So you were always watching over me. He remembered the man he had been, drifting, wandering, without a meaning to his life, a life brimming with regret and remorse. You pulled me back here to give me another chance. The last will you left for me, a time regression, written in the draconic tongue. Now at last, I think I understand how I was ever able to read that language and how I must use the power you handed down to me. The gold light rose from his open palm, and down through the snow came the riders, Ragnar in his imperial red, his knights at his back, drawing rein before the ruins. Ian stood at the heart of the shattered hall and lifted a hand and welcomed them. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome, Ragnar." "Sir Ivanthus," Ragnar said, turning to the one who stood beside him, a figure with long silver hair and a deep red robe. "You must be certain to kill Ian Page this time." "Can you do it?" the Dragonian sighed. "You could have set me to this from the very start. Why make me spend such effort? He's only a sixth-class boy. I'll finish it quickly." And then he paused, "Though there is another problem." "A problem?" said Ragnar. "I can feel it," the Dragonian murmured, lifting his gaze to the snow-laden sky. The power of the golden dragon, and the gold light bloomed and swelled through the falling snow as he spoke the last of it, low and certain. "He's nearby." High above the ruined tower, in the falling snow, the Dragonian's voice carried down. "I can feel it, the power of the golden dragon. He's nearby." And there Ian stood, on the broken steps, looking down at the two who had come for him. Ivanthus, with his long silver hair, and Ragnar in his imperial black. The prince's mouth shaped his name, low and disbelieving, Ian. But the man above him said nothing at all, and the snow came down between them. It carried Ian back to the day it all began. "Welcome, Ragnar," he had said then, in a hall long ago. "Were we ever so close as to call each other by name?" The young prince had smiled and cut straight to the heart of it. "Ian Page, you were wrong. Do you truly believe the Crown Prince can ever unite this empire? What it needs is a strong and rational ruler. That fool isn't fit to hold power at all." He should have known when to yield. Ragnar had raged, to think he could stand on nothing but father's favor. How dare an idiot like that take for granted the very things I cannot have? I will never acknowledge him. I am the one who is worthy. I am the one who must become emperor. And Ian, watching him now across the snow, answered the memory and the man at once. Black magic rots the human soul, and you are no exception to it. You let your feelings master you, he said, and lost the cold judgment you once prized. Ragnar, there is no going back for you now. The prince's face twisted. Listen to you, spouting such nonsense, he spat. Today is the last day you will ever make your excuses, Sir Ivanthus. And beside him the Dragonian spread his great dark wings. The battle broke open. Ian raised his hands, and the air filled with golden sigils. Ivanthus fell on him with slashes of dark red that tore the old stones apart. I heard this one was a clever man. The Dragonian sneered as they clashed. I suppose not, to throw away his own life like this. But then his taunt faltered, and something wary crossed his face, for not one of his blows had found its mark. Ian's eyes were calm, threaded now with gold, and from his open hand the fire came, a roar of flame and burning script that swallowed the ruins whole. How? The Dragonian breathed, staggered. How is this possible? He had felt it since the moment they arrived, that impossible weight upon the air, and still he could not believe a mere human might hold it. Ian Page was a lesser mage than I, Ivanthus told himself as the ice came for him next, spears of it splitting the frozen ground. Even a gifted human could never match the mana of a Dragonian 500 years old. Yet spell after spell broke over him and left him standing, and not one of his own would land. Not a single attack has worked, he snarled. And that is not all, for he could feel it plainly now, pouring off the man before him, the power of the golden dragon. Who are you? He demanded. Ian only looked at him. Last, pitiful Dragonian, he said. You lusted after the strength of the dragons and killed your own father to seize it. And for all of that you are the only one left, your whole kind long dead. And Michel Grinrever sentenced you to the cruelest of punishments, the void, resentment and anger and sorrow, a place where you can do nothing at all. It seems you only barely survived it, Ian said quietly, and something broke in the Dragonian then. Shut up, he screamed. Shut up. I will cut the very breath of life out of you. And he hurled himself forward with all that he had left. Ian did not move. Lastly, he said, as the golden light gathered around him, I send you and your tribe off with the very power that you so coveted. It bloomed vast and blinding through the drifting snow. That power, Evanthus, last child of the Dragonians, I will take your life. He lifted his hand, and golden chains and light closed around the Dragonian all at once. What? Evanthus gasped, and the spell tore clean through him. Behind them, Ragnar staggered back, the color drained from his face. Why? He said. Do you have that power? And there, amid the ruined arches and the endless falling snow, the last of the Dragonians came apart into ash and blew away upon the wind. Ian watched him go without a flicker, the gold still burning quietly in his eyes. He remembered the first time he ever met Ragnar. It might have been nothing more than a performance, a plan laid out carefully and acted through to the last gesture. But to the boy he had been then, it mattered. That one fleeting moment had mattered a great deal. In the dark, an old stained book turned its pages by itself, and the memory opened like a door, and the years fell away behind it. You should know what an honor this is, Ian. The Tower Master's voice went ahead of him down the long marble hall. You were the first person he has ever extended his hand to first. He praised your gifts to me and promised to support you generously, so that you might reach everything you could become. Mind your words and your manner before him. The man you are about to meet is a great man, and one day he will be emperor. And the boy walking behind that white-haired old mage felt his hands go cold. Your Highness, came the voice at the door. The Tower Master asks for an audience. Let him in, said someone beyond it, and the great doors swung wide onto a hall full of light and a long red carpet running away from their feet. The young prince came down to meet them himself, gold-eyed, smiling, his hands clasped behind his back. Welcome, Master of the Ivory Tower, he said, and Ian Page, mage of that same tower. I have heard a great deal about you, the prince told him. They say you were a genius the Academy had never seen before, that you astonished every one of them. You overpraise me, Your Highness, the boy said, and bowed his head to hide his face. And then, gently, I heard that your mother passed away from her illness only a few days ago. I understand something of how that feels. I lost my mother too. I know there is no consolation anyone can offer for it, but I am truly sorry for your loss. Raise your head, Ian Page. The prince had come down the last of the steps to stand before him, close enough that there was no throne between them and no court to watch. I wanted to meet you, he said, not as a prince of this empire, but simply as one person meeting another. I want to be your friend. And he smiled, and the light of that hall was all over him, and that was all it had taken. Snow was still falling over the ruins of the old ivory tower. The Dragonian had gone to ash on the wind, and the man who had summoned him stood alone in the wreckage, with nothing left to send forward. I won't beg for my life, Ragnar said at last, and sat down heavily against the broken stone. Kill me. I would far rather die here than be dragged back and executed in a public square. And Ian, looking down at him, said nothing at all. What's the matter, Ian Page? The prince said. Don't you despise me? Then what is that look on your face? Is it pity? Are you pitying me? His voice cracked and rose. I should have killed you sooner, you monster. And still Ian did not move. I know, he answered quietly. That is exactly why you tried to kill me, because that was what you felt every day of it. You went on being afraid of me, right to the end. I will show you, he said, one last time. He came down the broken steps through the snow and laid his open hand upon the bowed head beneath him. Who? Ragnar began. I am, Ian finished, and the gold came pouring out of him and swallowed the two of them whole, and inside that light a memory unrolled itself, sepia and grainy as an old photograph nobody had looked at in years. A whole life went past in silence. A boy in the palace corridors, a young mage standing at a prince's shoulder while the court murmured, crows over a burned field, and one lone figure with a staff among the dead, and then another field, and another, a crown coming down onto Ragnar's head, and a city roaring his name. Honors and ceremonies, and a man bowing lower each year to the friend he had made an emperor, until the distance between them was the whole length of a marble hall, and the emperor walked it alone. Then the snow again, and a small cabin on a mountainside with one window lit. A man on the floor before the fire, and his old friend standing over him with an untouched glass in his hand. Don't forgive me, and then the fire taking all of it. Ragnar came back out of that memory with a gasp, his eyes stretched wide, because he had just watched himself, in some year that had not happened yet, murder the only friend he had ever had. The snow was falling again on the ruins. Ragnar sat where he had fallen and looked up, and something almost like a smile crossed his face. "Ian Page," he said. "You're?" And Ian reached out his hand to him, open, offered down through the snow, exactly the way a prince had once extended his hand first to a frightened boy in a hall full of light. Then red went arcing across that white sky, and a body came down against the stone, and Ian Page stood alone with the snow settling on his shoulders, and after a long time he turned and walked away. After the death of the Dragonian and the fifth prince, the purge began. Dumfriel Morrit, captain of the Imperial Knights of the First Order, went to the scaffold first, and every noble who had backed the prince's coup followed him there. The emperor, Terry Grinreaver, was nursed by his daughter through the last of the poison and woke at last from his long sleep, and then heard of his son's death and wept into his hands. Paul Lance, condemned as the man who had tried to murder his emperor, was cleared at last of a crime that black magic had committed through him, and given a tomb among the honored knights of the empire. The prince's treason was written into the histories as unholy work done with forbidden magic, and his face was struck from them. The Dragonian was hushed away so completely that the world never learned he had existed, and in time even the death of the fifth prince was quietly forgotten. And my revenge, Ian thought, the journey I believed would go on forever, came, at last, to its end. Morning came clean and bright over the imperial court, and the war and the snow and the ruined tower might have belonged to some other year entirely. In a sunlit corridor, a young woman sat alone on a bench outside a great pair of doors. Princess Haley, in the black formal gown of the court, her hair braided, her hands closed tight in her lap, waiting to be called in. A shadow fell across her, and she looked up. "Are you nervous?" Ian asked. He wore the Tower Master's robes now, black-faced with deep red and gold, and he looked down at her without any of the ceremony of the place. "Sir Ian," she said, "honestly, I'm trembling so much. Do you regret your decision?" he asked her gently. Her hands closed into fists, and she lifted her head. "No," she said, "I don't. I no longer wish to hide. I wish to live by helping others, with my own strength." He laughed under his breath at that, and smiled. "Then don't worry, Your Highness. Everything will turn out fine." The attendant announced them. The doors swung open, and they walked into a great tiered hall with the nobles of the empire filling the galleries above. 3 seats stood on the raised bench, and Ian took the center of them. Below, alone at the dock, stood the accused. Haley Grinreaver, Princess of the Empire, charged with practicing and using magic without the permission of the Ivory Tower. "Before we begin," Ian said, "there is something I wish to say." He rose and came down off the bench, and the hall went very quiet. "I am connected to the charges against Her Highness, therefore I cannot be the one to lead this trial. I ask that Sir Ronan and Sir Deckard proceed in my stead." The galleries broke into noise. "What does that mean?" the bench demanded, and Ian, standing on the floor of the court like any other witness, said, "I am one of the instructors who taught Her Highness magic." "Explain," they told him, and he did. "I knew of the princess's talent for magic 6 years ago. I saw her use it with my own eyes, and I believed she had her reasons for hiding it, so I chose to know nothing. Years later, I began to investigate the dragon's cult in secret. Many of the empire's nobles were among its members. It was bound up with black magic, and it had grown deep into the body of the empire. And the Dragonian above all was a threat, a mage powerful enough to burn this empire to the ground. For everyone's safety, I had to move carefully. There was a limit to what I could do alone, he said. I needed help. Someone inside the palace I could trust. standing in the blind spot of politics and power. So I made Her Highness a proposal, that I would teach her magic, and that in return, keeping her secret, she would aid me when the time came. That is what freed me from the black magic laid on me, and what let me find a way to deal with the Dragonian. The details are set down in the record of the 5th prince's treason. That is all I have to say. Is this true? They asked her. Yes, said Haley. That's right. Then we give your highness the right to speak, said the bench, and the whole hall turned to her. She flinched from it. Up in the gallery her maids were shaking worse than she was. She glanced sideways, once, and found Ian looking back at her, smiling, and she set her jaw and began. I am a criminal who broke the law of the Empire. I will gladly accept whatever punishment you sentence me to. I want no privilege for being born of the royal house. Judge me by the rules of the Empire and of the Tower. But those who hid what I was, Sir Kevin, and my maids, they are innocent. They only obeyed the orders of an imperial princess. So I asked the mages of the Ivory Tower, she said, to weigh the circumstances and to lay every one of these sins on me alone. And into the silence after it came a single word from the man standing beside her. No, the princess has committed no crime. She turned to him, startled. Along the bench, Sir Ronan and Sir Deckard looked up. Then footsteps sounded at the door, and someone cried out, Your Majesty, and the Emperor of Grinreaver walked into his own courtroom. Terry Grinreaver, thin from the poison and the long sleep, in blue and gold with his white cloak behind him. How are you feeling? Ian asked him. I'm fine, said the Emperor. It seems it is not yet my time to die. Then he turned to the bench and said, I plead to the mages of the Ivory Tower. The princess is innocent. She only followed my orders. When Sir Kevin reported to me that my daughter was a mage, he said, I ordered them all to hide it, because I wished for her to remain a princess rather than a mage. And when she began, little by little, to fear the Ivory Tower, how could I fail to see that it was my doing? All of it comes from my own misguided decision and my own affection. So I implore you, lay every sin of this on me and give her the chance to live as a mage. The two judges looked at one another for a long moment, and one of them nodded. Normally, said Deckard, we would put this to the Tower Master and reach a decision together. But since the Tower Master himself is bound up in it, I shall be the one to decide. The unlawful use of magic and unlawful instruction in it are indeed crimes. However, we will take the circumstances into account. First, since Herbert Lyon, Master of the Ivory Tower, the very man Her Highness feared, was himself a slave of black magic in league with the traitor Ragnar Grinreaver, we find her judgment reasonable. Second, she has used her magic for no profit of her own, and so we cannot call her concealment self-serving. And last, to have reached the 4th class of magic under such conditions marks her as a rare talent in this continent. Which brings us to this, he said. Rather than punish Haley Grinreaver, the Ivory Tower would offer her one last opportunity. In place of her sentence of 5 years, she will serve those 5 years as a mage of the Ivory Tower, sent out first on every dispatch the Empire calls for, and taught in private lessons at the Tower everything the Academy never gave her. When the 5 years are done, she will be tried again. Beside her, Ian smiled to himself. Therefore, said Deckard, I declare that from this moment, Haley Grinreaver is no longer an imperial princess, but a mage of the Ivory Tower. And she stood there in the falling light, with her eyes shining, and smiled. The room was full of mourning. Ian stood at the tall windows in the white and green of the Tower Master, and behind him, on a console table, sat a wooden case. Sir Ian, said a voice from the door. He turned and said, Princess. And she laughed at him. I'm not a princess any longer, she said. Please, just call me by my name. Yes, Miss Haley, he said. And are you enjoying your life at the Ivory Tower? I am. It was awkward with everybody at first, but they've all been kind to me since, because you defended me. I was able to become one of them safely. Thank you, truly. It was nothing, he said. Then she hesitated. Actually, she said, I heard a rumor that you're giving up your position as Tower Master. Is it because of me, by any chance? Because I asked you to teach me magic. No, he said. It has nothing at all to do with that. It is only that there are things I have to do which cannot be done while I hold this office. Which is why I asked to see you today, so that I could return this. And he laid his hand on the lid of the case and unlatched it. Inside, folded and glittering in the light, lay a deep blue robe with a silver clasp and chain. This is, she said. It is Michel Grenraver's robe, said Ian. His Majesty gave it into my keeping. It was stored so that a mage born of the royal house would one day inherit it, and I have only been borrowing it for a while. I believe the time has come for it to go back to its rightful owner. And this, he said, was the staff I used, the staff of the great grasslands. It was made from materials so rare that they are almost impossible to come by anywhere in the empire. It is very good at drawing mana into order, and it is light enough that carrying it will be no trouble at all. She closed her hand around the pale, twisted wood, and the staff woke under her fingers and began to hum, the grain of it running blue with light. Ah, she said. Her whole face opened. Do you like it? He asked. Of course, she said, beaming at him. He smiled at that. And there is one last thing, he said, that I would like to ask of Miss Haley. What kind of thing? She asked. He was quiet for a moment. I will be leaving the capital, he said. I may be gone a long while, for many years, and during that time, I would ask you to look after my family here in the city. What? She said. You're leaving? Where will you go? I cannot tell you that yet, he said, because even I haven't decided. There are still countless dangers in this world, he thought, and among them there are some that only I can put right. She stood holding the staff and said nothing for a while. Then, Sir Ian, I've worked out at last what kind of life I want to live. I want to help the people this empire pushes aside with my own strength. I'm going to build a relief foundation, together with my brother. Father was delighted when he heard of it and said that he would support me himself. So, she said, and the color came up in her face, and her hands tightened on the staff until they shook. I hope that Sir Ian will stand at my side. He didn't answer her. Please, she said, quieter still, don't leave, Sir Ian. His hands closed into fists where they hung. The light lay in long bars across the floor between them, and it lay there for a long time. I apologize, he said at last, and that was all he said. Outside, the palace stood white and gold in the noon sun. Ian, I heard you were leaving the capital. He came across the marble at a run, a blond young man with gold eyes in a dark green uniform, an emerald at his throat, a dark-haired officer following at his heel. Your Highness, said Ian. Do you know how shocked I was, the prince demanded, to be handed a message saying you were stepping down as Tower Master and leaving, just like that? Things have only just gone quiet after all that chaos, and Haley is a sobbing mess as we speak. He turned a hard sideways look on him. Did you reject her? What do you mean, reject? It's a little embarrassing for me to say this, the prince went on, clearing his throat. But Haley is a truly remarkable person. She has a good nature, because she takes after mother, and a good temper besides. And on top of all that, she is a high-ranking mage, and gifted at it. You will never find another woman like her. Yes, said Ian. Miss Haley truly is a wonderful and lovely person, which is why I hope that she meets someone better than me, and is happy. The prince groaned aloud, and took hold of his own head. Why must you be so frustrating about this? Fine. Then what was it you came to tell me? There was something Sir Paul Lance asked of me, said Ian, before he left this world. He asked me to bring word to His Highness and to Captain Oliver. And there he stood in the memory under a whole sky of stars, grey-haired, in his dress uniform, his eyes closed and smiling. He asked me to say that he was sorry, said Ian, and that he was grateful to you both. The prince's gold eyes went wide and very still. This was the only thing I could do, Ian said, and bowed his head to him. Forgive me, Your Highness. Ian, the prince said at last, I came this far because of you. If you had not been beside me, I would have gone on being helpless, an inferior and worthless man. I mean to keep working, so that I can become an heir the people who trust me can be proud of. So when you have finished everything you must do, come back and stand at my side." Ian: "Yes, Your Highness." "Then, right. In that case, let's do that as well." "That," said Ian warily. "Captain," said the prince, and Oliver laid his sword across his hands, and he drew it ringing into the light. "I'm rather good at unsheathing it, don't you think? I practiced a great deal. For today." "What are you planning to do, Your Highness?" "The vow of an honored personage," said the prince. "Consider it my gift to you, my friend, my teacher, and the man who saved my life." He held the blade level in both hands, then set its point down upon the marble. "This imperial family shall always welcome the High Mage Ian Page, and should he ever have need of the strength of this court or of this empire, we vow to stand at his side, wherever and whenever it may be. This oath shall pass to my successor and to the successor after him, and I swear it upon the very heart of the Emerald River." Then he grinned and scratched the back of his head, entirely undone. "I've always wanted to do that," he admitted, "ever since I watched the nobles swearing it when I was small." "Have a safe journey. We'll be waiting for you." And Ian Page, who had once been given a prince's friendship and had been poisoned for it in another life, stood in the sunlight and smiled more warmly than he had all that day. "Thank you, Your Highness." The prince put his arms around him and held on, and Captain Oliver stood by and watched them, and the light came down through the gilded arches of the hall. The sun went down gold over the Page estate, and the last of the light lay along the white stone and the blue roof of the house. Upstairs, Ian was still at his desk in a plain laced shirt, sorting the last of his papers into piles. A knock came at the door. "Ian," said a voice on the other side of it. "Can I come in?" "Yes," he said. "Come in, mother." And Vanessa came in, and he was on his feet at once, because she should not have been out of her room at all. "Why are you here?" he asked her. "You must still be worn out from the journey. You ought to rest longer." He took her hands to walk her back, and stopped. Her hands were cold. "Mother," he said, "are you all right? Your hands are freezing, and you don't look well." "Of course," said Vanessa. "Your mother is fine," and she closed her eyes and swayed where she stood. He caught her as she went down. "Mother, wait a moment, I'll call Sir Radio and a physician," but she would not let go of him. Her hand closed in the cloth of his shirt and held on, and she said that it was not that. It was nothing like that. She had come to say goodbye to him before his journey, she said. She had walked the whole way to his door in order to say it, and then she had looked at his face and found that she could not say it at all. So she stood against his chest with her head down and held onto his arms instead. "Mother," he said, and she said, "Ian, must you go?" "When I came back to the capital," she said, "I heard what had happened to you there." And in the memory it was Radio and young Douglas standing on either side of her on the polished floor, while Ian, still in the white robe, told the three of them what he had done and what had very nearly been done to him. And Vanessa put both hands over her mouth. "I could not breathe after I heard it," she said. "I don't understand why something so hard had to happen to my child. Why did he have to get through all of it on his own? It felt as though it were my fault, and it tore my heart in two. Mother, that's back in the Mogrian lands," she said. "When you rode out after them, I was so frightened that I would never see you again. Ian, if something happens to you, I won't be able to live. I never want to lose my family again." He stood quiet for a while. Somewhere behind his eyes was a dark cloak and a hillside of pines and a road that went on out of the world, and there was no ordinary way to explain any of it to her. He held her hand in both of his. "Mother," he said at last, "you may not believe this, but I met Father." "What?" she said, and looked up. "It's a little difficult to explain in any detail," he said, "but he told me something. That even if you cannot see it with your own eyes, he is always with you." And in the memory there stood the man who had once called himself Fran Page, small beneath the golden legs of the dragon he truly was, and his son standing beside him. "And I hated him so much," once Ian said, "and then I understood that everything I have was the love he left behind for me." So he meant to follow the road his father had walked, He wanted to know for himself what it feels like to want to protect the two of them that badly, badly enough that a man would give up his own life and his own name to do it. "Please," he said, "allow me to finish what father asked of me, the first thing he ever asked, and the last." And as he said it, the room went the color of old paper, and it was Fran standing there in his place, holding Vanessa's hands while the golden light came apart at his edges and carried him off a piece at a time, and Vanessa looking up at him with her eyes full. "You have grown so much," she said. A tear ran down and off Ian's jaw. "And I thought you were still a child," she said. "Don't worry so much about me. And don't you ever think that you are alone. You have a new family now, and they love you." "Sir Redio is a truly good man," Ian said. "Good enough that I learnt from him what a father's love feels like when I had never known it. And Douglas brightens up any room he walks into. He is thoughtful and clever and kind. I hope that you will be happy, Mother," he said. "And so I swear to you that I will come back." Then he put his arms around her there in the great bright hall and held her, and she held him, and for a long while neither of them said anything at all. By the doors, two of the household men stood watching them, and one of them had given up altogether and was crying into his sleeve. Morning came clean and blue over the estate, with birds racketing in the trees. Down in the courtyard, Ian stood in a brown travelling cloak beside a single brown horse, tightening the saddle while it snorted at him. "Are you leaving now?" said a voice behind him. "Yes," said Ian. "I believe it's time." "To think that the only thing you'll take with you is one horse," said Redio, smiling. "It reminds me of the day we left Lloyd Village, after we met you. You truly were a terrible rider back then." "I'm a good rider now," Ian said. "I was small then." "So Redio," he said, "please take care of my mother." "Don't worry," said Redio. "I will protect Madam Page with my life." Big Bro Ian and Douglas came across the yard with a grey pouch held out in both hands. "Douglas, that title is, 'These are mana elixirs and health potions,'" said the boy. "Every one of them made by me, and they're far better quality than anything they sell in the market. I'm sure there's no way the boss would get himself hurt, but who knows, if you run out, send me a letter. I'll keep making better ones." "Thank you, Douglas," said Ian. And in another life this boy had grown up hating every mage alive and had mixed the poison that killed him. In this one he stood in a courtyard, pushing medicine into his hands. "Ian!" Vanessa came hurrying out into the light with a parcel wrapped in cloth, out of breath, the servants coming after her. "Mother," he said. "Eat this on your journey," she said. "I've packed a great deal of it. Don't skip your meals, and stay healthy. And send letters often." "Yes," he said. "Keep your health as well, Mother." He smiled down at her. Then he said, "I'll be off." And he turned the horse and walked it out of the courtyard. And the sound of the hooves went away over the stones. A little way along the road he stopped. Leaves came past him on the wind, and the shadows of the trees moved over his shoulders, and he turned and looked back at it. The white house with the blue roof standing up against the sky. My house, he thought, the place I can come back to whenever I want. And there in front of it stood Douglas and his mother and Redio, with the whole household lined up behind them, waving, growing smaller, and my family, who will always be waiting for me there. He smiled. Then he swung up into the saddle and rode away under the trees, into the sunlight, with the road opening out ahead of him. "Boss, how are you?" The nib went scratching along the paper in a quiet upstairs room full of mourning. "It's already been 8 years since you left, and so much has happened in that time. I graduated top of my class at the Imperial Alchemy Academy, and I managed to make a cure for that incurable disease, the one the two of us set as our goal, all that time ago. On the strength of it, they made me an Imperial Alchemist. Father was offered the same post, since he worked on the cure as well, and he turned it down. He says the position would sit too heavily on him. Honestly, I think it's because he doesn't want to be apart from Mother. The pair of them were terribly awkward with each other at first. They have turned into a very harmonious married couple. His Majesty has completely recovered his health after the poisoning 8 years ago, and His Highness the Crown Prince has begun acting as his proxy. He has grown into so capable a man that you would not find a trace of what he used to be, above all at the Council for the Treaty of the Three Kingdoms, with Coldwood and the Royal Dukedom. Trade has opened up since, and the Empire's economy and learning have grown enormously, and Miss Haley has officially become a high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower, now that her 5-year sentence is served. She built her foundation for the people this empire used to push aside, and her name is loved everywhere. They say she is the likeliest candidate to be the next master of the tower. Everyone is doing their best with the life they have, and every one of us misses you. Please come back soon, boss. We'll be waiting for you. Postscript. I am allowed to call you Big Brother when we meet, aren't I? Douglas Harmon set down his pen and stretched until his shoulders cracked, and sighed at the ceiling and said that he missed him, and wondered aloud where on earth the man had got to by now. Then a voice came up the stairs. Douglas, we're ready, come down. Yes, father, he shouted and went. He came down the red stair at a run and stopped dead at the bottom of it. Wow, mother, he said, you look beautiful today. Vanessa stood among the white roses in a green gown with her hair braided back, and she smiled with her eyes closed and thanked her son. But are you quite sure that I'm allowed to attend? She said, looking at the invitation. Of course you are, wife, said Radio. His Majesty sent that invitation himself and sent a carriage with it, and he has set seats aside for us where only the most honored guests are permitted to sit. You must go. Ho ho, she said. All right then, shall we depart? And outside, the White House with the blue roof stood up into an enormous sky. Elsewhere that same morning, in a green field set about with headstones, a man in white and blue knelt down and laid a single white chrysanthemum against the foot of a stone. Captain, said a knight waiting back on the grass. It's time. Ah, said Captain Oliver. Right. And his boots went away through the grass, crunching. The wind came through the field and took the leaves up with it, and at the edge of it a tall young man in the white and blue of the court turned and looked back over his shoulder and smiled at the grave. It would have been nice, he said, if you were here. I'll come again. Don't worry about a thing, Paul. Rest. At the Ivory Tower, high up in a white spire full of light, a maid knocked and put her head around the door. Miss Haley, have you finished your preparations? Yes, said Haley. I'm ready to go. She stood a moment with her hands folded among white flowers. Then she turned and looked at the staff leaning against the bookshelves, the staff of the great grasslands that had been put into her hands 8 years ago by a man who was leaving in the morning, and she reached out and closed her fingers around it. The deep blue of Michel Grinrever's robe went out behind her as she walked. Now, she said, let's depart, for my big brother's coronation. The palace stood white and blue beneath the sun. Every rail and balcony of it hung with coloured pennants. The grounds were full. People had come in from everywhere and stood packed around the fountains and along the garden walks. And inside the walls the nobility waited in their best clothes, beneath a red banner with a golden phoenix upon it, murmuring. Light came down through the great round window in long bars, and somewhere beyond the doors, out on the red carpet, a pair of boots began to walk. To my proud citizens. At this hour, and in this place, I bequeath this heavy honour to my son, your crown prince, Hayden Grinrever. Terry Grinrever stood before them in blue and red, with the great cross at his breast, upright and well, 8 years out of a poisoned sleep. Such a burden, he said, is one that is usually handed on only at a man's death. I have thought upon it a long while, and I have decided that this is the right decision for the sake of the Empire. And as the Empire goes on, under the rule of its new emperor, your lives shall grow more abundant still. People of Grinrever. In the crowd stood a man in a green coat, a woman in a green gown, and a young alchemist in a blue vest, and beside her father stood Haley. Cast your eyes upon your new emperor. The great carved doors came open with a groan, and the light widened in the gap, and he was standing in the middle of it. Hayden, in white and gold, with a red cape falling from his shoulders, and the guards' spears going up on either side of him. He came down the long carpet without hurrying. His face was steady, and his gold eyes were level and gave away nothing, and only his hands, shut into fists at his sides, said anything at all about what this cost him. At the foot of the steps he knelt. His father looked down at him and smiled, and told him that he was proud of him. "I shall not disappoint you," Hayden said, "so that you may go on being proud of me." And he laid his gloved hand flat over his heart, and the old emperor nodded. A priest came forward with the crown carried on a blue cushion, and gloved hands lifted it and set it down upon his fair head, and he stood beneath the weight of it and did not move. "From this moment forth," said Terry Grinreaver, "I declare that the Crown Prince, Hayden Grinreaver, has become the new Emperor of Grinreaver." And the hall came apart in noise. "Hooray for His Majesty! Hooray! Glory to the Empire!" They clapped until the light seemed to shake with it, and the new emperor stood there with his fists closed and something like a smile arriving on his mouth, and then the petals began to fall. They came down through the sunlight in the middle of the hall, pink and unhurried, out of nothing at all. Up on the gallery, among all the clapping nobility, stood a figure in a plain hooded cloak, applauding quietly along with everybody else. "Blessings upon the Empire," the crowd was shouting, and still the petals came down. The new emperor's head came up. All through the hall the nobles stopped and turned and looked about them and asked each other what was happening. Flower petals, indoors? And Haley, in her blue cape, put out her hand into the air and caught one and felt what was sitting inside it, and her whole face changed. "Don't tell me," she said. "Congratulations on your succession, Your Majesty." The voice came out from under a brown hood, from a mouth that was smiling, with long ash-blonde hair hanging down on either side of it. And at the foot of the steps the crowned man came and stood before the traveller in the brown cloak, with the petals turning down through the light all around the two of them, and said, "Welcome back." And somewhere across the hall a voice cried out his name, "Ian." After the coronation came the ball. Beneath a chandelier the size of a carriage, the hall stood full of light and noise, and the man at the middle of it came at Ian with both arms wide and something very like flowers blooming in the air around him. "You're here. I really missed you, Ian. Really, really missed you." And the new emperor of Grinreaver took hold of him and shook him about like a boy with a dog. "You are the same as ever, Your Majesty," said Ian, once he was let go. Then he laid his hand flat over his heart and bowed his head. "Congratulations on your ascension." "Ian!" And that was his mother, coming through the crowd with a man on either side of her. "Oh my word, why didn't you say that you were coming? How have you been? Have you been eating properly? Do you know how much I missed you?" Douglas got there first and went off like a burst pipe, wailing that he had missed his big brother. And Ian stood in the middle of the three of them with his arms around as many as would fit. "I missed you too, Mother," he said. "Douglas, stepfather." And Vanessa looked up at him, standing between her son and her husband, and asked whether he was finished now, with everything he had to do. "Yes," said Ian. "Everything is complete now." Ian." The emperor had arrived at his elbow with his eyes shut, coughing into his fist and pointing with one finger, in the manner of a man being extremely subtle. Then he glanced over his shoulder, and his own eyes went wide, and he removed himself entirely, because coming across the floor towards them, in her blue cape, was Haley. Ian's whole face opened. "Miss Haley," he said. "It's been a while. How have you been?" "Good," she said. "And how about you, Sir Ian?" "It has been a life of wandering here and there," he said. "Even far out in the wild, I heard your name, that there was a righteous person here who looked after the poor and the orphaned. You have done a great thing." "Ah, no," said Haley, going pink and looking anywhere else in the room. "It isn't anything so grand as that." And then neither of them said anything at all, for slightly too long. Then I'll go on ahead," she said. "Please enjoy yourself at the ball, Sir Ian." She bowed and left across the ballroom at speed. Ian stood where he was and watched her go, entirely at a loss. "That," said the Emperor, sliding into the space she had left behind her, "is the expression of a man who—" "What?" said Ian. No, it isn't, Ian," said Hayden. "Haley has not married. There have been a great many proposals, and she has refused every one of them, saying that there was someone she was waiting for. He folded his arms and smiled with his eyes closed. I do wonder who it could be. The person she has been waiting for over 8 years. Ian looked at the floor, and the color came up his face. And she was not the only one waiting for you, said the Emperor. You'll be busy from now on, Ian. You will stay with me, won't you? As you wish, Your Majesty, said Ian and smiled. At the ivory tower, the white spire stood up out of its trees, and in the garden below it, Haley crouched beside a flowering bush, with her mind a long way off. I should have talked with him a little longer at the ball, she thought. And then, because she could not stop herself, she thought about that other day, a palace corridor, and Ian looking down at her with his face in shadow, and the 2 words he had given her then. I apologize. He has surely forgotten all about it, she thought. I shouldn't expect anything. It hasn't been long since he came back, and he's busy. He won't have the time to be concerned with me. There you are, Miss Haley. She came up off the ground with a shriek and both hands at her chest. Sir Ian? I wasn't planning to frighten you, he said. I apologize. No, she said, bowing far too low. Why have you come? I came to greet the mages of the ivory tower, he said. Every one of them told me that you would be here at this hour. Every one of them, said Haley. The garden has become quite beautiful, he went on, looking about him. There was nothing here but weeds when I was in charge of the place. I began tending it once I officially became a mage, she said. I thought it would be good if there was somewhere the mages could rest in comfort. That was good of you, said Ian. By any chance, would you mind showing me around it? And her whole face lit up. Yes, Sir Ian. So they walked. He told her about the landior flower, a rare herb here in Grinriva that grows like a weed over in Coldwood, and about a family who had been in trouble on account of it. He told her that he had heard of a lake in the Raudukedom that shone with golden light, and had travelled all that way to see it, and found an entirely ordinary lake. But when the sun began to go down, he said, it truly did throw the gold back. It was so beautiful that I don't believe I will forget it for the rest of my life. You must have had such an amazing journey, said Haley. A lake that shines with golden light. How marvellous. I hope that I might go and see it one day. Ian was quiet for a moment. Then I shall take you there, he said, wherever it may be. And he put his hand out to her, and the petals came up off the garden and went past the 2 of them on the wind. If you only take my hand, the golden lake, the spirit forest, the scorching desert, or the whole width of the ocean. I have been everywhere there is to go in this world, he said. And wherever I found myself, the first thing I thought of was you, Miss Haley. I thought about what expression you would make if you were standing there beside me. And that thought turned into longing. And then, at last, I understood what that feeling was. When everything was finished, when there was nothing left to avenge and nothing left to put right, the first thing he thought of was always her. And there in the garden, in front of her, Ian Page went down on one knee. Please become my companion, Miss Haley. Allow me to remain at your side for the remainder of my life. He knelt on the stone with his hand held open and waiting, and the petals came down around them both. Said Haley, and then, very quietly, will you not leave any more? Yes, said Ian. I will always remain next to you. And Haley burst into tears. Ian came up off his knee about a foot, both hands in the air, entirely undone. Miss Haley? While she stood there sniffling with her face hidden behind her hair. I missed you, Sir Ian, she said. I waited for a truly, truly long time. He stared at her, flushed, with the petals coming down through the light. Yes, she said, I accept. I agree to your proposal. And there in the tower's garden, with the petals turning down all around the 2 of them, the 8th-class mage knelt and took both of her hands in his. And some years after that, in a field of grass under a wide and open sky, a voice called out a name. Johanna, come here. A small girl with fair hair in 2 braided buns turned her head and beamed and came running through the grass, all legs and arms. Ian went down on his knees and opened his arms to catch her, and Haley stood behind him watching them, and the light came down over the three of them together. It was the life the golden dragon had once shown him inside the report of time, the life he truly desired, that he himself had never known he wanted. In the end, he lived long enough to walk into it and take it with his own two hands.